Chapter 415. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mofeng and Nick Finney for their tips. Yeah, this kind of leisurely life is still good. Seito also looked at Tori's position and sighed. In this way, the two quietly spent the morning in a leisurely atmosphere. After lunch, Yi came to replace Seito's work, and Seito, who was free, once again left the Ito shrine and walked towards the foot of the mountain, preparing to cross the world again to find strengthening resources for Zhongxi Yuko. Still at the foot of the mountain, Seito used to enter the hidden corner of the Rubik's Cube world last time. After using his spiritual power to determine that there was no one within a radius of 100 meters, Seito flashed into the Rubik's Cube world. I remember that when I first entered the heavenly world, my spiritual power level was at the high-level intermediate level, and after 8 years in the heavenly world, I returned to the main world 3 days after leaving. Now my spiritual power level is at the high-level intermediate level. Converted to the environmental level standard, it is at the peak of B level. That is to say, if I go to the heavenly world now and stay for 8 years, it may not even be half a day after returning to the main world. Inferring from this situation, if I leave now and enter the new world, excluding the influence of the new world's own rules on time, I have at least 7 years to waste. At this time, standing in the void of the Rubik's Cube, Seito crossed one hand in front of his chest, the fingers of the other hand were slightly open in front of his mouth, and the index finger was lightly placed on the side of his nose, bowed his head and thought. In this case, with this time as the basis, plus the obvious strengthening items for Zhongxi Yuko and the secondary or higher soul fragments that I currently need, the range of choices is a lot more. Rubik's Cube, search this world and teleport me. At this time, Seito, who had made a choice in his heart, looked up at the void and shouted, "Search complete. Transmission begin." Seito's voice just fell. The information of the Rubik's Cube instantly emerged in Seito's mind, prompting. Then the void above Seito's head slightly shook, and a dark vortex that was very small at first, but in the blink of an eye, turned into a huge whirlpool like the top of a tornado. A powerful suction force instantly sucked Seito, who was suspended below, into the whirlpool like a streamer instantly disappeared in the eye of the whirlpool. Subsequently, the huge whirlpool in the void shook slightly from the state of high-speed rotation slowly slowed down. Then it gradually faded and melted back into the void of the magic cube world, turning into a blurry image that was barely visible to the naked eye. Together with several other similar vortexes in the void, it quietly hung there. Crackle, with the sound of the Rubik's Cube world. The air here is so good, standing in front of the rapidly recovering irregular space crack. Seito, who closed his eyes to feel the changes in the power of the world, took a deep breath, then slightly opened his mouth and gently exhaled, as if he was enjoying it. The trees here are dense. I think I should have appeared near there. Even if I'm not near there, I should be in the territory of that country. After a while, Seito, who opened his eyes again, looked at the tall, thick, green trees around him and whispered to himself. Then he withdrew all the power fluctuations in his body, using the power of telekinesis and absolute power to hide himself. He chose a direction at random and walked out of the forest. Along the way, Ito-sei encountered a lot of strange and huge beasts in his line of sight. In this regard, Seito was not polite and directly knocked them out and put them into the Rubik's Cube world. He filled it with resources. In this way, after more than half a day of traveling in a straight line, Ito-sei, who had collected nearly 100 kinds of animals, insects, and plants, finally walked out of the forest and came to a path that looked like a path. He walked along the path to the distance. Robbery! Just as the sun gradually set and the sky was covered with beautiful clouds, 6 or 7 thin men in ragged clothes, holding swords, sticks, axes, spears, and forks, shouted at Ito-sei fiercely. They can understand my language. This saves me some trouble. Seito looked at the robbers who had obviously killed people and thought to himself, Mother asterisk her. Did you hear that at a robbery? Seeing that Ito did not have a panicked expression like ordinary people, one of the robbers who was crying and begging frowned, then tacitly stepped forward with the other robbers and shouted fiercely again. "You then?" Ito Sei's eyes suddenly fell on the bandit who spoke, and he said something that was unclear to him. Then, while the bandits were baffled, his body suddenly turned into a black shadow and darted into the middle of the bandits. He stretched out his hands, kicked, elbowed, and pushed. In less than 3 seconds, he had killed everyone except the bandit who had spoken. The rules of this world seem to have less restrictions on the body. My speed is obviously a lot faster. Ito, who was standing in the middle of the corpses, casually punched the air beside him. His super-fast speed instantly made a sound in the air. Plop! Hearing the sound, the robbers suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed in front of Ito with a pale face. He cried with a trembling voice, "Ninja-sama, please let me go. I have old people and young children to take care of. I have no choice but to rob you." "Shut up." Ito was annoyed by the robbers crying, so he frowned and shouted, Yes, this lowly one will shut up. This lowly one will shut up." The robber immediately said, "Give me all the money you have," Ito ordered. "Yes." The robber quickly straightened his upper body. His hands quickly fumbled in his arms, and after a while, he took out a crumpled banknote and respectfully handed it to Ito and said, "Here you are. Where is this?" Ito reached out and took the banknote in the robber's hand and roughly counted it. There were more than 1,000 dawn, so he asked, "Ninja-sama, this is XX Mountain. If you walk forward for another mile, you will reach XX Village." The robber who had returned to his kneeling position quickly replied, "Which country is XX Village in?" Ito asked again, "Ninja-sama, this is the country of fire. XX Village is at the southern end of the country of fire." The robber replied, but in his heart, he thought, "Is this a ninja from the countryside? How come he doesn't even know where he is? Then which direction is Konoha Village? How far is it from here?" Ito nodded slightly, confirming his initial guess, and then continued to ask, "Ninja-sama, Konoha Village is hidden in the east of the country of fire, the distance from here." The robber pondered slightly and said, "If you follow the pace of an ordinary person, it will take about 13 days, nearly half a month." Ito muttered to himself, then suddenly kicked the robber on the ground to death. Then he clasped his hands in front of him. He squatted down and pressed his hands on the ground. Then he saw the bodies of the robbers on the ground suddenly rolled up, and in a short time, the bodies were swallowed into the ground, leaving no trace behind. After finishing the cleaning, Ito waved his hand and summoned a beige cloth. Then he fiercely clapped his hands on it and activated alchemy. Then the cloth in his hand shook and turned into a cloak that could cover his whole body. Ito put the cloak on his body, covering his clothing style that was obviously different from Naruto's world. And then he walked quickly to XX Village. When night fell, Ito, dressed as a mysterious person, finally walked into XX Village, and then under the watchful and strange eyes of the villagers, he walked into a ready-made clothing store, where he had a general understanding of the clothing style of Naruto's world. He changed the cloak on his body into a set of clothes similar to Naruto's world style. At this time, Ito's appearance has completely changed. The original sneakers on his feet were replaced with the black sandals commonly seen in Naruto's world. The light beige casual trousers on his lower body were also replaced with the same color crop pants, but the white short-sleeved t-shirt on his upper body didn't change. He was still wearing it. Later, Ito, who had changed his clothes, walked out of the ready-made clothing store again. Under the normal eyes of the villagers, he walked into a small hotel and rested. Then the next day, when the sky was about to brighten, he once again set foot on the road to Konoha. On this day, while walking in a bustling town, Ito suddenly felt several strange fluctuations of strength in the crowd, and with a guess in his heart, Ito immediately followed them, and finally came to a public toilet. This should be the famous underground exchange in Naruto's world, just in time to provide some help for me to collect soul fragments. Slightly frowning at the public toilet in front of him, Ito turned his hand and made a rabbit mask on his face. Then, according to the direction indicated by the spiritual scan, he came to the secret entrance, reached out and pushed the urinal in front of him, leaned over, and went in through the gap behind it. Can't the guys in the underground exchange find a better place to hide? Why do they have to stay in this kind of place? Do they all have a strong taste? Do they like shit and urine? Itosei frowned under the mask and complained in his heart as he smelled the foul smell still floating in the air. I'll take the task. After a short while, Itosei finally walked out of the dark tunnel and entered a narrow room with only a few torches. He said to the middle-aged ninja, who was receiving another middle-aged ninja with a gloomy face, eyes full of dead silence, and a forehead protector made up of 4 curved diagonal lines that were cut horizontally across his forehead by a long straight line. But the man didn't immediately pay attention to Sei-Ito, but looked at Sei-Ito and the middle-aged ninja who was being received by him with interest. Sure enough, in the next moment, a kunai suddenly appeared in the middle-aged ninja's hand, and he cut towards Sei-Ito's throat. Seeing this, Sei-Ito's hand was instantly filled with chi, and he took the kunai attack head-on. At the same time, he quickly formed lightning fist with one hand and pointed at the wrist of the ninja who was holding the kunai. Poof! With a muffled sound, the middle-aged ninja's wrist holding the kunai was penetrated by an electric arc. A small amount of blood flew out of the middle-aged ninja's wrist together with the electric arc and flew towards the ceiling. Crack! After the electric arc hit the ceiling, it immediately exploded into a pile of chaotic electric sparks, and with a slight flash, it completely disappeared in the dark room. Then Sei-Ito's hands moved separately. The palm that was blocking the kunai instantly closed and clenched tightly. He held the middle-aged ninja's kunai in his hand and twisted it. At the same time, after releasing the electric arc, his palm quickly slid along the middle-aged ninja's wrist to the joint between his forearm and upper arm. With a pull of his finger, there were 2 crisp sounds, and the middle-aged ninja's fingers and forearm were instantly destroyed. Then, without waiting for the middle-aged ninja to continue to react, the palm that was tightly holding the kunai quickly smashed towards the ninja's kidney. Boom! Splash! With a burst of sound and a burst of water, the middle-aged ninja in front of Sei-Ito suddenly scattered into a puddle of water and scattered on the ground. Then, 3 more kunai silently flew towards the back of Sei-Ito's head and back of his heart. Although Sei-Ito didn't have any ninjutsu to use, his psychic force was not to be trifled with. As early as when he entered this world, he knew that fighting against ninjas was about speed and sneak attacks. Therefore, before the battle began, he had already turned his psychic force into a 3-meter defensive circle around him to guard against any possible attacks. So, even if he didn't turn around, he already knew the situation of the 3 kunai and the location of the middle-aged ninja's real body. At this time, Sei-Ito suddenly turned around and quickly waved the kunai that he snatched from the middle-aged ninja's hand. Clang! 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 3 kunai, flashing with light, immediately fell to the ground, making a clang, clang, clang sound. Then, after blocking the attack of the kunai, Sei-Ito threw the kunai in his hand towards the middle-aged ninja's hiding place. At the same time, he turned his hand and made a handful of small bean-sized steel balls. At the same time, he used alchemy to make a dozen slender senbon and shot it towards the middle-aged ninja's body. Puff, 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 4 or 5 muffled sounds suddenly sounded, and then the middle-aged ninja ran out of the shadow and hid in the darkness again. Sei-Ito had already crippled the other party's fingers and arms in advance, so that he couldn't make hand seals. Otherwise, with the nature of the ninjas in Naruto's world, how could the other party not even use ninjutsu? He only used his body to fight against him. Unfortunately, because of the power of ninjutsu in this world, many of the ninja concepts in the main world have been abandoned here. For example, the principle of escaping immediately if the assassination fails is not very common here. Most ninjas are like samurai who play the game of samurai and don't give up until they die. So, the middle-aged ninja who felt that Sei-Ito's strength was not enough also had the same idea. He wanted to kill Sei-Ito here. Chapter 416. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Moffing for his monthly vote. Just as the middle-aged ninja's foot landed on the ground started to shake slightly, and then a sharp pillar suddenly rose from the ground and forced the middle-aged ninja to retreat. Then, without waiting for the middle-aged ninja to stabilize, Idose once again threw out more than a dozen small steel balls, which turned into sunbon and flew towards his face and body. Puff, 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 several muffled sounds were heard, and the middle-aged ninja, who had been enduring great pain, finally let out a painful groan. He covered half of his face with one hand and continued to dodge. But in the next moment, Sei Ito, who was created by the combination of dragon vein alchemy and alchemy, was killed in the corner of the room. A slender stone pillar pierced through his lower body and stuck him in the middle of the room. I forgot that the ninja's weapon is poisonous. Fortunately, his strength is not good enough, and the kunai's strength did not break through his hard defense. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. After the end of the battle, Idose looked at the 3 kunai that he had just picked up from the ground and said in his heart, "Can you receive me now?" Seito turned around and looked at the receptionist and asked, "Of course." The receptionist said with a smile. He was not nervous at all, and then looked up and down at Seito and said, "You should be a newcomer, right?" "Yes." Seito nodded and admitted. "A newcomer. There aren't many missions that you can take." The receptionist took out a stack of papers from a hidden compartment and looked down at it, then said, "Oh, right. What's your name?" "Little White Rabbit." Seito touched the rabbit mask on his face and said, Okay. Little White Rabbit, do you have any requirements for the mission?" The receptionist was surprised by Seito's title, but as someone who worked in the underground market, what kind of strange things had he not seen before? So he immediately recovered and asked. Seito thought for a while and said, "It's best if it's a quest within the Fire Country. Within the Country of Fire." I got it. There are 3 missions within the Country of Fire. "Take a look," the receptionist said as he took out 3 pieces of paper and handed them to Seito. Matsushita Taro. Chunin, B-level defector ninja of the Rock Village, 25 years old, good at taijutsu, currently kill for 150,000 don. Bueno, Chunin, Kirigakure B-class ninja. Age, 22 years old, proficient in ninjutsu, currently. Kill him for 120,000 don. Takakura Yusuke, Chunin, Kimagakure A-level defector, 30 years old. He specializes in body arts and is currently. Killing him will reward him with 200,000 pills. I've accepted all 3 of their missions. Idose estimated the process of his battle with a middle-aged ninja. He still didn't understand the power level of this world, so he decided to test his skills on these 3 chunins. He looked up and said to the receptionist, "Okay." The receptionist said, then bowed his head and sketched a few words on the mission book he had been holding in his hand. "It means that the mission has been accepted. By the way, that guy should also be worth some money." Seito, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly saw the middle-aged ninja's body in the corner. He turned back and said to the receptionist, "Of course." The receptionist smiled. "Then give me the money," Seito said. "Okay." The receptionist nodded and found the mission of killing the middle-aged ninja. He ticked it with a pen, turned around and walked to the side, took out a small bag of money from another secret compartment, and then walked back to Idose and handed it to him. "Here you are, the bounty for that guy." Seito took the small bag and didn't look at it. He turned around and walked directly to the middle-aged ninja, pulled off the ninja's bag tied to his right leg, and left the underground exchange. Newcomer Little White Rabbit, wearing a rabbit mask on his face. Height is about 1.78 meters, looks like an adult. No trace of transformation technique. Estimated strength is probably around Chunin. Good at taijutsu and ninjutsu. First appeared in the underground trading house of Triple X Town. Killed the Mist Village's B-level defector ninja Kaku Takashi. After Idose left, the receptionist took out another booklet from his arms and began to record. According to the records, Mizuno Asaka is currently in Triple X Town, the closest place to here, and the direction hasn't changed much. I'll deal with him first. Seito reached out and took off the mask on his face, Recalling the civilian map he bought and the new mission information, he made up his mind. After making a decision, Ito slowly left the town he was currently in and walked toward the town where Mizuno Asaka was. Let me see what kind of good things you have in your hands. On the way, Ito flipped his hand and took out the ninja's bag from the middle-aged ninja he killed in the underground exchange. He shook his hand and poured out the things inside. With a burst of clattering sounds, 5 kunai, 3 shurikens, 2 paper talismans that looked like paper talismans, a small scroll, a black pill, and a booklet appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Ito squatted on the ground and picked up the scroll with his hands covered in reiki and unfolded it in front of him. Immediately, a bunch of tadpole-like words appeared on the scroll and appeared in front of Ito's eyes. This should be a ninjutsu scroll. Looking at the scroll with 3 handprint patterns in addition to the word in his hand, Ito frowned slightly and muttered, "As expected of a ninja, this thing is written with encryption. It seems that if I want to kill people and steal ninjutsu, I have to learn how to decipher it." Immediately, Ito rolled up the scroll again and put it into the Rubik's Cube world and stored it separately. Then he reached out and took the booklet in his hand and opened it. Ninja precautions. Ito casually looked at the ninja precautions in his hand. In addition to the basic requirements of a ninja, when performing a mission, there are some dangerous targets characteristics and strength information, etc. This is useful. After Ito put the ninja precautions into the Rubik's Cube world again, he reached out and took the kunai and shuriken on the ground in his hand, and then used decomposition refining to test their metal composition. After all, except for the strange ninjutsu and kekiai genkai, the other materials in Naruto's world are no different from the main world. The level of technology is not as high as the level of multi-alloy forging in the seed world. Weapons made by hand workshops are only a few metal formulas. So in less than a minute, the kunai and shuriken in Ito's hand turned into a pile of mud and slipped from his palm. Seeing this, Ito smiled slightly and waved his hand to put away the remaining 4 kunai and 2 shuriken on the ground, and took the 2 paper talismans in front of him to check. This must be the explosive talisman. Ito looked at the talisman in front of him and thought, "I think the black substance used to draw the pattern is the special gunpowder of this world. No wonder there is a burning time before the explosive charm explodes. It is estimated that this special gunpowder has a sufficient reaction time. If there is a chance, I must get the formula of this special gunpowder." Ito turned his hand and put away the explosive charm. Finally, Ito reached out and picked up the only remaining black pill on the ground, held it in front of his eyes, and fiddled with it. After a while, Ito, who was still not sure whether this is a soldier food pill or poison, directly put it away. He plans to enter the Rubik's Cube world at night and leave it to the guys in the biochemical laboratory to play with. After cleaning up the harvest, Ito raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and then a small flame appeared on Ito's fingertips, and he threw it on the ninja bag on the ground. And then with a whoosh sound, the ninja bag immediately burned to ashes. Next, Ito didn't stop, and finally arrived at the town where the Miss Shinobi Mizuno Asaka was located, and then he spread out his spiritual power and perceived the whole town. 1, 2, 3, for there are a lot of energy fluctuations in this town. Ito felt the situation transmitted back from his spiritual power scan, and secretly thought. Ito helplessly had to write down the location of these energy fluctuations and then walk to check them one by one. This is not. Ito glanced at the first place, shook his head, and left. That's not it either. The second location was on the street, and Ito brushed past him. Well, at this age, and with a forehead protector, he should be a recent graduate of Konoha. So, the team of 4 people gathered together in my perception is Konoha's graduating class? Ito secretly thought when he checked the third place and found the situation of the other party. Then, in the principle of not looking for trouble for himself, he quickly left the side of the boy and rushed to the 4th place. Finally found it. The 4th place was a custom shop, and shortly after Seito walked in, he found Mizuno Asaka, who was flirting with two kimono prostitutes. But even so, in order not to let the other party notice his gaze, Seito also learned from others and called a prostitute to sit in a position where he could see the door in Mizuno Asaka, and while flirting with the prostitute, he paid attention to the other party. About half an hour later, Mizuno Asaka, who was the target, paid the bill with her mother and walked out with steady steps. Seeing this, Seito also waited for a minute, pushed away the prostitute in his arms, paid the bill, and quickly walked out of the custom shop and chased after Mizuno Asaka's energy fluctuations. Soon, Seito followed Mizuno Asaka out of the town and came to the dense forest not far from the town and hid and waited. About 5 minutes later, another middle-aged man with a solemn face walked into the dense forest and stood in an open space and waited. Then a minute after his arrival, another man dressed like a ninja jumped down from a tree and stood in front of the middle-aged man and began to talk. Chapter 417. Where is the information? The middle-aged man asked with a serious face. Here, but where is the thing I want? The new ninja took out a small scroll from his arms and held it in his hand as he looked at the middle-aged man and said coldly, Here you go. The middle-aged man reached into his arms and took out a small package and threw it to the ninja. The ninja didn't reach out and let the package fall to the ground. After seeing that there was really no problem, the ninja watched the middle-aged man walk to the small package and took it in his hand while throwing the small scroll to the middle-aged man. Good. The middle-aged man opened the scroll and looked down at it. After confirming the authenticity of the information, he nodded and said, There's a new mission. I don't know if you want to take it or not. What mission? The ninja put the package in his arms and asked, Assassinate the president of the Yazaki Chamber of Commerce, Yazaki Riki. If you succeed, you can get 300,000 on. The middle-aged man said, Information about the other party. The ninja's eyes flashed twice as he asked in a deep voice. Yazaki Riki usually lives in the backyard of the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters. There are usually 10 samurai patrolling there day and night. There are also 2 wandering ninjas guarding in the dark. As for whether there are other forces, I don't know. The middle-aged man said, Samurai and wandering ninjas? The ninja sneered disdainfully and then said to the middle-aged man, I will take this mission, but the specific time to complete it will be after I investigate it. Okay, then I will take my leave first. The middle-aged man nodded and said politely. Then he turned around and left the forest and disappeared completely in a short time. Just when the ninja was about to leave the forest, Mizuno Asaka, who had been lurking, suddenly made a hand seal, and in an instant, a white fog filled the forest and surrounded the ninja. Fog concealment technique. Looking at the fog that suddenly appeared, the ninja's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately took a defensive posture with his kunai and said in a deep voice. Then, under the gaze of Seito, Mizuno Asaka's hand seals changed. Immediately, a doppelganger that looked exactly like him appeared in the fog, holding a kunai in his hand, and quietly approached the defected ninja. At the same time, Mizuno Asaka's main body immediately took out 2 shurikens and threw them at the rebellious ninja, who was on high alert. Clang! Clang! The traitorous ninja in the fog suddenly felt a sense of danger. He instinctively turned around and swung the kunai in his hand, knocking the 2 shurikens that were flying towards him almost soundlessly. At this moment, Mizuno Flying Bird's clone, who was already close to him, suddenly stabbed the kunai into his kidney. Poof! The kunai pierced the traitorous ninja's kidney without any resistance. The poison on it immediately flowed through the blood circulation of the kidney and into the body of the traitorous ninja. Bastard! Renegade Ninja's face flashed ferociously, and he slashed Mizuno Flying Bird's neck, and then Mizuno Flying Bird's clone turned into a pool of water and scattered on the ground. At this time, the true body of Mizuno Flying Bird, who appeared beside the Renegade Ninja, suddenly attacked and cut open the Renegade Ninja's throat and then retreated without hesitation. Then, he disappeared into the fog again. The Renegade Ninja, who was hit in 2 fatal places, and at the same time was poisoned, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground dead. Although the renegade ninja was dead, Mizuno Flying Bird still didn't immediately go over. Instead, he carefully waited for more than a minute, and after making sure that even if the renegade ninja didn't die, he would be poisoned to death. Then, he put away the fog concealment jutsu and slowly walked over. Then, with a wave of his hand, he cut off the renegade ninja's head and took out a bag of strange powder from his ninja bag and sprinkled it on the head. After a few sizzling sounds, the wound on the neck below the head immediately stopped bleeding. Then, Mizuno Flying Bird took off the renegade ninja's shirt and wrapped the head of the renegade ninja. It wasn't until this time that Mizuno Flying Bird had the time to pick up the renegade ninja's bag. At the moment when Mizuno Asuka opened Xiao Bu's package, Ito-sei, who had been hiding in the dense forest, snapped his fingers and threw the flame on his fingertips at Mizuno Asuka. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out, and the corpse of the traitorous ninja started to burn in flames. At the same time, the body of a rabbit also appeared there. Substitution jutsu, Ito-sei said in his heart. At the same time, combined with the perception of spiritual force, he snapped his fingers several times. Several flames raged in the dense forest, burning Mizuno Flying Bird, who had just finished the substitution technique and was still a little stiff, into a pile of charcoal. What the? How can I collect the bounty like this? Looking at Mizuno Flying Bird's body, Sei Ito's mouth slightly twitched and said to himself, and it was a sneak attack. It didn't complete the initial goal of measuring the combat level of this world. It seems that I can only wait until the next time I face the two taijutsu masters. Then, Sei Ito once again looked at the dense forest burned by the fire, and after seeing that there was nothing to harvest, he quickly rushed into the flames and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shortly after he left, a young ninja with Konoha's headband appeared in the dense forest, frowning as he looked at the raging fire, forming hand seals with both hands, opening his mouth and blowing out a huge wind, blowing out the flames in front of him and nearby. I hope this mission can be completed smoothly. Walking into the dense forest, the young ninja found two charred bodies on the ground and muttered with a frown. A chunin can release secondary soul fragments at the time of death. It seems that the degree of soul transformation in this world is very common, or it's worthy of being a war-torn world and a profession that can die at any time. Sei Ito, who was rushing through the night, looked at the two newly collected secondary soul fragments and thought to himself. In this way, after rushing through the night, Sei Ito finally arrived at the town where another target, Takakura Yusuke, was located the next morning. This time, Sei Ito didn't immediately start looking for the mission target, but first found a small hotel and asked for a room to rest. It wasn't until dusk that Sei Ito got up from the bed and left the small hotel to search for the mission target. The town is indeed a town, no matter how big or small it is. There are 4 or 5 energy fluctuations, so after searching for a while, Ito-sei finally found the cloud ninja Yusuke Takakura in a restaurant. At this time, he was dressed as a civilian, drinking and talking with 2 ordinary people with a warm face, looking like a small-town resident. This disguise is good. Sei Ito secretly smiled, walked to the table next to him and sat down, ordered a few dishes, and slowly bowed his head to enjoy. About 20 minutes later, Takakura Yusuke said goodbye to the other 2 people with a drunken appearance, humming a Japanese song, and staggered out of the restaurant. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't pretend to be elegant, immediately got up and went to the boss to pay for the meal, then followed Takakura Yusuke's footsteps to a residential area in the town. After a while, Takakura Yusuke stopped in front of an alley and looked around vigilantly. Then, he turned around and walked into another alley. Finally, he stopped in front of a small bungalow, opened the door, and got into the room like a mouse. This is probably the house where Takakura Yusuke is hiding. Sei Ito walked out of the shadows with the help of the special footwork of the Konoha clan. Looking at the slightly lit room, he thought. Then with a light step, he moved closer to the room. Worthy of being a ninja, the defense system of the hiding place is really dense. Seito came to the front of the room and used his spiritual power to scan, and found more than a dozen dark traps in the small courtyard, and he was quite impressed in his heart. Then with a light step, he lightly jumped over the wall of the small house and turned over into the small courtyard. Then he quietly walked towards the bedroom. Well, there is no one in the room. Seito, who was about to enter the room, habitually used his spiritual power to explore whether there was a trap in the room, and then found that there was no one in the room, and couldn't help but frown in his heart. Then Seito gently opened the door, carefully avoided the traps in the room, and stood in front of the bed to look around. Then, with his spiritual power, he scanned the floor of the room, and soon found a secret passage under the floor next to the bed, and the entrance of the passage was behind the wall next to the bed. Seito, who found the mechanism, immediately came to the bed, opened the secret passage with his spiritual power, and went into the secret passage and walked down the dark passage. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, after turning a corner, a spacious, illuminated room immediately appeared in front of Seito, and the target, Takagura Yusuke, was lying comfortably on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Seeing this, Seito turned his hand and took out a kunai, and threw it toward Takagura Yusuke on the bed. Clang! Just when the kunai was about to fly to Takagura Yusuke's side, the sleeping Takagura Yusuke's eyes suddenly opened, and a kunai quickly appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand to block the kunai thrown by Seito. Who are you? After finding Seito standing at the door, Takagura Yusuke carefully sat up from a bed, got up and put on a defensive posture, and asked in a solemn voice, "Little white rabbit." Seito's mouth curled up and said to Takagura Yusuke with a smile, "Since you don't want to say, then I will send you to hell." Takagura Yusuke's face twisted and said with a sneer. Then Takagura Yusuke's body flashed with an electric light, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Seito, waving the kunai in his hand towards Seito's throat. So fast. Seito's heart slightly trembled, but his hand movements were not slow. He raised his hand and took out a kunai, blocking Takagura Yusuke's kunai attack, and at the same time, another kunai appeared in his other hand, stabbing toward Takagura Yusuke's abdomen. Chapter 418. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mafeng, Nikfini, and Sleepy Pig for their tips. Crackle, a burst of lightning appeared on Takakura Yusuke's body and hit the surface of Seito's body. At the same time, Takakura Yusuke jumped to the side and returned to Seito's side without stopping. Then he stabbed his kunai at the back of Seito's neck again. So this is the body flicker technique, which is only D level but can be used until the Kage level, just like substitution technique and transformation technique. While this thought flashed through his mind, Seito's body also turned without hesitation and blocked Takakura Yusuke's kunai. In this way, Seito defended and Takakura Yusuke attacked. In this enclosed space of about 40 square meters, they used taijutsu to quickly exchange blows. It's about time. Seito, who had roughly estimated Takakura Yusuke's level according to the Environment Ministry's standard, suddenly burst out a violent aura and killing intent around his body, shaking Takakura Yusuke's movements. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Seito's figure instantly moved and launched a crazy close-range attack on Takakura Yusuke like a storm. Heavy punches and kicks hit Takakura Yusuke's body without any fancy moves. Pung, 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 pung sound were constantly heard. Takakura Yusuke was like a sandbag, and except for instinctively defending his vitals, he had no strength to fight back. After a moment, Seito's dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique hit Takakura Yusuke's chest. Takakura Yusuke's body, which was already covered with bruises, was immediately sent flying. In an instant, Takakura Yusuke's body hit the wall on the side. The huge force generated by the dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging technique made Takakura Yusuke's body immediately smash the thick wall with a huge crack mark. Takakura Yusuke was embedded in the wall like a mural. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood and some small pieces of his internal organs. At this time, Seito threw out a dozen slender senbons and shot them into Takakura Yusuke's limbs, head, and several acupoints on his body. Then, Sei Ito walked to Takakura Yusuke, stretched out his hand and pulled him out of the wall and threw him on the bed, and then took out a rejuvenation talisman. Activated talisman on Yusuke's body and temporarily saved his life. According to the evaluation standards of the Ministry of Environment, Takakura Yusuke's energy level is about sea level, but because of the relaxed laws of this world, as well as the strange ninjutsu, as well as the various strange ninja methods, his comprehensive combat power is almost enough to defeat most of the B-level guys in the main world. Looking at Takakura Yusuke on the bed, who could only move his eyes and couldn't move his other body parts, Seito secretly said in his heart, if we infer according to this data. The comprehensive combat power of the Jonin level is definitely above B level. As for the Kaga level, it's more likely to reach a level. What a great pressure. Sei Ito, who had calculated the approximate combat power of this world, sighed and muttered to himself. Then Sei Ito looked down at Takakura Yusuke lying on the bed and said, "Do you want to die or live? If you want to live, blink your eyes." Hearing the question, Takakura Yusuke immediately blinked his eyes, indicating that he wanted to live. "If you want to live, that's good." Sei Ito nodded, stretched out his hand, and patted Takakura Yusuke's forehead. A slender senbonzai flew out from the center of Takakura Yusuke's eyebrows and fell to the ground, making a faint ding sound. Cough, cough, cough. As the senbonzai flew out, Takakura Yusuke immediately coughed loudly. A trace of blood splashed out from his mouth. "What do you want to know?" After the cough subsided, Takakura Yusuke calmly looked at Sei Ito. Said in a weak tone, "Why did you defect?" Sei Ito asked casually. "Oh, there's still people interested in this." Takakura Yusuke laughed at himself and said, "Dissatisfied with Reikage policy, feeling that my value was not reflected, so I fled." "Ha!" As soon as the words fell, Sei Ito slapped Takakura Yusuke's face. The palm and cheek collision made a crisp sound, echoing in the empty room. "You!" Takakura Yusuke angrily stared at Sei Ito. Cried. "You lied." Sei Ito looked at Takakura Yusuke and said. In an instant, the anger rising in Takakura Yusuke's heart was extinguished by Sei Ito's words, and he became silent. "I am dissatisfied with Reikage policy. Reikage is too radical. Now there are people everywhere in the village who don't have enough to eat. I don't want to live a life of struggling on the edge of death. So I decided to defect. I want to live a quiet and stable life." After a moment of silence, Takakura Yusuke said, "And I am 30 years old. I want to leave a descendant for the Takakura family. You are honest." Sei Ito nodded slightly, confirming the truth of his words. "What kind of ninjutsu do you know now?" Sei Ito asked again. "Ninjutsu? I am not a ninjutsu-type ninja, so in addition to the triple body technique and the body flicker technique, I only know two kinds of ninjutsu. One is right-on ground walk, and the other is right-on lightning body." Takakura Yusuke said. "Right-on lightning body. Is that the technique you used in the battle?" Sei Ito recalled Takakura Yusuke's appearance during the battle. "Yes." Takakura Yusuke confirmed. "Tell me how to use those two ninjutsu." Sei Ito ordered. "Okay." After hesitating for a moment, Takakura Yusuke told Ito say the method of activating right-on ground walk and right-on lightning clone, the hand seals, and the training steps. While Ito Seiji was listening to Takakura Yusuke's explanation, he converted the pure energy in his body into spirit chi, and then used the transformation method to turn the spirit chi into lightning, and released it according to the method Takakura Yusuke said. Crackle, crackle. A small electric current immediately appeared on the surface of Sei Ito's body, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared again, as if the electric light that appeared just now was an illusion. Seeing Sei Ito release the ninjutsu so easily, Takakura Yusuke's face was full of shock, staring at Sei Ito dumbfoundedly. He was speechless. Then something even more shocking happened. He didn't see Sei Ito make any hand seals, but a small electric current appeared on the surface of his body, and after bouncing twice, it disappeared again. No hand seals, ninjutsu. Takakura Yusuke was so shocked that he couldn't form a sentence. It seems that my idea is right. As long as you master the energy flow path when releasing ninjutsu, and then use strong spiritual power and fine energy control ability to ensure the correctness of this path, then even if you don't make any hand seals, you can release ninjutsu. After seeing his results, Seito was satisfied. Help me see what this ninjutsu is. Seito reached into his arms and took out the ninjutsu scroll he got from the middle-aged ninja he killed in the underground trading house. He unfolded it in front of Takakura Yusuke and said, "This is the sea-level water release ninjutsu, water wave." Takakura Yusuke looked at Seito strangely. He didn't understand how a guy who can play ninjutsu without any hand seals can't even understand the basic ninjutsu information. But now his life is in the hands of others. He can only be honest and obedient in exchange for a chance to live. So he honestly told the content of the scroll to Seito. "Tell me how to crack the ninjutsu scroll." Seito nodded and put the small scroll back into the Rubik's Cube world, and then asked while using hand seals to familiarize himself with the flow of energy of the water wave. Ninjutsu scroll has a way to decipher. Takakura Yusuke looked at Seito's rapidly changing hand seals and explained how to decipher the ninjutsu scroll. After a moment, when Takakura Yusuke finished explaining the ninjutsu scroll, Seito also completely mastered the energy flow of the three ninjutsu: right on, ground walk, right on, lightning body, and water release, water wave. Then he released the three ninjutsu in his unique way. "Very good, you were very honest." Seito nodded and praised Takakura Yusuke, who didn't find any other strange fluctuations in his spiritual power, and then once again threw a rejuvenation charm to heal his injuries. Although Takakura Yusuke was very curious about the strange charms on his body, he was now more concerned about Seito's judgment. So at this time, Takakura Yusuke looked at Seito with some nervousness and expectation, waiting for his final decision. "You are very honest, so I will let you live." Seito glanced at Takakura Yusuke and said, and then without waiting for the latter to breathe a sigh of relief, he said again, "But I will impose another control on you, in case you have some thoughts that you shouldn't have." Then, when Takakura Yusuke's face slightly changed, he turned his hand and took out an acupuncture bag used by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to store silver needles. He shook his hand and unfolded it. His right hand turned into an afterimage, and with an incredible speed, he inserted the thin and soft silver needles into more than a dozen acupoints on the top of Takakura Yusuke's head. He also inserted the golden needles that were longer than the other silver needles into the Baihui acupoints on the top of his head and the Naiwangong acupoints on the forehead. At this time, Takakura Yusuke's face turned pale, and his eyes turned white, and he fainted. Then Seito's right thumb, index finger, and middle finger gently pinched the end of the golden needle in Takakura Yusuke's Baihui acupoint, and sent his spiritual power along the golden needle into Takakura Yusuke's mind. He quickly drew a yin-yang seal array inside and shrouded Takakura Yusuke's brain. Then his spiritual power scattered, divided into several more subtle spiritual balls, and flowed along the body of the silver needle in the brain into the acupoints and stopped. "Done," Seito secretly said in his heart. He waved his hand to pull out all the golden and silver needles on Takakura Yusuke's head, took out the alcohol cotton, wiped it clean, and put it away again. Then he patted Takakura Yusuke's forehead to wake him up. "What did you do to me?" Takakura Yusuke, who turned around, quickly checked himself. Except for feeling a little strange in his head, there was nothing wrong with him, but the strange feeling in his head was enough to make him worried. So he asked Seito without thinking, "It's a means that I can deal with you at any time as long as I want to," Seito said indifferently. Takakura Yusuke's face changed when he heard the words, and his face immediately became ferocious. But he immediately thought that he was still under the control of others, and then his face darkened, silently looking at the ceiling. No one knew what he was thinking. "What do you want me to do?" After a while, Takakura Yusuke said in a deep voice, "It's very simple. I want a group of orphans, but I don't have time to run around the world, so I chose you. Seito looked at Takakura Yusuke and said, "What are you going to do?" Takakura Yusuke frowned and asked, "You don't have to worry about what I'm going to do. You just need to collect orphans for me," Seito said lightly. "Of course, if you think it's inconvenient for you to do it alone, I allow you to find others to help you. Do I have a choice?" Takakura Yusuke asked self-deprecatingly. Seito ignored Takakura Yusuke's self-deprecation and once again threw out a rejuvenation talisman to heal his injuries, and then stretched out his hand and continuously patted his body, shaking out a slender sin bonsai from Takakura Yusuke's body, lifting his shackles. "How do I contact you in the future, and where do I put the collected children?" Takakura Yusuke, who was lifted from the shackles, sat up from the bed and looked up at Seito, who stood up and asked, "Take this." Seito turned his hand and a small black ball consulting device appeared and threw it to Takakura Yusuke and said, "Use this to contact me in the future, and after collecting the children, you put them at the border between the land of fire and the land of field. As for the specific location, you can find them and use this to contact me after you find them." "How do I use this?" Takakura Yusuke turned the small black ball in his hand and asked doubtfully. As soon as Takakura Yusuke's voice fell, a line of text suddenly flashed on the small black ball, saying, "Hello, if you need anything, please tell me directly." "Understood." Seito looked at the startled Takakura Yusuke and said, "Understood." Takakura Yusuke breathed a sigh of relief, carefully put the small black ball into his arms, and nodded. Seito slowly walked into the dark passage, waving his hand with his back facing Takakura Yusuke, and said, "Well, you continue to sleep, and I hope we will have a chance to meet again next time." Takakura Yusuke looked at Seito's figure that gradually disappeared in the darkness, and a look of struggle flashed on his face. After a while, he helplessly sighed, relaxed his decadent face, and lay back on the bed, cursing, "Fuck." On the other side, Seito, who left Takakura Yusuke's hiding place, returned to the hotel and rested peacefully. It wasn't until the next morning, after washing up and eating, that Seito once again embarked on his journey, heading toward the last target, the city where Matsushita Taro was located. Matsushita Taro's location was a little far from Seito's target Konoha village. It was a town on the northern border of the Land of Fire, so it took Seito nearly 4 days to reach the town. After resting for half a day, he began to search for Matsushita Taro in the town. About half an hour later, Seito found a gambler shouting loudly in a casino, Matsushita Taro. Chapter 419. Place your bets and leave. Behind a table, the dealer, who was wearing a kimono with half of his arm exposed, glanced at the gamblers in front of him and reminded them loudly, "Big, small, big, big, big." As soon as the dealer finished speaking, the men in front of the table immediately slapped the banknotes in their hands on the table and shouted loudly to boost their confidence. "Place your bets and leave." The dealer reminded them loudly again. Then, under the nervous gaze of the people in front of the table, the dealer suddenly opened the zhongu in his hand and shouted, "For 5, 6 big." Sigh. This was the disappointed sigh of the gamblers who lost the bet. "Ha ha. 1-1. Like I said, this is definitely big." This was the chaotic clamor of the gamblers who won the bet. "Reopen, reopen, by big or small. Place your bets and leave." The dealer buckled the zhongu and held the base of the zhongu with both hands. He raised it up and down by his ear and called out to the people in front of him at the same time. "Big." Coming to the gambling table where Matsushita Taro was at, Seito stretched out his hand and slapped the thick stack of banknotes in his hand on the table and said like a rookie rich gambler, "Is there anyone else who wants to buy? Is there anyone else who wants to buy?" Seeing the thick stack of banknotes that Seito slapped on the table, Matsushita Taro and the dealer's eyes lit up at the same time. The dealer among them shouted excitedly to the other guests. When the other guests saw the amount of banknotes that Seito had won, they also excitedly took out their money and threw it on the table, betting on the result that they had guessed. "Place your bets and leave." After a while, the dealer stretched out his hand and slapped the zhongu on the table. he said with a smile. However, Sei Ito noticed that the moment the dealer slapped the zhonggu, the result that was originally big suddenly became small. Obviously, the dealer saw Sei Ito's heroic performance and was ready to slaughter him like a fat sheep. Seeing this, although Sei Ito's face still looked heroic, his mental strength had already penetrated into the zhonggu and moved the die back to big. He waited with a smile on his heart. Open. 335 big. Seeing the number of dice in the clock, the dealer's expression changed slightly. However, he still obeyed the rules and shouted loudly. After announcing the results, he quickly took down the zhonggu on the table and placed the die into the zhonggu. At the same time, he checked the mechanism inside the zhonggu without any change in expression. Ha ha, my luck is not bad. I won so easily. Sei Ito looked very happy as he reached out and took the money on the table back to him. Then he picked out another thick pile of money and threw it on the table, saying, "Since I've won big, I'll bet big again. Bro, I might not be able to open this one." Sei Ito was standing next to him. One of the onlooking gamblers seemed to be very experienced as he gave advice. "It's okay. I believe in my luck." Sei Ito waved his hand nonchalantly. He said generously. Then, with Sei Ito's cheating, he consecutively opened big for 3 more times. The money in front of Sei Ito soon piled up into a small mountain. At the same time, the dealer opposite him turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Ah, gambling is so fun. It's so easy to make money. Sei Ito laughed maniacally as he won a few rounds consecutively. After hearing Sei Ito's words, Matsushita slowly approached him. Matsushita Taro, who was gradually moving closer to him, flashed a faint light in his eyes. With a smile on his face, he said gently, "Little brother, do you mind if I bet with you?" "Ha, up to you." Sei Ito laughed secretly in his heart. On the surface, he still looked like a silly boy and said generously, "Thank you, bro." Matsushita Taro smiled and thanked him. Then he asked, "Bro, what are you going to buy this time?" Upon hearing Matsushita Taro's question, the surrounding gamblers looked at Sei Ito at the same time. They were waiting expectantly for Sei Ito's answer. After all, everyone liked to win money. They didn't like to lose. "You're still betting big." Sei Ito ignored the expressions of the dealers opposite him. He pushed all the money in front of him to the big table and said loudly, "All right, I'll bet big with you." Matsushita Taro also threw most of the money in front of him to the big table and said with a smile. Seeing how generous Sei Ito and Matsushita Taro were, the surrounding gamblers also placed big bets one after another. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a killing. Upon seeing this, the few dealers who were attracted by Sei Ito's situation discussed in a low voice. In the end, they invited the big shot in the casino to open the big table. "It's time to place your bets." The big shot in the casino was a bald man with a scar on his face. He had a fierce expression, and his exposed arms were full of strange tattoos. He stared at Sei Ito coldly and said to the others, "If it was an ordinary person, they might really be frightened by this scarred man and make some changes. Unfortunately, Sei Ito wasn't an ordinary person. Therefore, Sei Ito wasn't affected at all by the scarred man's targeting. He crossed his arms and looked at the cold man opposite him with disdain. However, when no one was paying attention, Sei Ito's left hand, which was crossed on his right arm, moved slightly. A thin and long steel needle formed by the psychic chi materialization appeared between his left index and middle fingers. He cleverly hid it. "It's time to place your bets." The muscles on the bald man's face twitched slightly. His fingers rhythmically tapped the wall of the zhonggu and reminded everyone again. Then, after waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was betting, he slowly opened the zhonggu in his hand with a solemn expression and looked at the dice inside. 665 big. An exclamation immediately came from the crowd. Then, more noises sounded one after another. They all ran to the table excitedly and began to collect their gains. "Ah, my luck is really invincible." Sei Ito raised his head and laughed loudly. He reached out and gathered the coins in front of him. Then his left hand suddenly slapped heavily on Matsushita Taro's back. As he pierced the steel needle in his hand into the acupuncture point on Matsushita Taro's back, he asked loudly, "How is it? Am I right?" "You're right." Matsushita Taro's eyes flashed fiercely, but he still said with a smile on his face, "Hee, you'll be right if you listen to me." Seito raised his head proudly and said. Then he turned his head and prepared to push all the money out to bet on big and small again. "I'm sorry, customer. Our boss wants to see you." However, before he could push his hand out, a dealer came to Seito's side and said in a low voice with a threatening expression, "What? You can't afford it?" Seito stopped what he was doing and straightened his body. He glanced at the casino staff around him with contempt and said disdainfully. Then, when all the casino staff showed anger on their faces, he curled his lips and said, "Just say it if you can't afford it. I don't need that little bit of money." "Young man, you're so bold." Just when a few staff members didn't know what to do, a middle-aged man in a kimono suddenly walked out from behind the crowd that automatically dispersed and said to Seito, "Are you the boss here?" Seito sized up the man and said, "That's me." The middle-aged man admitted with a friendly face. Then he looked at Seito and said, "Young man, your luck today is too good. My shop is small and can't afford to invite the god of wealth. Young man, please be generous and leave some food for us, my brothers, and I will be very grateful." Seito glanced at the casino staff with disdain and waved his hand to order, "Since the boss said so, I don't need that little bit of money. Help me box the money. Zayahara, help this young man box the money." Seeing Seito's expression, the boss didn't have any reaction. He still had a friendly face as he ordered a green-skinned man working in the casino. "Yes, boss." The green-skinned man responded and quickly walked to the side. He took a metal box and returned to the gambling table. He opened the box and began to put the money inside. After a while, the green-skinned man named Zayahara closed the box and laboriously took the box from the table. He put it down in front of Seito with both hands. "Young man, thank you for your generosity." The boss thanked Seito again. Okay. Seito impatiently waved his hand. He reached out to lift the box by his feet, but this time he didn't lift the box. "Young man, do you want me to send someone to send you back?" The boss asked with a smile. "No need." Seito's face was red as he said roughly. Then he used both hands to lift the box from the ground and laboriously walked out of the casino step by step. Behind him, the boss vaguely gave Zayahara a look. Zayahara immediately understood and hid in the crowd. He left the casino from the back door and took a small path to the front door. He hid in a corner and stared at Seito, who had just walked out. "I knew this would happen." Seito, who was still pretending, smirked in his mind when he sensed Zayahara in the corner. Not long after Seito left the casino, Matsushita Taro's figure also appeared outside the casino. He chased after Seito and soon found the unconscious Seito and Zayahara, who was about to return to the casino with the money. Seeing this, Matsushita Taro didn't hesitate. He took out a kunai and quickly rushed to Zayahara's side. He killed him before he could react. Then, without even looking at the money on the ground, he walked straight to Seito and bent down to kill Seito with the kunai. At this moment, Matsushita Taro felt something in his spine suddenly explode. It cut off all his nerve reactions and caused him to fall to the ground in a half squat. Seeing this, Seito immediately got up from the ground. As Matsushita Taro's expression changed drastically, he quickly used his psychic chi to create more than 10 thin and long senbon and pierce them into Matsushita Taro's acupuncture points. Then, he carried Matsushita Taro and the metal box beside him and disappeared from the town. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Ito Sei, who was carrying Matsushita Taro in his hand, stopped in a dense forest outside the town. He casually threw Matsushita Taro in his hand to the ground and looked at him condescendingly with a smile. Chapter 420. Who are you? At this time, Matsushita Taro, who had recovered, looked at Seito and asked, "Who I am is not important. What's important is whether you want to live or die. Seito looked down at Matsushita Taro and said with a smile, "You are not a member of the Rock Ninja, Ambu?" Matsushita Taro frowned and asked. "No." Seito shook his head and said, "Tell me your choice. What do you want me to do?" Matsushita Taro didn't say his choice, but asked, "I need a group of orphans, but I'm too lazy to look for them all over the world, so I'm going to find a few people to help me collect them, and you are now one of the people who will be performing this task. What do you think?" Seito explained. "Is it that simple?" Matsushita Taro said in disbelief. "It's that simple." Seito spread out his hands and said, "If it's only this kind of thing, I can promise you." Matsushita Taro immediately agreed. "Very good." Seito nodded slightly and said with a smile. Then he walked over to Matsushita Taro's head and squatted down, turned his hand, and opened the acupuncture bag. Just like what he did with Takakura Isuke, he used acupuncture to set up a sealing circle and some other methods in Matsushita Taro's mind, and then woke up the unconscious Matsushita Taro. "What did you do to me?" After waking up, Matsushita Taro quickly checked his body, just like Takakura Yusuke, and after discovering the abnormality in his brain, he asked Seito, "Some kind of method that can let me deal with you in an instant." Seito said lightly, and then his mind moved slightly. The Nippon Takiataro's body immediately scattered into countless small ki, and at the same time, because of the dissipation of the Nippon Takiataro's body, the seal on Matsushita Taro's body was released. "Take this and use it to contact me in the future." Seito once again took out a small black ball and threw it to Matsushita Taro, who had just sat up from the ground. "As for the children you've collected, find a place to settle them at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. Then, use this to contact me and tell me their exact location." "How do I use this?" Matsushita Taro stood up from the ground and asked as he fiddled with the little black ball. "Just say it," Seito said. "Oh." Matsushita Taro nodded. He casually put the small black ball into his pocket and turned to look at Seito. "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Go ahead," Seito said as he shook his head. Matsushita Taro nodded and turned to walk out of the forest. However, the moment he turned around, a kunai suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, he activated the body flicker technique and appeared in front of Seito. With a ferocious look on his face, he stabbed at Seito's throat. "Eh." Seito sneered and quickly leaped backward. At the same time, the psychic energy in his mind suddenly jumped. Matsushita Taro, who had missed his attack, suddenly fainted on the ground without any resistance. Then, Seito raised his hand and summoned a ball of water. He threw it at Matsushita Taro's face. The cold water immediately woke Matsushita Taro from his coma. He instinctively jumped up from the ground and assumed a defensive posture. When he saw Seito standing to the side, his expression changed slightly. He slowly withdrew his defensive posture and stood obediently to the side, waiting for Seito's reprimand. "Only this time. Next time, I'll kill you directly and find someone else to replace you. You should know that you're not the only traitor in this world," Seito said coldly as he looked at Matsushita Taro, who had become obedient. "Yes." Matsushita Taro lowered his head and respectfully replied. "Go. Try to find some qualified children. It would be best if they have a Kekiai Genkai," Seito said as he waved his hand. "I understand." Matsushita Taro lowered his head and replied. Then, he turned around and quickly left the forest. After Matsushita Taro left, Seito also followed him out of the forest. Without stopping, he walked towards Konoha village. In this way, after walking for about 5 days, Seito finally arrived at the forest outside Konoha village. What justifiable reason should I use to enter Konoha village? Standing on an old tree, Seito looked at the faintly visible walls of Konoha village in the distance and thought to himself, "I got it. I'll use this identity." A moment later, after a while, Seito's eyes lit up and decided. Then, Seito jumped down from the branch and landed on the ground. Then he waved his hand and summoned a large wooden box that was about half the height of an adult and 50 or 60 centimeters wide. He filled the box with the items he needed, then he closed the box and carried it on his back. Step by step, he walked towards Konoha village. Stop right there. Just when Sei Ito was 10 meters away from the gate of Konoha village, a man's voice suddenly sounded. Then, a black-haired man wearing a Konoha ninja headband and a green vest came in front of Sei Ito and said coldly, "Check." "Yes, yes." Ito-sei put the box on his back on the ground in fear and trepidation and opened it for the person to check. "What kind of toys are these?" The man looked at the things in the box and said with a frown, "Ninja-sama, these are some women's household items." Sei Ito whispered, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in coming to Konoha?" Hearing this, the man looked at Sei Ito with contempt and asked, "My name is Sei Ito. I am a traveling merchant, and I am coming to Konoha to sell these things." Sei Ito bowed slightly and smiled. "Is that so?" The man looked up and down at Sei Ito, and after determining that he was not a ninja, he waved his hand and said, "Come with me to register, and then wait for the Hokage to summon you." "Yes, yes." Sei Ito quickly nodded and then carried the big wooden box again and returned to the gate of Konoha village with the man to register. "Come with me." The ninja responsible for picking up Sei Ito waved his hand and said. Then, without waiting for Sei Ito, he went to the waiting area. Behind him, Sei Ito had to carry the big wooden box again and trotted to keep up. "Here we are." After a while, Sei Ito came to a 3-story building under the guidance of the ninja and stopped in front of a room on the 2nd floor. "You will live here until the Hokage summons you. Don't run around and don't go out of the examination area. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences." The ninja turned around and looked at Sei Ito and said indifferently, "Understood, understood." Sei Ito quickly nodded. "That's good." After saying this, the ninja immediately used the body flicker technique and disappeared in front of Sei Ito. Obviously, this was not only to quickly return to the post, but also to deter the newcomer. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, the body flicker technique is too magical, and they will unconsciously have a sense of awe. In this regard, Sei Ito secretly smiled, but his face was full of amazement. He carried the big box and walked into the room arranged for him and closed the door to rest. 2 days later, Sei Ito, who was bored waiting, finally received a summons from the Hokage. He carried the big wooden box and left the examination area with the ninja who came to pick him up. He walked to the center of Konoha and walked toward the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, number 338 is waiting for the examiner." Outside the Hokage's office, the ninja shouted at the wooden door, "Come in." Then an old man's voice came from behind the door. "Sorry to disturb you," the ninja respectfully said, then opened the door in front of him and walked into the Hokage's office with Sei Ito. "Hokage-sama," the ninja respectfully said to the old man in the room, who was wearing a white haori and a red and white hat with the word fire written on the front. His face was full of wrinkles, and he was immersed in the documents. "This is the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi." Sei Ito, who was thinking in his heart, also hurriedly said, "Hello, Hokage-sama. Number 338 is waiting for the examiner. Sei Ito, who claims to be a traveling merchant, wants to sell things in Konoha." Next to the Hokage, a young ninja in a green vest flipped through the booklet in his hand and said to Sei Ito, "What do you plan to sell in Konoha?" The Hokage asked with a gentle face. "Hokage-sama, I plan to sell some women's products," Sei Ito said as he put the big wooden box on the ground, opened the lid, and took out a few things on the edge of the wooden box. "Oh, how are you going to sell your things?" Sandame looked at the things that Sei Ito put out and asked with a smile. "If Hokage-sama allows, I want to rent a small shop to sell." Sei Ito looked up at Sandame and said, "Rent a shop." Sandame pondered for a moment, then turned to the young ninja on the side and said, "Look around the village and see if there are any empty houses near the commercial street." "Yes." The young ninja nodded and looked at the booklet in his hand. After a while, he looked up at Sandame and said, "Hokage-sama, At the end of the commercial street, there is still a shop available. Well, I will rent that shop to you. The Hokage nodded and turned to Ito with a smile. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama, but I don't know the rent, Ito said with embarrassment. Because you're not a Konoha shinobi, the rent will be 20% higher than the residents of Konoha, about 300,000 per month. Do you still want to rent it? The Hokage said with a smile. 300,000? I don't know if Hokage-sama can make an exception. 300,000 is a bit too much for me, Ito said with embarrassment. This is the rule. I can't do anything about it, the Hokage said with a slight shake of his head. In that case, I will rent it. I believe that the prosperity of Konoha will allow me to sell these things at a good price. Ito pretended to hesitate for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Ha ha, that's good, Bamboo. Give him permission. Sandaime seemed to be amused by Ito's last sentence, and he laughed and said to the young ninja on the side. Chapter 421. P.S. Thanks to Xiao Mofeng and Nikfini for their tips. After that, Ito paid the rent of the shop to Sandaime, received the permit from the young ninja named Takanaka, and then under the guidance of another ninja, carried the big wooden box and walked towards the wooden shop assigned to him. It's really prosperous. On the way to the commercial street, Ito sighed as he looked at the surrounding buildings and people. Of course, our Konoha is the most powerful and peaceful country among all the countries. The ninja leading the way said proudly to Ito after hearing Ito's sigh. Those people with the round fan pattern on the back of their waists are the famous Uchiha clan of Konoha, right? Ito looked at several men sitting in a shop and said, Yes. The ninja leading the way followed Ito's gaze and nodded to confirm. In this way, Ito looked around and followed the ninja through the streets and alleys. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived in front of the shop assigned to Ito. He took out the key and opened the closed door and said to Ito beside him, It's here. Thank you for the trouble, Ninja-sama. Ito saluted and walked into the shop. The shop area is not large, about 35 or 36 square meters, and on the two walls there are shelves left by the previous owner of this shop. Looking at the shape of the shelves, this shop is a grocery store. At the innermost part of the shop, there is a cross-section, and behind the cross-section, there is a room about 6 square meters. It is a small room that can only fit a bed and some chores, and it looks like it was used for the staff to rest or to leave someone to look after the shop. Boom! Ito, who was very satisfied with the environment, put down the box on his back, and the bottom of the wooden box made a muffled sound. Here's the key. The ninja leading the way took out a bunch of keys and handed it to Ito. Don't lose it. I understand, Ninja-sama. Ito took the key with both hands and carefully put it in his pocket and nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. The ninja who led the way saw that he had finished what he needed to say and was ready to leave. Wait, Ninja-sama. Ito quickly stopped the ninja who was about to leave. Then, under the ninja's confused gaze, he quickly opened the box beside him, took out 2 female products from the box, and handed them to the ninja. This is just a small token of my appreciation. What do you mean? Ninja frowned and said, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. This one is extremely grateful, but I don't know how to express my gratitude, so I can only use these goods to express my gratitude. Ito smiled. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. The ninja hesitated for a moment, then took the things from Ito and nodded. However, perhaps he felt that his words were too empty, so he added, If you run into any trouble, you can find me at Hirano's house on South Street. I'll keep that in mind, Ito said. Then he asked, last question, can I distribute flyers to advertise? Yes, you can, but before you do, it's best to submit your promotional content sample to the higher-ups for review. If there's no problem, then you can distribute it. If you distribute it privately, the Umbu will come looking for you, Hirano said with a frown. I understand. Ito nodded. Any other questions? Hirano asked. No. I'm sorry to bother you, Ninja-sama. Ito bowed. All right, I'll take my leave. Hirano nodded and turned to leave the shop. Phew, After sending Hirano away, Sei Ito immediately exhaled deeply, straightened his slightly bent body, and expanded his body. Instantly, Sei Ito's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. "Let's start decorating," Sei Ito said to himself as he stretched his body and looked around the shop. Then, he walked to a nearby knife shop. After greeting the shop owner and staff, he took the broom and bucket he borrowed from the knife shop and began to clean the shop. About 20 minutes later, Sei Ito finally finished cleaning the shop. After that, Sei Ito returned the broom and bucket to the owner of the knife shop and returned to the shop. He began to take out the items from the large wooden box and place them one by one in the container at the side. There's actually a new store here. Just as Sei Ito was about to finish arranging the items, a lazy male voice suddenly rang out in the shop. "Hello, welcome." Sei Ito quickly turned around and greeted. Then, a middle-aged man dressed like a ninja, wearing a chunin green vest and holding a sword that was obviously newly bought from the knife shop next door, walked in with a black-haired woman wearing a purple dress. "What are these?" The middle-aged ninja looked at the items in the shop with a strange expression and asked. "Women's products." Ito-sei clasped his hands together and rubbed them slightly with a smile. "Can you introduce them to me?" The black-haired woman looked at the items in the shop with interest and asked with a smile. "Of course." Sei Ito's eyes lit up and began to introduce the items in the room to the woman. "Dear customer, look, these are ultra-thin stockings made from the latest materials." Sei Ito took a pair of stockings that were thinner than paper from the shelf and placed it in his hand. He said to the woman, "Dear customer, look at this thinness. After wearing it, it looks like you're not wearing anything at all." "Wow, it's so thin," the woman exclaimed. Although there are stockings in Naruto's world, but the style, appearance, and thickness are completely incomparable to the ones in the main world. "Yes." Sei Ito put the ultra-thin stockings in the woman's hand and then took another pair of stockings from his side. He said, "These are also breathable stockings made from the latest materials. Although they don't look as thin as the one in your hand, they are very comfortable." Then he took a pair of pink, a pair of purple, and a pair of black stockings and said to the woman, "Dear customer, if you don't like flesh-colored stockings, you can choose to wear them. There are other colors of stockings to choose from, and I guarantee that they will meet your needs." "Beautiful. Your stockings are the most beautiful I have ever seen." The woman looked up at the dazzling variety of stockings in the shop and exclaimed, "What's this?" The middle-aged man reached for two flesh-colored soft objects on the shelf and asked strangely, "This is a hidden chest patch." Sei Ito explained, "Women can wear it to prevent exposure for various reasons." "What about this?" The woman put the stockings aside and reached out to pick up a purple cotton bra with patterns on the surface. "This is a bra. Wearing it can effectively prevent a woman's breasts from sagging. Moreover, it has the effect of shaping the breasts. Its ability to absorb perspiration and breathe is also very good." "Oh." The woman's face turned red. She put the bra back on the shelf, then looked at the things in the shop, went to the middle-aged ninja, and said, "Dave, let's go." "Okay." The middle-aged ninja nodded and threw the chest patch aside and left Sei Ito's shop with the woman. "I thought I would be able to open a store." Ito-sei watched the two of them leave and put the stockings, bras, and breast pads back on the shelf. He curled his lips and muttered. Next, several groups of people came to the shop. However, most of them were men. After looking at them, they turned around and left Sei Ito's shop without interest. As for the women who came to the shop, although they were a little tempted, they didn't know for what reason, and left the shop reluctantly like the men. "It seems that I can only send out the flyers tomorrow to see the effect." In the evening, after closing the shop door, Sei Ito secretly said in his heart. Then he went back to the small room in the shop and rested. The next day, after washing up, Sei Ito had breakfast in a small restaurant on the business street, then returned to the shop and began to draw. After about 10 minutes, he nodded with satisfaction, picked up the paper on the table, closed the shop door, and went to the South Street to find Hirano, who led him yesterday, and asked him to take him to the security department, which is still controlled by the Uchiha clan. He handed in the brochure. It wasn't until near noon that he got the permission receipt from the security department. Then he went to the printing office in Konoha and printed 500 copies of the brochure at the price of 50,000 Rio. Then, through his relationship with Hirano, he found a group of bored women. He hired them to distribute the brochures for him in Konoha with a salary of 1,000 Rio per hour. After that, Sei Ito returned to his shop and waited for the customers to come. Soon, a young woman dressed as a ninja came to Sei Ito's shop. "Welcome." Seeing the customer come in, Sei Ito quickly got up and greeted her. The female ninja didn't pay attention to Sei Ito's greeting, and after a while, she said to Sei Ito, "Are your things really as good as described in the brochure?" "Of course. I'm counting on this reputation to live. I wouldn't dare to deceive the customers. Otherwise, how can I do business in the future?" Sei Ito quickly said, "Well, give me a set of underwear. I want pink." The female ninja nodded and said, "Well, I don't know what your size is." Sei Ito hesitantly asked, 79, 53, 72. The female ninja frowned and said, 79. Sei Ito was speechless, and then he remembered that there was no such thing as a bra in Naruto's world. So naturally, there was no such thing as a cup, so the specific numerical conversion had to be done by Sei Ito himself. "If it's 79, then this is more suitable for you." Sei Ito took a set of pink underwear from the side of the shelf and handed it to the female ninja and said, "If the customer is afraid that it doesn't fit, you can go to the back room and try it on. No, if it doesn't fit, I'll come to you again." Although the female ninja in this world generally had a strong mentality, she couldn't take off her clothes and try it on in a strange shop, so she simply refused Sei Ito's proposal. "How much is it?" the female ninja asked. "You're the first customer to come to my shop, so I will give you a 20% discount. It only costs 3,350. Sei Ito didn't know how much the underwear cost, so he could only use the price of Konoha's goods to fool her. "It's a bit expensive." The female ninja frowned and said, "But Ninja-sama, this underwear can be worn for a long time, and it can guarantee the perfect shape of the chest, so 3,350 is not expensive." Sei Ito quickly said, "Okay." The female ninja thought for a moment and nodded. Then she took out several bills from her pocket and handed them to Sei Ito. Then she took the underwear from Sei Ito's hands and turned to walk out of the shop. "You are welcome to come again next time." Sei Ito personally sent the female ninja out of the shop and deliberately shouted. And with the first customer, there was a second, then a third, and a fourth. In this way, before closing the shop at night, Sei Ito sold more than 10 sets of various underwear and more than 10 pairs of stockings, and the total income was more than 120,000. It's easy to make money from women. When this batch of goods is sold out, the next time I go out of the village, I will bring some cosmetics and sell them to the ordinary women in the village. Sei Ito thought while lying on the bed. It's just that I don't know when the umbu will withdraw. Sei Ito turned over on the bed, lying on his side, and closed his eyes to rest. With the first day's flyer promotion, the next day there were more customers. In just one morning, Sei Ito sold 4 sets of underwear and 2 pairs of stockings. Woman's charm, this is it. At noon on this day, a little girl with long blonde hair, tied into a ponytail, who looked less than 10 years old, walked into the shop and muttered to herself. This little girl, if I remember correctly, she is Ino from the Yamanaka family. Sei Ito looked at the little girl who walked into the shop and thought, but on the surface, he quickly said, "Welcome. What do you want to buy?" "Big brother, can your things really make girls more attractive?" Ino looked up at Sei Ito and asked expectantly. "Of course." Sei Ito leaned over and looked at Ino in front of him with a smile. "Yeah." Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Ino immediately held one hand on her chest and whispered happily, "Wide forehead, I want to see what you have to compete with me for Sasuke this time." It turned out to be to compete for a boyfriend. Sei Ito said with a look of realization. "Yes, so big brother, what can you recommend?" Ino looked at Sei Ito and asked, "Let me think." Sei Ito looked up and down at Ino and said, "Yes, wait, I will go to the back and get it for you." After that, he straightened up and walked to the back of the room. After a while, he walked back to the front hall with a set of clothes and a pair of white bubble socks. He walked in front of Ino and handed over the things in his hand. Chapter 422. P.S. Thank you to Smusky and Shirley for their monthly votes. Then, this is for you. Seito smiled. What is this? Yamanaka Ino curiously took the clothes and bubble socks in her hand and asked. It's a dress that can make you beautiful. Itose smiled. Yamanaka Ino nodded, turned and walked to the side, put the things in her hand on a low table, and then shook the clothes in front of her. She saw a set of dark purple, sleeveless arms and a lower hem covering the thighs, with a slit on both sides to the waist, similar to a kimono, but not a kimono appeared in front of Yamanaka Ino. It's strange. Yamanaka Ino wrinkled her nose and said with a cute look, You could take it to the back and try it on. Seito took 2 white silk sleeves and a pair of bubble socks to Yamanaka Ino and smiled. Okay. Yamanaka Ino tilted her head and thought, then took the things handed by Seito and walked quickly to the back. Boss, I want this set. At this time, a civilian woman over there shouted to Seito with a pair of flesh-colored stockings. Coming. Seito immediately answered. So cute. At this time, a young woman who was being entertained by Seito suddenly looked behind Seito and said. Hearing this, Seito also turned and looked behind the woman's gaze, and then a dark purple sleeveless one-piece with a right lapel and a cream-colored rope belt tied around the waist. Yamanaka Ino walked out of the room with the slit on both sides just covering the thighs, revealing the black tight shorts inside, white silk sleeves on both forearms, and a pair of bubble socks made of white wool with fine holes on the calves. How is it? Are you satisfied? Seito asked Yamanaka Ino, who came out with a smile. Nakano nodded firmly. Then, he said hesitantly, But, big brother, how much is this set of clothes? If it's expensive, I might not be able to afford it. It's okay if you don't have money. Seito stretched out his hand and rubbed Ino's hair. If you like it, just wear it. It's a gift from your big brother. Can I? Yamanaka Ino was surprised. Of course. Seito smiled. Forget it. Mom said I can't take things from strangers. Ino shook her head regretfully. It's okay. Take it. Treat it as a gift from big brother, because you're so cute. Seito said, If your mother really blames you, come to me and let me explain it to your mother. Is this okay? Yamanaka Ino said hesitantly. Sure, Seito said. Then I've decided. When Big Brother comes to my flower shop to buy flowers, I'll give Big Brother free of charge. Yamanaka Ino said firmly. Tung-se laughed, then took the bag on the side and handed it to Yamanaka Ino. Here's your bag. Put the clothes you took off in it. It's easier to take it. Thank you, Big Brother. Yamanaka Ino said sweetly to Seito, then took the bag and put the clothes in her hand into the bag. She carried the bag and saluted Seito. Then I'll go first. I'll come see Big Brother later. Go. Seito waved. Then, Yamanaka Ino ran out of Seito's shop with the bag and soon disappeared into the crowd. Are the clothes on that little girl also from your shop? The young woman looked at Yamanaka Ino running out and asked Seito. Yes. It's just that this time it's mainly stockings and underwear, so there aren't many clothes suitable for little girls. Seito explained. That's a pity, the young woman said regretfully. After that, the young woman browsed a few more pairs of stockings and chose a pair of black stockings to buy. She paid and left Seito's shop. After Yamanaka Ino's appearance, in the next half a month, there were other female characters that Seito was familiar with, such as Sakura Haruno, Akane Miturai, Kurinai, Yugao, and other female characters that Seito was familiar with appeared in the shop. Among them, Sakura Haruno bought a pair of small flesh-colored stockings, obviously to compete with Yamanaka Ino. As for Akane Miturai, she bought 2 sets of black laced bras and panties, which were more in line with her personality. Kurinai bought 2 pairs of flesh-colored stockings and 2 sets of red laced bras and underwear. Maiwa Shien bought a set of purple bra and ended her purchase. As for Tion, after browsing through the items in the shop and finding that there was nothing suitable for her, she left Seito's shop with a disappointed expression. In this way, the 1-month rental period for the shop came to an end. Konoha's patience is really high. They didn't even remove the umbu after a month of surveillance. It seems that if I want to move freely in Konoha, I won't be able to do so for a month. After paying 2 more months of rent in the Hokage office building, Ito walked out of the office building and looked at the bustling streets of Konoha. But it's already the summer of Konoha's 56th year. There are less than 2 months before the Uchiha clan is exterminated. It seems that if I want to obtain a large number of experimental materials, I'll have to capture them myself. With this decision in mind, Ito turned around and walked out of Konoha. After all, the goods were sold out as early as 3 days ago. If he doesn't go out to replenish the goods and sell them directly, it will be too easy to make the umbu who record his actions every day suspicious. He can also take this opportunity to stay near Konoha and wait for an opportunity to capture the Uchiha clan members who go out to perform tasks. In this way, Ito-sei, who left Konoha, couldn't detect the presence of umbu in the forest. He immediately jumped into the dense forest next to him, and then like a ninja, he moved at high speed with the help of the branches. After a while, he returned to the vicinity of Konoha again, lurking in the branches and waiting. Don't know if Ito-Chang's luck has increased because of his wealth, but it didn't take long for a standard team of 3 Uchiha to leave Konoha, stepping on the branches of the tree, and moving towards the distance at high speed. Seeing this, Ito didn't hesitate and quickly chased after them. This chase lasted for a day and a night, and it wasn't until the next night that the 3 ninjas stopped in the middle of the forest. However, in order not to be discovered by the enemy, they didn't start a fire on the ground, but after laying a few simple alarm traps, they directly went to rest in the dark. After a while, when Ito felt that the 3 ninjas were a little relaxed, he jumped down from the branch he was hiding in and used the special footwork technique to get closer to the 3 ninjas. The special footwork technique is worthy of being called an advanced footwork technique for assassination. Until Ito touched the back of one of the 3 ninjas, the Uchiha clan Chunin and the female genin didn't notice him. Seeing this, how could Ito be polite? He directly condensed a thin needle with his chakra and instantly pierced it into the cervical joint of the male ninja in front of him. The sudden explosion of chakra and the chaotic airflow caused by the thin needle suddenly cut off all the control of the genin's body, and he could only watch as Ito knocked him unconscious. 1. After dealing with the male genin, Ito carefully walked towards the female genin on the other side. Just as he was about to do the same thing to the female genin, the Uchiha clan Chunin suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Let's continue on the road." As soon as his voice fell, he immediately noticed Ito standing behind the female genin, and almost without thinking, he threw a kunai towards Ito while shouting, "Kan you dodge?" It's just that his reminder was a little too late. Ito-sei was 1 step ahead of him and knocked out the female genin named Xiangyu. And then with a kick of his feet, he dodged the kunai that was shot at him. Kana Yuji Gue. The Uchiha clan Chunin took out a kunai and held it in his hand, looking around vigilantly, trying to find Ito, who disappeared, and at the same time, he shouted at the 2 genin. Bang! Seeing that his call was fruitless, the Chunin turned around abruptly, and at the same time, used the kunai in his hand to block it, and then without hesitation used the body flicker technique to jump away. Just as he jumped away, a stream of water shot from the void to the ground where he was just standing. Sharingan open! At this time, the Chunin who dodged the attack of the water suddenly shouted, and a pair of blood-red eyes with 2 tadpole-like black dots in each pupil instantly appeared in his eye sockets, and swept the surrounding forest with an evil aura. Crackle! Suddenly, another lightning shot out from the forest towards the Uchiha clan Chunin. Over there. The Chunin who dodged the lightning attack immediately found a figure flashing in the forest, and then launched the body flicker technique and quickly chased after the shadow. Ding! The 2 kunai collided without any fancy moves. But before the Uchiha clan Chunin could stand still, for tall earth walls rose from the ground around him, and quickly wrapped him in the shadow he was fighting with, and the top gradually closed together. Seeing this, the Uchiha clan's Chunin frowned slightly and instantly turned into a small cloud of smoke and escaped from the earth wall, but then dozens of Sharingan flew towards him who had just escaped from the earth wall using the substitution jutsu. Fire release, small fireball technique. The Chunin of the Uchiha clan quickly formed hand seals, and in less than a second, he spat out a blazing fireball towards a Senbon in front of him, intercepting all the Senbon in front of him. But in the next moment, Seito's figure suddenly appeared behind him, and threw dozens of Sharingan towards the Uchiha clan Chunin's back. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, a series of soft sounds came from the Uchiha clan Chunin's body. Chapter 423. Plop. The uncontrollable body immediately fell heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. Capture complete, Seito announced softly. Then he slowly walked to the side of the Uchiha clan ninja lying on the ground, leaned over and knocked him out, carried him to the other two genin, and waved his hand to put the three of them into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he jumped on the branch next to him and walked quickly in the direction of Konoha. Judging from a situation of the three of them, the mission should be urgent. If I don't get in touch with them for a long time, Konoha will definitely send people to carry out this mission again. At the same time, because it is related to an Uchiha clan ninja, even if he is a member of a branch family, the Uchiha clan will send people to search for him because of the Sharingan, so as long as the time is right, I can capture a lot of them. On the way back to Konoha, Seito thought, if my luck is good enough, maybe I can catch a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Let's stop here today. The rest of the road will be rushed tomorrow. After rushing for a long time, seeing that the sky was completely dark, Seito decisively stopped, flashed into the Rubik's Cube world, and appeared in Maui's room. At this time, Maui was only wearing a light blue halter top and beige panties, sitting leisurely on the sofa, watching an American drama on the TV not far away. Seeing this situation, Seito's face unconsciously showed a smirk, and silently came behind Maui like a ghost, and suddenly reached out and grabbed the soft meat on Maui's chest. Ah! Maui, who was suddenly attacked, immediately exclaimed. She was about to run away from the sofa, but then she was stopped by Seito's arms and pressed on the sofa. It's me, Maui, Seito said softly to Maui, whose face was still unsettled. Seito. Hearing Seito's familiar voice, Maui immediately looked up at Seito, behind her, and shouted, It's me. Seito bowed his head and kissed Maui's forehead and smiled. Bastard, you scared me to death. Maui glared at Seito and scolded. Sorry. Seito took his hands away from Maui's chest, with one hand on the back of the sofa, turned over and sat on the sofa, and reached out and hugged Maui. Said apologetically, Don't do this again. If you do it again, I might really be scared to death. Malu, who was in Ito-sei's arms, frowned and said, I see. Ito-sei responded very casually. Obviously, he didn't take these words to heart. Seeing this, Margaret also knew that Itsunari didn't take her words to heart. She rolled her eyes helplessly, but didn't say anything. How is it? Are you used to living here? The right hand holding Maui slowly moved from the bottom of her vest to Maui's chest, kneading the flesh on Maui's chest as he asked softly. It's okay. The social environment is the same as before, so I'm not used to it. Maui shook her head slightly. That's good. Seito nodded. What about you? What have you been doing these days? I haven't seen you anywhere. Maui looked up at Seito and asked, I went to a new world, and I'm doing something dangerous. Seito explained. Oh, then you should be careful. Malu nodded gently and exhorted. As for the so-called new world, she didn't care too much about it. Don't worry, I will. I can't bear to make you a widow. Seito smiled and said to Maui. Lu snorted and ignored him. Then, he continued to watch the American drama on TV. Okay, stop watching. It's already so late, let's go rest. Seito reached for the remote control, pressed the switch on the TV, and said, Why are you like this? Maui protested with dissatisfaction. But the protest was ineffective. Ito, who put the remote control back on the table, reached out and lifted Maui's knees, then hugged Maui from behind. In an instant, he carried her horizontally and walked towards the bedroom. Then Ito Chung, who was in the bedroom, put Margaret on the bed and quickly took off his clothes. He lay down on the bed naturally, hugged the speechless Maui again, and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Maui had no choice but to turn off the bedside lamp, shrink back into the quilt, and hug Ito's body. After finding a comfortable position, she also closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, after enjoying the breakfast prepared by Mamu and saying goodbye to her with a deep kiss, Ito Seiki flashed and appeared in a forest in the Rubik's Cube world. He came to the side of the three ninjas who were caught by him and brought them into the Rubik's Cube world. He lifted the chunin of the Uchiha clan whose chakra flow was sealed by him and instantly appeared in a biological experiment room looted from the plant. Salma. Seeing Ito suddenly appear, an old man and 5 young men and women in the biological laboratory respectfully greeted Ito at the same time. I'll leave him to you. Analyze this person's cell structure, genetic composition, and all related data as quickly as possible. Ito threw the unconscious Uchiha clan's chunin to the ground and said. The old scientist glanced at the chunin on the ground and replied, by the way, this guy's strength is relatively high, and he kills without blinking an eye. So, during the experiment and during normal times, you'd better put an alloy restraining device on him to immobilize his limbs, Ito reminded. The old scientist nodded again. Well, then I'll have to trouble you. Ito said and disappeared from the laboratory in an instant. Later, Ito returned to the forest and sealed the chakra flow of the 2 ninjas, then transferred them to a closed room and imprisoned them, waiting for further treatment. After doing all this, Ito returned to the forest in Naruto's world and continued to walk quickly towards Konoha. After half a day, Ito once again returned to the vicinity of Konoha, lurking on the branch of a big tree, waiting carefully. This wait lasted for 4 days. During this period, although 2 teams and 3 ninjas left Konoha, none of them were the targets Ito wanted, so he didn't chase after them. But today's team is different. Although this is a graduating team led by a Jonin, there's a Byakugan in the team, and he's a Genin. As long as Ito operates properly, he can catch this Genin without having to fight with the Jonin. Therefore, as soon as this team left Konoha, Ito followed them from distance. Rest here. After traveling at high speed for half a day, the leader of the team, who looked to be 27 or 28 years old, announced, finally, we can rest. In his team, the female Genin with short black hair whispered, Yuta, you arrange the defense. I will leave for a while. The Jonin said to the Byakugan, yes, sensei. The Byakugan Genin Hyuga Yuta immediately responded, and then arranged the defense with another male Genin. This place is in the middle of nowhere. Why would a Jonin leave? Ito looked at the situation in the field and wondered, then his expression slightly changed. Did he find me? But it shouldn't be, unless that guy can perceive me in the state of harmony. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to find me. With some uncertainty, Ito carefully hid his figure, and his eyes slowly swept around, looking for the Jonin who may appear at any time. Schwa, after a long while, the Jonin who has been carefully guarded by Ito suddenly appeared beside the 3 Genin. Sensei, the 3 Genin quickly called out. The Jonin frowned slightly and replied, Sensei, what's wrong? The Genin boy asked in confusion. Nothing. The Jonin slightly froze, then smiled and waved his hand. Mingren nodded his head in response. Have you rested well? If you have, let's continue on the road. The Jonin looked at his 3 Genin students and said, yes, sensei. Yuta said, well, let's go. The Jonin nodded and continued to jump away with the 3 Genin. It seems that this guy didn't find me, but it seems that he has some sense of his own situation. Is it a 6th sense from killing? Ito looked at the 4-person team and thought, In this case, it seems that I have to be more cautious. After thinking, Ito kicked his feet and once again chased the footsteps of the four people in front of him. But before Ito could follow for long, a sense of prying suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Not good, it's the Byakugan. The moment the sense of prying rose, Ito guessed the possible source, and then quickly stopped without hesitation and moved to the side at high speed to get rid of the Byakugan's prying and not lose sight of the four-person team. It seems that this guy participated in the Third Shinobi World War and survived. It's a bit difficult to deal with him. Ito thought to himself as he moved forward at high speed. But even so, Ito didn't plan to give up. Although the Jonin's combat power is estimated to be at the A level, it's just a guess, and he won't know the specifics until they fight. Besides, even if it's really in a level Ito, it's not that he can't fight. If Ito goes all out, his combat power is also at the A level, even if it's not for a long time. In this way, Ito and the graduating class led by the Jonin rush to their mission location at high speed, one in front and one behind. Chapter 424. P.S. Thank you to Xiao Mofeng and Nickfany for their tips. As for the evaluation ticket, I can't find the record. I'm sorry, I can't find your names, although I remember that one has 2 characters and the other one has 3 characters. Finally, I'll thank the Lost God for his evaluation ticket. 3 days later, after rushing without stopping, when the 3 genin were about to collapse, they finally arrived at the mission location, a town built on the seaside, and then quickly found the mission issuer and renovated his house. Is this the place? Outside a courtyard that was larger than the other buildings around it and had a very elegant interior, Ito Saimai, who was standing at the top of another house, thought to himself. Swish, after thinking, Ito's figure suddenly disappeared from the roof where he was originally standing, and when he reappeared, he was already on another roof more than 10 meters away. After 2 or 3 seconds, Ito left the seaside town and appeared on a low mountain near the town. Let's test the bottom line of the rules of this world. Standing in an open space in the mountain forest, Ito opened the magic cube world while thinking. Then Ito's face darkened, and the tall figure of Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style suddenly appeared in front of him, like a small mountain, blocking the sunlight in a mountain forest. Is it allowed to appear because I didn't activate it? Ito looked at the environment without any change and guessed. Then he jumped. He jumped into the cockpit of Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style, closed the lid, and activated Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style. At the moment when Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style was activated, an almost imperceptible ripple emerged from the surrounding space, and it quickly spread out with Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style as the center. At this time, the radiation wave solidified on the back of Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style spread out, and a transparent circular energy wave emitting red light shook, and Red Lotus Holy Heaven Baji style immediately rose from the ground and quickly flew toward the sky. Warning: the world power of this world is rapidly gathering. Please consider carefully whether to continue the current stimulation. Instantly, the magic cube's warning appeared in Ito's mind. As expected, products that exceed the upper limit of this world's technology will cause a change in the power of the world. It seems that it's impossible to cheat. After receiving the prompt from the magic cube, Ito decisively stopped the Red Lotus Saint Heaven 8 extreme styles from ascending. He thought to himself as he brought the Red Lotus Saint Heaven 8 extreme styles back down to the ground. The cockpit of the Ito, which had just landed on the ground, quickly opened. Ito, who had been in it for less than 2 minutes, jumped out of the cockpit and landed on the ground. Then, with a thought, the tall Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 extreme styles instantly disappeared in front of him, returning to the warehouse in the Rubik's Cube world. Phew! He looked up at the sky and paused for a moment. As the power of the world slowly dissipated, Ito gently exhaled. Then, he no longer stayed in the short mountain and turned into a black shadow again, heading toward the seaside town at high speed. After a while, Ito returned to the town again and appeared near the big building. After using his naked eye to determine the distance between where he was standing and the building, he jumped off the roof and landed on the ground. He activated decomposition, refining, and quickly descended to the ground. When he was about 2 meters underground, he paused for a moment and walked straight toward the big building. About 5 minutes later, Ito stopped moving forward and began to move upward at a slight angle. After another half a minute, Ito's figure appeared on the ground again. At this time, Ito was in the courtyard of the big building not far from the main building. Woof, 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 woof. The moment Ito appeared, 2 dog barks suddenly sounded in the courtyard. Troublesome. Ito slightly frowned and whispered in a low voice. Then he quickly rushed toward the main building. Fire release. Dragon fire jutsu. At this time, a line of fire suddenly appeared in the air, and at a very fast speed, it flew towards Ito-sei, who was moving at high speed. Feeling the heat wave that was about to hit him, Ito-sei immediately jumped to the side without thinking. The blazing line of fire that lost its target instantly bombarded the ground. With a loud explosion, a deep pit with a diameter of nearly 1 meter and a depth of more than 30 centimeters was blasted out of the ground. Gray-black smoke and red flames immediately rose from the pit. After that, the Jonin who released the Dragon Fire Jutsu instantly appeared in front of Ito and attacked him with a kunai. Clang! The 2 kunai collided with each other, and then there was not even a second of stalemate. The Jonin and Ito-sei turned into shadows at the same time and jumped back one after another, confronting each other. You are the guy who has been following us since we left the village. The Jonin's right hand and left hand were stretched out in front of him at the same time. His body was slightly tilted, and his legs were slightly bent. He looked at Ito with a cautious posture. You really can sense it. Ito looked at the Jonin in the same posture and said indifferently, "What is your purpose?" The Jonin's expression suddenly became serious, and he asked coldly. At the same time, a violent, murderous aura appeared around his body, and along with his question, he rushed towards Ito. I'm not telling you. Seeing this, Ito also released a murderous aura around his body to offset the murderous aura coming from the Jonin. He said with a smile, You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." The Jonin coldly snorted and used the body flicker jutsu again. He suddenly appeared in front of Ito and waved his kunai to pierce Ito's chest. Ito slightly turned his body, and his right hand, holding the kunai, quickly moved down to block the Jonin's attack, and then his body continued to move toward the Jonin's chest. At this time, the Jonin's pupils slightly shrank. He didn't hesitate to use the body substitution jutsu, and then a piece of wood replaced him to block Ito's attack. Pump! In an instant, the piece of wood that replaced him was hit by Ito's shoulder, and it shattered into a pile of irregular wooden pieces and flew out in all directions. Clang! Clang! Ito turned his body and quickly waved his arm to block the 2 spinning black shurikens that were flying at high speed. Ding! The Jonin suddenly appeared behind Ito again, holding the hilt of his kunai with both hands, and bent his body to stab at Ito's waist. It was just that Ito-sei had already released his spiritual power at the beginning of the battle and laid out a circular perception circle with a diameter of 1 meter around him. So even though the Jonin used the body flicker jutsu to attack, he was still blocked by the kunai that suddenly appeared in Ito's left hand. Fire release. Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Just as Ito blocked the Jonin's sneak attack from behind, 3 fiercely burning red fireballs were shot at high speed in front of Ito. Seeing this, Ito's body flashed with a violent electric light, and while forcing the Jonin to attack from behind, he quickly dodged the oncoming fireballs and appeared on the other side of the courtyard. But after the 3 fireballs missed, they turned around and continued to chase after Ito. It's a tracking type. Ito frowned slightly, holding his left hand's index and middle fingers in front of his mouth. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of water toward the 3 fireballs that were flying quickly. Although the 3 fireballs quickly dodged, one of them was still extinguished by Sei-Ito's water wave. One was extinguished. Then Sei-Ito quickly threw the kunai in his right hand and extinguished the last fireball. Now, at this time, a relatively young voice suddenly sounded, and then 6 shurikens flew towards Sei-Ito's position. It's the 3 Jonin children. At the same time, Ito-sei guessed the source of the sound. His body shook slightly and instantly escaped from the attack of the 6 shurikens, and then used the body flicker technique to fight against the shadow clone of Jonin and Ito-sei. Poof! A blood mark suddenly appeared on Sei-Ito's shoulder. Damn it! Sei-Ito cursed in a low voice, and the temporarily converted energy in his body burst out. Like a huge gust of wind, he forced the Jonin and his shadow doppelganger away. At the same time, he threw the kunai in his hand at the real Jonin, whose energy fluctuation was even more mysterious and durable. Then, he formed the lightning fist seal with one hand and pointed at the other shadow doppelganger, whose energy fluctuation was even more intense, but who seemed to be somewhat powerless. A flash of blue and white light instantly shot out from Sei-Ito's fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of the shadow clone, penetrated his body, and turned him back into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. It's just that Sei-Ito just finished dealing with the shadow clone of the Jonin. He felt that his leg was suddenly grabbed by a hand, and he was being dragged to the ground. Earth release, heart-chopping hand technique. In this regard, Sei-Ito sneered, and his legs slightly twisted and suddenly shook. Without any hesitation, Ito-sei unleashed the dragon-shaped energy needle art with his foot, which pierced through the ground and destroyed the other shadow clone. You really have some skills. No wonder you dare to follow us. After returning to the confrontation state, the Jonin looked at Sei-Ito and said, Jonin is really difficult to deal with. Sei-Ito's injured hand fiercely clenched his fist, and the wound on his shoulder spurted out a strange smell of dark black blood and fell to the ground. When the Jonin saw the blood spurting out, his pupils shrank, and he knew that waiting for the poison to take effect to deal with the opponent was impossible. Thinking of this, the Jonin didn't talk nonsense, directly used the body flicker technique, and rushed in front of Sei-Ito, and began to fight with Sei-Ito using Konoha's iron body technique. Taijutsu. Sei-Ito raised his hand to block the Jonin's kick to the side of his head, and sneered, You may not be enough. With that said, Sei-Ito's palm turned and quickly grabbed the Jonin's calf, slid sideways, and hit the Jonin's kneecap. Seeing this, the Jonin immediately kicked Sei-Ito's arm high, and then used the continuous force generated by twisting his body to get rid of Sei-Ito's grip and regained his freedom. Next, the Jonin and Sei-Ito launched a high-speed taijutsu duel in the courtyard. It's just that the taijutsu in Naruto's world is all about the pursuit of high-speed killing, and the moves are simple, back and forth the same routine, such as chop, sweep, punch, elbow, flip kick, and so on. If it weren't for the fact that the attack style is somewhat different from Muay Thai, Sei-Ito would really think that the guy fighting with him is a Muay Thai master in the main world, and not a ninja here. But because of this, after figuring out the Jonin's attack pattern, Sei-Ito was able to deal with it more easily. And then when the Jonin made another flip kick, he fiercely kicked the Jonin's stomach, and then the ki on his foot rushed into the Jonin's body in a violent manner, and suddenly spread, disrupting the chakra flow inside the Jonin's body, making his taijutsu move uncontrollably. At this time, Sei-Ito immediately rushed to the Jonin's side, and patted the Jonin's body with his 8 trigrams wandering dragon palm, and the ki on his palm instantly rushed into the Jonin's body, and combined with the chaotic ki from before, completely blocked the Jonin's chakra flow. After that, when he went behind the Jonin again, he chopped the Jonin's neck, knocking him out on the ground. Then he didn't stop, and fiercely rushed to the corner of the courtyard, and under the horrified look of the 3 Jonin, he knocked them out one by one. Finally done. Seeing the end of the battle, Sei-Ito breathed a long sigh of relief and relaxed. Then he waved his hand to collect the 3 jonin on the ground and returned to the jonin's side. And after putting him into the Rubik's Cube world, he quickly left the scene, and after a few flashes, he completely disappeared from the town. Well, it seems that I have overestimated the combat power of the jonin. Although their assassination ability is absolutely in line with the A-class level, but in terms of special means and direct confrontation ability, they are still inferior to the A-class ability of the main world. Well, except for some well-known masters or taijutsu masters, such as that Mike guy, with his taijutsu cultivation, I may not be his opponent. At this time, Seito came to the port to look for a ship and thought to himself, Thinking of this, Seito slightly exhaled, recovered from his thoughts, and began to seriously look for a ship in the port. After a while, Seito finally found a ship to his liking. "Is your ship going out to sea?" Seito walked on the deck of the ship and asked the sailor, who was cleaning the deck, "Going out to sea, what's the matter?" The sailor stopped his movements and looked at Seito in confusion. "Well, what's the matter? Where is your ship owner?" Seito looked at the situation on the ship, nodded, and asked, "Inside, come with me." The sailor looked up and down at Seito, put the mop in his hand into the bucket beside him, and walked to the cabin while saying. Seeing this, Seito didn't say anything and slowly followed the sailor and walked to the cabin. "Boss, a stranger is looking for you." After coming to the upper cabin, the sailor leading the way immediately shouted. Chapter 425. You're the one looking for me? The owner of the ship was a man in his 40s with a big belly. His hair was loose, his skin was dry and rough, and his eyes were sharp. He looked to be in his 40s. He sized up Ito's Sei and said, "Yes." Ito nodded and admitted. "What's the matter?" The ship owner frowned and asked, "I wonder if you've heard of the country of whirlpools." Ito looked up at the ship owner and asked in a low voice, "The country of whirlpools?" The ship owner frowned and said, "Are you talking about the small country between the country of fire and the country of water? It's on a peninsula in the southeast of the country of fire." "That's it." Seito's eyes lit up, and he admitted with a smile, "If that's the case, you might be disappointed. That country was destroyed 10 years ago." The ship owner said, "I know." Seito smiled indifferently. "I'm going there for other reasons." "Oh." The ship owner nodded to show that he understood. He didn't ask why Seito wanted to go there. Instead, he asked, "So you're here for—" "That's right. I'm going to rent your ship and sailors. Please take me there." Seito smiled. "I'm sorry. I won't do this business." The ship owner shook his head regretfully. "Why?" Seito asked with a frown. He didn't understand why. "Because the country of whirlpools has become a pirate's stronghold. I won't risk my life and the lives of my men there." The ship owner looked at Seito and said in a low voice, "I see." Seito frowned and lowered his head to think for a moment. He looked up at the ship owner and said, "How about this? You take me to the peninsula where the country of whirlpools is located. Then give me a boat and let me row there. I'll take care of the pirates I might encounter on the way." "You?" The ship owner looked at Seito from head to toe with surprise and said in surprise. In his eyes, the fair-skinned, young, and well-dressed Seito was a child from a large family. How could he be a match for pirates? The ship owner was surprised. Ito Sei didn't say anything, but directly waved his arm at the side of the cabin wall. "Ninja." Besides the ship owner, the other 2 sailors in the cabin exclaimed. Then, they stared at Seito with their faces changed dramatically. They were very cautious. Even if they knew that they were no match for the ninjas, their survival instinct made them do so. "Since you're a ninja, then fine." The ship owner nodded and said without changing his expression, "Rent a boat and go out to sea, including the wages and supplies for the sailors. The total is 350,000. "Okay." Seito nodded and agreed. Then, he reached into his pocket and took out 3 thick yellow banknotes and threw them on the table in front of the ship owner. "That's right." The ship owner took the banknotes and checked them in his hand. He nodded and said, "Kenichi, go and inform the others. Tell them to get ready. We're going out to sea." "Yes, boss." The sailor named Sei Ito, who led the way, immediately responded loudly and didn't stop. He turned around and left the cabin to inform the others to get ready to go out to sea. "Wado, take this ninja to rest." After Kenichi ran out, the ship owner said to another young sailor standing behind him, "Yes, boss." The sailor nodded and walked to Sei Ito's side. After Sei Ito walked to the wall and took the shurikens from it, the ship owner took him out of the cabin. He took him out of the cabin and walked to another cabin not far away from the ship owner's cabin. "Ninja-sama has arrived." The sailor led Sei Ito into the room and said, "Sama, you can rest. When we arrive, I'll inform you." "I know. You can go." Sei Ito waved his hand and said, "Yes." The sailor nodded and carefully left the room and closed the door. Shortly after the sailor left, Sei Ito, who was sitting on the bed in the room, suddenly felt the hull slightly shaking. He knew that the ship had arrived after half a day. When the sky outside was completely dark, the sailor named Wei Do appeared in front of Sei Ito again and reminded him that the ship had arrived near the peninsula where the country of whirlpools was located. "So fast, I thought it would take at least a day." Sei Ito stood up from the bed and said in surprise, "It's because of good luck. These days, the wind was blowing in this direction, so the sailing speed increased a lot." Wei Do explained. "Oh." Sei Ito nodded. After a while, the two walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. They saw the ship owner who had been waiting on the deck for a long time. After nodding to him, they boarded the small wooden boat hanging on the outside of the hull under the guidance of Wei Do. "Release the boat." Seeing Sei Ito sitting down, the ship owner immediately ordered. Subsequently, several burly sailors standing on the edge of the ship immediately pulled the rope and slowly lowered the small wooden boat where Ito was sitting. When it was less than half a meter away from the sea, it suddenly fell and fell to the sea. Splash! After the wooden boat entered the water, a large splash sound was made. Then Sei Ito took out 2 wooden boats from the small wooden boat and rowed to the island of the country of whirlpools. Return. After Sei Ito left for some distance, the ship owner's order came faintly from the night sky, and then the ship that sent Sei Ito slowly turned around and headed to the town where they came from. Really a cautious guy. Hearing the ship owner's order, Sei Ito secretly said in his heart. In this way, Sei Ito rowed for more than 10 minutes with his arms, and finally saw the island of the country of whirlpools, which has become the pirate's stronghold. Then Sei Ito put the wooden boats back into the boat, stood up, and fiercely stepped on the water surface not far from the small wooden boat in the violent shaking of the wooden boat. He covered the soles of his feet with spirit chi, and like the ninjas, he stepped on the water surface and quickly ran to the island of the country of whirlpools. Spirit chi can be used to walk on the water like chakra. Sei Ito, who was running on the water surface, said in his heart, "What is chakra?" It's the product of the mixture of physical and spiritual energy. What is spirit chi? It's the life energy in the human body. But in general, physical energy is also good, and its nature is related to spiritual energy, so the combination of the two can be regarded as a different kind of chakra energy. So based on this, Sei Ito began to walk on the water for the first time with the mentality of giving it a try. Anyway, even if he fails, he can use light kung fu to complete the task of crossing the water surface. But compared with chakra, light kung fu can't make him hover on the water surface. I can walk on the water surface now. I can fly in the sky, telekinesis, and sky dance jutsu. Sei Ito, who gradually ran to the shore's side in his heart. Pata. Soon, Sei Ito's feet stepped on the ground of the peninsula. Then he quickly walked through the beach and the reef area and landed on the ground of the peninsula. The country of whirlpools has been destroyed for 10 years. I don't know what is left behind. I only hope that there is a secret room in the capital of the country of whirlpools, and then there will be some useful sealing scrolls for me. Sei Ito thought as he quickly walked to the center of the peninsula, where the ruins of the buildings were faintly visible. Next, Sei Ito quickened his pace, passing through the outermost ruins of the country of whirlpools, avoiding the pirates that occasionally came out, and went straight to the center of the country of Whirlpool's palace. At this time, the palace no longer has the appearance of a palace, except for the traces of its own dilapidation. The pirate leaders who lived here also destroyed the environment here. There were traces of filth left by drinking and having fun everywhere, and the strange smell that permeated the air couldn't be dissipated by the sea breeze. However, Sei Ito is not an Uzumaki descendant, so he didn't feel anything about this scene, so he directly ignored the situation in the palace, standing in a deserted courtyard that no one paid attention to, and opened his spiritual power to explore the palace of the country of whirlpools. Found it. After a while, Sei Ito, who scanned the entire palace ground, only felt his spiritual power suddenly empty, and then a dark passage appeared in his perception. Then Sei Ito's figure suddenly flashed and quickly came to the top of the passage in his perception, launched the decomposition technique, and quickly descended into the passage below. After a short while, Ito-sei fell into the passage as he stepped on nothing. Then, Sei Ito waved his hand and summoned a wooden stick, lit it, and walked into the depths of the passage with it. The passage was not too long, but it was a little winding, and it felt like a spiral, which was in line with the name of the Uzumaki clan. In this way, Sei Ito finally walked through this passage and came to the secret room located directly below the palace of the country of whirlpools. It's really big. Looking at the secret room in front of him, Sei Ito sighed. The secret room was very big, about 100 square meters, and the surrounding walls were curved. If one looked at it from a high altitude, it just happened to be a circle. In the center of the circle was a square platform similar to an altar, and a complicated seal was engraved on it. At least, Sei Ito, who has the knowledge of yin and yang, couldn't understand it very well. In addition, with the altar as the center, the floor of the secret room was also engraved with some strange patterns, extending from the four corners of the altar to the surrounding walls, and then vertically upward. After touching the ceiling, it continued to extend to the center until it met the center point directly above the altar. But other than that, there was nothing in this secret room except for dust. F*CK. It's really F*King Clean. Looking at the empty secret room, Ito-sei couldn't help but curse. In this case, Sei Ito didn't want to stay in this broken secret room anymore. Holding the torch, he quickly returned to the ground. He didn't block the hole, but went directly to the palace and used very violent means to control the pirates who were galloping on the villager women, forcing them to gather sailors and send him back to the surface overnight. Chapter 426. After returning to the ground, Sei Ito didn't stay for long and directly entered the magic cube world and appeared next to the 4 Konoha ninjas he captured. Looking at the 4 people who were still in a coma because of the magic cube's control, Ito-sei didn't talk nonsense and directly sealed the chakra flow of the 4 people, and then waved his hand, except for Hyuga Yuta, the Byakugan bearer. The other 2 genin were imprisoned in the 2 sealed rooms, one for a man and the other for a woman, so that they could accompany the other genin who had already woken up. Then, Sei Ito sent the jounin in front of him into an idol room made of alloy and locked him up. Then, carrying the unconscious Hyuga Yuta in his hand, he appeared in the biological laboratory that he snatched from the plant. Plop! Sei Ito threw Hyuga Yuta on the ground. Sama. Hearing the sound, several researchers were doing experiments in front of the experiment table turned around at the same time, and when they saw Sei Ito, they immediately put down the tools in their hands and respectfully greeted him. This is a new experimental subject, just like the previous one. Analyze his cell structure and genetic composition as soon as possible. Sei Ito pointed to Hyuga Yuta on the ground and said, "Yes." The old scientist, who was the leader of the other 5 young men and women, responded, "How is the analysis of the previous experimental material?" Sei Ito nodded slightly and asked, "The cell structure of the first experimental subject has been cracked. At present, in addition to continuing to understand it in depth, the genome is being analyzed." The old scientist said, "Is that so? According to your estimation, How long will it take to completely unravel the genetic data of the first experimental subject? Seito looked at the old scientist and asked. Because analyzing the genome is a complicated project, although there is a human genome map for comparison, it doesn't mean that the analysis can be completed immediately. If we follow the normal steps to analyze all the genetic information of the first experimental subject, it will take at least half a year. The old scientist said very seriously. Oh, I see. Seito nodded and said, then looked at them and said, you guys go ahead. After that, he disappeared from the laboratory in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already in Baki Lulu's room. At this time, Baki Lulu was wearing a light blue sleeveless dress. She was sitting quietly on a wooden chair by the window, holding a book in her hand and reading it intently. My lovely Nader, what are you looking at? At this time, Seito walked to Baki Lulu's side and looked down at the book in her hand and chuckled. Seito. Hearing the inquiry, Buggy Lulu immediately raised her head and looked at Ito-sei with a surprised expression. What are you looking at? Ito-sei leaned over and kissed Baki Lulu. After the two separated, he looked at the English book in Baki Lulu's hand and asked again. Jane AI. Baki Lulu blushed and said, Oh, it's that book, why? Are you learning how to fall in love? Ito-sei looked at Buggy Lulu and teased. No, I just don't know what to do, so I just look for a book to read. Baki Lulu closed the book with a ruddy face, looked to the side, and whispered, Oh, are you bored recently? Seito leaned his butt on the armrest of the chair, reached out, and put his arm around Baki Lulu's shoulder, and asked softly, No, I just suddenly got out of the state of war and didn't know what to do. Baki Lulu shook her head and said, I see. Seito nodded thoughtfully. If you feel bored, do something. Go find something to do, such as finding a job or opening a small shop. Is that okay? Baki Lulu asked with some interest. Of course. Seito smiled. What about the angel? Baki Lulu asked hesitantly. You don't have to worry about that at all. There are other people there. Anyway, the angel is in a routine maintenance state. You don't need to do it yourself. Even if I really need you to do something, I'll call you when the time comes. It's not like you can't come quickly. Seito shrugged. Then I'll think about it. Hearing this, Baki Lulu said with some interest. Okay, Seito responded, then got up and walked to Baki Lulu's bedroom and said with his back to her, I'm going to sleep in your room. When Seito woke up again, more than 6 hours have passed. At this time, Seito, whose body and mind have recovered to the best state, teased with Baki Lulu for a while, and then left the magic cube world with her and reappeared in the Naruto world. Since leaving Konoha, it took 2 days to catch the Uchiha clan's Chunin, 4 days to wait for the rabbit in Konoha, and then 3 days to chase the target, and 1 day to capture them and return to the land of whirlpools. That is to say, I've been away from Konoha for 10 days now. It seems that it's time to go back and continue to pretend to be a merchant. After standing in place and calculating the time spent since leaving Konoha, Seito thought to himself. Then he began to move at high speed in the direction of Konoha village. The land of whirlpools is in the southeast of the land of fire, and the distance from Konoha village is about 2.5 days according to the speed of a ninja. On the way, he has to pass through 2 towns and several villages. So 1 day later, Seito came to the first town he had to pass. I'm a little hungry. Let's find a place to eat something. Seito, who came to the town, stopped, touched his hungry stomach, and looked at the surrounding buildings while thinking. Wait, could that be? At this time, Ito-sei, who was looking around the surrounding buildings, suddenly stopped. He looked at the 2 figures hidden by the crowd, not far away from the street, in disbelief, and then he quickly chased after them without hesitation. After a while, Seito, who was chasing the 2 figures, walked into an izakaya with them. Boss, give me 2 bottles of shochu and 10 skewers of meatballs. As soon as Seito walked into the izakaya, he heard the 2 figures he was chasing. The woman who was wearing black strappy high-heel sandals, black crop pants, and a green coat with the word gambling written on the back, and her long blonde hair was tied into two ponytails behind her. Okay. The owner of the izakaya, a wrinkled old man wearing a gray kimono lining, a black open chest coat, and a black round-rimmed hat, responded with a smile. Tsunade-sama, there's an empty seat here, next to the woman with long blonde hair. A woman wearing a black kimono and carrying a pink piglet walked quickly to an empty seat and said to the blonde woman. Then, the two of them walked to the table and sat down. They are really Steel Hand and Shizen. Seeing the two of them face to face, Ito-sei felt like an idiot if he didn't know who they were. So, Ito-sei, who was standing in the izakaya, raised his hand to rub his cheeks and walked towards Steel Hand and Shizen. Sorry, there is someone here. Just when Sei Ito was about 30 centimeters away from the table, Shizen, who was sitting in the seat, looked up at Sei Ito and said with a serious and alert face, I know, it's just that you and this blonde lady are too beautiful, so I couldn't help but walk here. I wonder if I can know your names? Sei Ito looked at the two with a gentleman's appearance and smiled politely. Being praised by a strange man in front of her face, Shizen was somewhat stunned, but Shizen, who has been with Steel Hand since she was a child, experienced countless deaths, seen all kinds of people, and was provoked and flattered by all kinds of people, didn't feel uncomfortable or like a little girl. She said indifferently, Sorry, it's not appropriate to tell you our names. Is that so? It's rare to meet such a beautiful woman, but I can't know her name. It's a pity. Sei Ito shook his head in disappointment, walked to another table not far from the two of them, sat down, and shouted to the izakaya owner, Give me a bottle of sake and 5 skewers of meatballs. Okay, coming right up. The boss agreed. Then a young and beautiful girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old in a simple kimono walked to Steel Hand's table with a tray. She placed 2 bottles of sake and a small plate of meatballs on the tray in front of the two of them, bowed slightly, and returned to the counter. Then she took a small bottle of sake and the meatballs handed to her by the boss, came to Sei Ito's side, and put the things in front of him. At this time, Sei Ito took the small white porcelain cup on the table and filled it with sake. He stared at Steel Hand and sighed regretfully. Then he raised his head and drank the sake in the white porcelain cup in his hand. Then he poured the sake again, continued to look at Steel Hand, and drank the sake with a sigh several times. Pong! At this time, Steel Hand, who had long been angered by Sei Ito's behavior, got up from his seat and slammed his fist on the table in front of him. The huge force in his hand instantly smashed the dark brown solid wood table into pieces. He looked at Sei Ito unhappily and shouted, Bastard, are you done yet? Master Steel Hand. Jing-in quickly got up and shouted, Sorry, I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Sei Ito glanced at the table that was smashed by Steel Hand and said with a dry smile, I don't care if you couldn't help it or not. If you sigh at me again, I will let you sigh for the rest of your life. Steel Hand glared at Sei Ito and shouted, I know. Sei Ito moved his body into the seat and said carefully, Jing-in, change the table. Steel Hand said, Yes, Master Steel Hand. Jing-in quickly responded, then walked to another table far away from Sei Ito with Steel Hand and sat down again. Chapter 427. P.S. Thank you to Waning Moon Crazy Loner for your monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany and Sand Tracker. Thank you to the two of them. After that, nothing happened. Sei Ito, who was still pretending, and Mute and Steel Arms, who had changed tables, finished eating one after another, then paid the bill and walked out of the izakaya. I say, how long are you going to follow us? At this time, in a relatively remote alley in the town, Steel Hand and Shizen, who were walking forward, suddenly stopped, turned around, and frowned at Ito-sei, who was not far from them. What are you doing? I can't help it. I can't help it. Sei Ito stepped back, waved his hand, and said with a dry smile, You have been following us since before entering the izakaya, and then you acted like that in the izakaya, and now you're tailing us here. You really can't help it. Steel Arms clasped her hands in front of her chest, and her right palm gently pressed the fingers of her left hand, making them make a slight cluck-cluck sound. While Steel Arms was talking, Mute, who was next to her, also stared at Sei Ito with a vigilant look. I really can't help it, Sei Ito said with a sad face. Who would believe it? Steel Arms said, and punched the wall next to him. The fist with monstrous power instantly punched a huge hole in the wall. A large amount of gravel and smoke rose from the hole that Steel Arms punched open, making a series of walala walala sounds. I'm telling the truth. I just feel very comfortable staying with you, so I couldn't help but follow you. Sei Ito waved his hands and said quickly. In? Steel Arms frowned. She looked at Sei Ito in confusion and asked, What do you mean by the feeling of intimacy? It's a very warm and comfortable feeling. Anyway, I don't know how to describe it, Sei Ito said with a frown. Seeing this, Steel Hand pondered for a moment, and then instantly appeared in front of Sei Ito. Before Sei Ito could react, Steel Hand grabbed Sei Ito's arm and used chakra to check Sei Ito's body. What kind of energy was Sei Ito's body? It was purified by the power of the world. How can chakra detect the high-purity energy that is gradually evolving into the power of the world? Therefore, as soon as Steel Hand's chakra entered Sei Ito's body, it immediately disappeared. But at the same time, a strange feeling arose in Steel Hand's heart. She wanted to send all her chakra into Sei Ito's body, which made her very surprised. When Steel Hand grabbed Sei Ito's arm and thought, Sei Ito also felt the majesty of Steel Hand's chest at close range. The deep valley, the white and tender flesh, all of which attracted Sei Ito's attention at all times. Is it beautiful? At this time, Steel Hand, who also felt Sei Ito's gaze on her chest from time to time, suddenly asked. Hearing Steel Hand question, Sei Ito was not stupid. Naturally, he would not stupidly admit it and then get hit by Steel Hand's iron fist, so he directly showed a stunned expression and turned his head to the side without answering. Humph! Seeing Sei Ito's reaction, Steel Hand coldly snorted and let go of his arm, and said in a low voice, I just checked your body. Your physique is a bit strange, so you have a sense of intimacy with us. So I forgive your previous rude behavior, but if you follow us later, then don't blame me for being rude. After that, without waiting for Sei Ito's reply, he immediately turned around and continued to walk deeper into the alley while saying to Shizian, let's go. Yes, Steel Hand-sama. Shizian bowed her head and then looked up at Sei Ito, who was still standing in the same place, looking like she wanted to follow but didn't dare to. She followed behind Steel Hand, who walked to her side and walked away. My physique is strange. After completely disappearing from Steel Hand and Shizian, Sei Ito, who removed the disguise, looked at the direction where the two went and smiled inwardly. Well, forget it. Although I didn't get Steel Hand's hair or skin fragments or anything to crack the cell genes of Senju family, this chakra is enough for me to experience. Thinking about it, Sei Ito raised his right hand in front of his eyes and transferred the Steel Hand chakra that was absorbed into his body and covered it with his own high-purity energy. Is this the Yang chakra? This active feeling similar to the aura of life is getting closer and closer to the nature of spirit chi. Looking at the chakra covering his hand and exuding a blue-white light, Sei Ito secretly thought. Then he clenched his hand and sealed the chakra again, then jumped on the top of one side of the wall and continued to walk in the direction of Konoha. After another day, Sei Ito returned to the vicinity of Konoha again. Here it is. Konoha's alert range is just ahead. When he was still some distance away from Konoha, Sei Ito jumped down from the branch and landed on the ground. Then again, two big wooden boxes, similar to the ones he carried when he entered Konoha last time, and a wooden cart. One of the big wooden boxes was still filled with a variety of women's underwear and stockings, and the other was filled with some clothes suitable for children and women's cosmetics. Then he put the two big wooden boxes on the cart and pulled it to Konoha. It's you again. Just when Sei Ito was about to reach the gate of Konoha, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Then Sei Ito looked up at the source of the voice and found that it was the black-haired ninja who checked his goods last time. It turned out to be the ninja from last time. What a coincidence. Seito immediately smiled with a surprised look. Well, it's quite a coincidence. The ninja also nodded and said, "Open the lid and check." Okay. Seito put down the cart and opened the lid of the wooden box for the ninja to check. It seems that you made a lot of money last time. This time you filled 2 boxes. After the inspection, the ninja found that there was no problem and joked with Seito. It's all thanks to Konoha's prosperity. If I sell it outside, even in the daimyo, I won't be able to sell it at such a good price. Seito, who was closing the lid of the box, complimented. Then he took out 2 bottles of whitening cream from the other box, turned around, and handed them to the ninja, who was inspecting the goods, and said, "Sir, this is my gift to you. It's just a small thing to show my respect." "What is this?" The ninja didn't hesitate, reached out, and took the things and asked. "Whitening cream. If applied for a long time, it can make a woman's skin whiter. You can give it to your wife or a woman you like to win their favor." Seito put his hands together in front of him and rubbed them slightly. "Oh, then I won't be polite." The ninja's eyes lit up. Then he put the things in his arms, patted Seito's shoulder, and smiled. Sure enough, it's the same in any world. After giving a gift, it's much easier to talk to people. "Let's go. Go to register, and then I'll report to the Hokage. I think it won't take half a day to get your permission," the ninja said. "Then I'll trouble you," Ito-sei said, and then he lifted the cart again and pulled it behind the ninja, walking towards the gate of Konoha. Then he registered his information at the gate and went to the inspection area again to wait. Sure enough, as the ninja said, Seito came here once. People who rented a shop were much faster in the inspection process, and it didn't take half a day for the approval to be issued to Seito. "Oh, isn't this the boss of Charm of Women? Is there a new product?" On the way to the shop, after getting the approval, a black-haired young woman who had been to Ito-sei's restaurant said in surprise. Her eyes lit up when she saw Ito-sei. She was wearing a beige kimono with black lines and a wide dark red cloth belt. She had been to Ito-sei's restaurant and had a pair of thin nude-colored stockings and a pair of wooden sandal-like clogs on her feet. "Yes, and there's a new product. I'm sure you'll like it," Seito, who also had an impression of this woman, said with a smile. "Okay, I'll go to your shop after work," the woman said as she looked at the box behind Seito with sparkling eyes. "Okay, I'll go back and prepare the product for you," Seito said with a smile. "Go ahead. I won't disturb you." The woman waved her hand at Seito and said, "Excuse me." Seito nodded and pulled the cart back to the shop. Along the way, several women who had been to Seito's shop before greeted Seito. That was it. After more than 10 minutes, Seito finally returned to the shop after shaking off all the women's greetings. After that, he simply cleaned up the dust that had accumulated over the past half a month and placed the items in a box on the shelves. He was waiting for the customers to come. Soon after, around 5 p.m. in the Naruto world, several well-dressed young women walked into Seito's shop and began to browse the goods. It's really tiring to talk with these women. At night, Seito closed the door of the shop and walked back to the bed behind the partition. He frowned slightly and thought, "I don't know when these 2 Umbu will be removed. It's not much time before the Uchiha clan is exterminated. I'm still counting on them to make a fortune." Then Seito put down his thoughts, closed his eyes, and focused his spiritual power on his body. Comparing the chakra nature of the steel hand sealed in his body, he began to simulate it with his own pure energy. It wasn't until about 20 minutes later that Ito-sei, who could completely control the energy, finished the simulation of the nature of the energy and turned over to rest. In the next half a month, Seito's shop ushered in a high sales wind because of the products sold last time. A large number of stockings, underwear, and cosmetics were sold, improving the bad habit of Konoha women not wearing underwear, reducing the possibility of exposure due to various reasons, and increasing the social and moral construction of Konoha. However, because of the emergence of all kinds of stockings, the women of Konoha, who were originally dressed conservatively, began to evolve in the direction of openness and boldness. A variety of new clothing combinations that matched with stockings to show off their beautiful legs were developed, adding to the scenery of Konoha, and, at the same time contributing to the promotion of Konoha. Don't know if it's because of the higher-ups or because Sei Ito was still as honest as the previous month. So from this day on, the Umbu monitoring him changed from 2 to 1, and at the same time, this Umbu also began to monitor him at different time periods instead of 24 hours a day. Maybe I will have a chance to sneak out before the end of this month. Sei Ito, who finished another day of business, was lying on his back while sensing the Umbu who was still guarding outside. Immediately, Sei Ito closed his eyes and rested. And as Sei Ito speculated, 10 days after the Umbu changed from 2 to 1, the monitoring of Sei Ito by the remaining Umbu decreased again, and in the last 5 days of this month, only 2 days were monitored and 3 days were completely unmonitored. After a few days like this, they left again. It seems that it's time to act. That night, Sei Ito, who was lying on his bed and resting, sensed that the Umbu had left again. He immediately got up from the bed, changed into a black suit, put on a white rabbit mask, and quietly left the shop like a ghost in the middle of the night and ran towards the Uchiha clan's residence. After a while, Sei Ito finally arrived outside the Uchiha clan's residence after evading the Umbu's patrol. They are indeed worthy of being the most powerful clan in Konoha. This level of security is almost comparable to a village within a village. Ito-sei, who was hiding in the corner, looked at the patrol team composed of several genin and 2 chunin, who were constantly patrolling the family station, and he found several sentinel ninjas hiding in the dark from his perception, and thought to himself. Then Ito-season gently stepped on the ground and jumped out of his hiding place. Using his kung fu, he floated to the Uchiha clan's residence. Then he used his kung fu to sneak into the Uchiha clan's residence. Using his kung fu, he quietly went behind a sentry and waved his hand to stun the sentry and quickly put him into the cube world. Then he turned over and jumped into the house under him. And after imprisoning and putting 2 middle-aged man and woman and a 7 or 8-year-old girl who were sleeping in the house into the Rubik's Cube world, he began to search the room. After a while, Ito-sei turned the room upside down and found only 10 kunai, more than 10 shurikens, 2 explosive tags, and 3 ninjutsu scrolls, 1 chakra extraction technique, 1 triple body jutsu, and 1 fire release, great fireball. There was nothing else in the room. After searching the room, Sei Ito quietly got out of the room through the window and entered the house through the window of another house, and imprisoned a woman who was about 30 years old and a girl who was 15 or 16 years old who were sleeping in the Rubik's Cube world, and began to search the house. After a while, except for several kunai, shurikens, 3 explosive charms, chakra extraction jutsu, 3 clones jutsu, fire release, great fireball and fire release, fire dragon jutsu, there was nothing else. Chapter 428. It seems that the ninjas of these 2 families are at most chunin level. If I want to get something good, I can only take the risk of going to the Jonin's house or the main family's house. Sei Ito frowned after searching the 2 houses. However, Sei Ito didn't know which house was the Jonin's and which house was the main family's, so he still carefully searched from house to house. In this way, after an hour or so, Ito-sei managed to capture a total of 33 members of the Uchiha clan, of which 20 were adults. Then he got 6 ninjutsu scrolls in addition to the 3 body technique, body flicker, fire release, great fireball, and fire release, fire dragon. They were fire release, phoenix sage fire, lightning release, false darkness, fire release, ghost lantern, earth release, heart chopping jutsu, jinjutsu, Narukami jutsu, and magic jinjutsu. At the same time, he collected 123 kunai, 106 shurikens, and 44 explosive tags from more than a dozen houses. Worthy of the Uchiha clan, each house has a few explosive tags. Sei Ito thought as he put away the explosive tags. Beep! At this time, a loud wooden whistle suddenly sounded in the night sky, waking up the sleeping members of the Uchiha clan. What's wrong? What's wrong? A man asked doubtfully. Enemy invasion. A man said loudly. Everyone, be alert. don't let the hidden enemy escape. A man who seemed to be the leader shouted, "Quickly find them." A majestic voice said, "They really don't know what's good for them," daring to break into the Uchiha clan's residence. A man sneered, "Chaotic voices." Immediately, the Uchiha clan's residence became noisy. "Have I been discovered? It seems that I have to end today's operation," Ito thought as he hid in the room and looked at the vague figures running from time to time outside the window. Ito then slowly walked to the wall and used alchemy to create a wooden door on the wooden wall. He opened the wooden door and dashed out of the room, hiding in the narrow alley between the two rooms. "Come here, the 10 families here are a little strange." At this moment, a young man's voice shouted near Ito. "I need to speed up," Ito thought to himself as the young man's voice sounded. Then Ito walked quickly to the opposite side of the main door of the house. When he found that there were only a few genin and 2 or 3 chunin guarding the back of the house, Ito immediately increased his speed to the maximum. Like an illusory shadow, Kuroto instantly disappeared from the spot, and without the detection of the genin and chunin, he left their guards and rushed out of the Uchiha clan's encampment at high speed. "Little thief, where do you think you're going?" Just as Ito ran out, a loud shout sounded in the night sky, and then 3 kunai shot towards Ito in an extremely strange way and trajectory. Uchiha clan's throwing jutsu. Seeing the 3 kunai flying towards him, Ito didn't even think about it and summoned 3 shurikens from the space, and his hands turned into afterimages. He used the shurikens to intercept the 3 kunai that were about to reach him. Ding, ding, ding. In an instant, 3 crisp sounds immediately sounded in the night sky. "Mickey, don't let him run away." Seeing that his attack was blocked, and with his speed, it seemed that he couldn't catch up with Ito, the man immediately shouted towards the front of Ito, "Katan, fire dragon flame bullet." In an instant, a 3-meter wide and 1-meter high blazing flame with bright yellow light suddenly appeared in front of Ito, exuding a high temperature of more than 800 degrees and burning towards Ito. Seeing this, Ito's face changed dramatically, and he instantly stopped moving forward, and, as if he was pulled by a spring, he suddenly retreated a few meters and used alchemy to support a stone wall on the ground to block the attack of the fire dragon flame bullet. Ito saw that the stone wall that was erected by Ito to block the fire dragon flame bullet. A layer of shining silver crystal appeared at the place where the wall and the fire dragon flame bullet met. The moment after Ito erected the stone wall to block the fire, the loud ninja finally arrived in front of Ito and used Konoha Tornado to kick Ito at high speed. Boom! Ito, who only had time to raise his arms, was immediately hit by the kick, and his arms sank, and his feet sank into the ground. Ito, who lost the initiative, immediately fell into the storm of taijutsu attacks from the ninja, and could only retreat. At the same time, he defended against the ninja's taijutsu attacks. "Sakura, get out of the way." At this time, a female voice suddenly sounded in the ears of Ito and the ninja of the Uchiha clan who was attacking him, and then the ninja who was attacking Ito immediately stopped his attack. In a flash, he left Ito's side. Then, without waiting for Ito to react, dozens of red fireballs with the face of a demon flew towards Ito's side at a very fast speed and bombarded Ito. This was Fire Release, Ghost Lantern. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a large number of explosions sounded in the Uchiha clan's encampment, and a dazzling red flame, as tall as a person, immediately appeared in the position where Ito was standing. After a while, under the gaze of Sakura, Mickey, and several jonins who rushed over, the red flame, as tall as a person, finally extinguished, revealing the situation inside. "Where is he?" One of the jonins frowned and said. In the center of the flame, except for the soil that was burned to black ash, there was no trace of a humanoid creature. "Sakura, Mickey, Ohira, the 3 of you stay here, and the others, find him for me." An old ninja with gray hair, a slightly stooped body, and a gloomy face ordered sternly. Yes, great elder. As soon as the words fell, several Uchiha clan's jonins who were standing here immediately flew away and ran in all directions at high speed, preparing to search for Sei Ito's traces in a carpet style. Great elder, Hokage-sama's Umbu has come to inquire about the situation here. At this time, an Uchiha clan's ninja suddenly appeared beside the old man, kneeling on the ground with one hand on the ground and bowed his head respectfully. The Uchiha clan's affairs don't need Hokage-sama's concern. The great elder's face was full of disdain as he said coldly, "Go and tell the Umbu that the Uchiha clan has been attacked by rats, and they are dealing with it. Hokage-sama doesn't need to worry about it." Yes. The ninja agreed and immediately used body flicker technique to leave the great elder's side and ran away. Humph. Looking at the black ash left on the ground, the great elder coldly snorted and teleported away from the roof, walking towards his house. With the departure of the great elder and the other ninjas, only the taijutsu master called Sakuma, the ninjutsu master called Mickey, and the 3 jonins of the Daping clan who were appointed by the great elder to stay here. Damn, as expected of Konoha's first clan, there are so many ninjas. If I'd come in late, I might have really died there. At this time, in the Rubik's Cube world, Sei Ito, whose clothes were burned by the ghost lantern, muttered with an unlucky face. Damn, there are still 3 ninjas guarding here. It seems that we won't be able to get out until dawn. After a while, Sei Ito opened a small hole in the Rubik's Cube world and sensed the energy fluctuations outside and said in a depressed tone. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from where he was and appeared beside the Uchiha clan's members who were caught in their sleep. Looking at the Uchiha clan's members lying on the forest floor, Sei Ito closed his eyes and connected to the Rubik's Cube, overlooking the forest from a high altitude. After finding a large enough open space, he appeared on the open space with the Uchiha clan's members on the ground. Standing on the edge of the open space, Sei Ito glanced at the surrounding environment and nodded with satisfaction. Then he clasped his hands in front of him and quickly squatted down and pressed them on the ground. A large electric light, flashing with blue and white light, suddenly appeared on the open space, followed by a large building with a very Japanese style abruptly emerging from the ground, slowly rising, and finally standing completely on the ground. Then Sei Ito waved his hand, and the Uchiha clan's members on the ground were sent to a house according to their original clan composition. Then Sei Ito's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already in Erica Simmons's room. It seems that you have integrated into your current life. Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared in Erica's room, looked at Erica, who was still wearing the Shugwashi uniform, sitting on a high-back chair, looking at the experimental data presented on the quantum computer while holding a cup of coffee. Erica immediately stood up from the chair and looked back with a vigilant expression. When she found that it was Sei Ito, she was slightly relieved, but she still looked at him with a frown and didn't speak. "Still don't want to acknowledge me?" Sei Ito walked slowly towards Erica and said while looking at Erica, who was leaning back slightly on the table behind her. Erica's eyes flashed, but she still didn't make any answer. "It seems that it's not what I thought." Seeing Erica's performance, the corners of Sei Ito's mouth slightly curled and he smiled. At this time, Sei Ito had already walked in front of Erica, stretched out his hand, stroked Erica's cheek, and slowly moved his head closer. Just when Sei Ito was about to kiss Erica, Erica pushed away Sei Ito in front of her, ran to the side, and looked at him with a complicated expression. Ha ha ha! Looking at Erica, who ran to the side, Sei Ito couldn't help but laugh happily, then said, "Since you don't want to do it today, then I will wait. I believe that day is not far away." After saying that, Sei Ito disappeared from Erica's room and returned to the real house in the central area to sit cross-legged and rest. The next night was silent, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. After a simple bath and a meal, Sei Ito changed into a set of night clothes, put on the little white rabbit mask, opened a small hole in the Rubik's Cube world, and perceive the outside world. Chapter 429. P.S. Thank you, Rosette Emperor Wu, for the tip. 1 Jonin, 3 Chunin. Opportunity. Seito thought to himself after perceiving the situation outside. Then he summoned the kunai and explosive tags he stole from the Uchiha clan and wrapped the explosive tags around the kunai. Just like in the anime, he wrapped the explosive tags around the kunai, and only after wrapping more than 10 times did he stop. Then Seito held several kunai with one hand, and the moment he appeared in the Naruto world, he threw them towards the Jonin with the hidden weapon technique, and at the same time he rushed out of the Uchiha clan's encampment at full speed, regardless of the situation behind him. Boom! Just as Seito rushed out, a loud noise sounded not far behind him. Hearing the noise behind him, Seito stepped on the roof where he had just landed, and his body rotated and threw the remaining kunai wrapped with explosive tags around him to block the ninjas that may appear at any time, and then he accelerated again and flashed away. Boom! 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 Regardless of the result of the kunai, the sound of the explosive tags exploding was heard one after another, spreading from the Uchiha clan's encampment to the outside. Bastard, chase him. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. We must catch this enemy who trespassed into the clan's encampment. In the Uchiha clan's encampment, Uchiha Fuchio, as the patriarch, shouted angrily. Yes, in an instant, more than a dozen Uchiha clan's jonins, along with the Chunin who had no mission and were resting at home, turned into shadows and chased after Seito at high speed. Seito, who was running away, immediately landed on the ground after finding that no one was chasing him. While avoiding the crowd and ninjas around Konoha, he carefully rushed towards the shop. After a while, Seito, who was gradually approaching the commercial street, immediately flashed into the Rubik's Cube world from a hidden corner, took off the Black Knight's suit and the little white rabbit mask on his face, and changed into a set of Naruto-style clothes, and returned to the Naruto world, entering the commercial street in an inconspicuous way, and then found a small shop to have breakfast. Why are you so late today? After more than a month of getting along, the shop owner was very familiar with Seito and asked with a smile, I didn't sleep well yesterday, so I got up a little bit late. Seito looked at the shop owner. Same? The shop owner asked. Yes, Seito nodded. Okay. The boss nodded and turned to the kitchen. After a while, he came back with a tray with miso soup, a bowl of rice, and a fried fish. He placed the things in front of Ito, say one by one. Thank you. Seito reached for the long black wooden chopsticks on the table and said to the shop owner, You're welcome. The shop owner nodded and turned to greet other customers. After a while, Ito Sei, who had finished his breakfast, went back to the shop after paying the bill with the boss. He opened the door and walked into the shop. It seems that yesterday's incident had a big impact. The umbu appeared so early. Seito, who was pretending to clean the shop, sensed the umbu surveillance. Thought Kuroto. However, Seito didn't care much about it. After all, he wasn't a resident of Konoha, and it was normal for him to be monitored in the event of an emergency. So he didn't care at all and continued to mingle with the women of Konoha. A few days later, because there were no more special incidents, the umbu surveillance on Seito was relaxed again, but Seito's shop rental time was up again. Seito had no choice but to go to the Hokage's office again to find the ninja who was dealing with this matter. He continued to pay the rental fee for 3 months. For the next month and a half, Konoha was calm. According to the time calculation, the Uchiha clan should have been exterminated a few days ago, but he didn't know if it was because of Seito's intrusion. They increased their patrol and defense, which made Danzo's route feel troublesome and delayed the operation, which disappointed Seito, who wanted to fish in troubled waters. I'm out of stock. Tomorrow I have to go out of the village to restock. After selling the last lace underwear to a female ninja, Seito closed the shop and sighed in his heart. Immediately, Seito turned around and walked out of the shop, heading to the nearby meatball shop. He was going to salt today's dinner there. Sei Ito frowned slightly as he walked towards the meatball shop, looking at the red clouds in the sky and guessing. Today's atmosphere seems to be a bit strange. This kind of feeling. Is Konoha going to exterminate the Uchiha clan today? I remember that the time of extermination in the anime was at dusk. At least when Sasuke returned to the clan, it was at dusk, which means that the Uchiha clan is being exterminated or already exterminated. Sei Ito recalled the plot in his mind and speculated. Damn, in this case, not to mention the unique ninjutsu used with the Sharingan, even some high-level ninjutsu scrolls can't be obtained. Thinking of this, Itsunari was full of depression, but he also knew that this was the only way. After all, he can't risk being besieged by a group of Chunin-level ninjas to steal something from the Uchiha clan's base. If he really did that, not to mention whether he would be able to steal anything, it would be good if he didn't die there. At this time, Sei Ito, who had already arrived at the meatball shop, shouted to the boss, "Boss, give me 10 strings of meatballs." "Got it," the boss replied, and after a while, a young man with a white cloth wrapped around his forehead put a plate of meatballs beside Sei Ito. Crunch. Sei Ito, who was full of depression, picked up a string of meatballs beside him and put it to his mouth and took a big bite. The cooked meatballs immediately broke into pieces in his mouth, and some savory soup instantly filled his mouth. "Wow, meatballs!" At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded in his ear. She was wearing a khaki short-sleeved trench coat on the outside and a transparent mesh protective vest made of special materials inside. Her black lace bra, dark red canvas shorts, beige high-top shoes, and a Konoha ninja forehead protector on her forehead. She looked like a black-haired female ninja who was less than 20 years old. She picked up a string of meatballs and put it in her mouth without any hesitation. Well, meatballs are really the best. The female ninja, who closed her eyes and enjoyed it, suddenly said loudly, "You're a Mitarashi Anko ninja, Sama." Sei Ito looked at the female ninja beside him and pretended to be surprised. "Oh, isn't this the owner of Feminine Charm Shop?" Hearing Sei Ito's words, Mitarashi Anko looked at him with a surprised face and said, "It turned out that she just came for the meatballs and didn't see who was beside her." Sei Ito, who understood the meaning of her words, immediately looked at Mitarashi Anko with a speechless face and didn't know what to say. He finally understood Mitarashi Anko's carelessness. "You don't mind treating me to a few strings of meatballs, little boss?" Mitarashi Anko picked up a string of meatballs again and looked at Sei Ito and said with a smile, "Well, I'm not little anymore." Sei Ito said helplessly, and then looked at Mitarashi Anko with interest and asked, "By the way, how old are you?" "A woman's age is a secret." Mitarashi Anko casually threw the wooden drill that had no meatballs in it at a nearby tree and said while shaking her finger, "But if you are willing to treat me to meatballs, I can also tell you." "How about it? A meal of meatballs can let you know a woman's biggest secret age." "Okay." Looking at Mitarashi Anko, who kept talking about meatballs, Sei Ito helplessly agreed, and then turned his head to the boss and shouted, "Boss, give me another 30 strings of meatballs." "Okay." The boss agreed. After a while, the young man came to Sei Ito's side again and put 2 small plates with meatballs on the table between Sei Ito and Mitarashi Anko. "Eat," Sei Ito said to Mitarashi Anko. "Little boss is really a good person." Mitarashi Anko immediately said happily, "Since little boss treated me to meatballs, then I will tell you my age. I'm 20 years old this year. What about you?" "I am 19, Sei Ito said gloomily. It was really hard to calculate the age of this body. If he calculated it according to the total time he stayed in each world, he was at least 30 years old. If he didn't calculate it according to that, just the age of his soul was several years older than Mitarashi Anko. But this was useless for the body, so Sei Ito, who could only calculate his age according to the age of the main world, was 19 years old. "Ha ha, I knew it, little boss." Mitarashi Anko patted Sei Ito's shoulder and laughed. After knowing each other's age and being treated to meatballs by Sei Ito, Mitarashi Anko immediately had a better impression of Sei Ito and started chatting with Seito. Okay, I still have something to do. Thank you for treating me to meatballs. I will treat you back next time. Mitarashi Anko said to Seito as she stood up from her seat after eating the last meatball skewer in her hand. She held a bamboo skewer in her mouth and stretched her body. Okay, you can go do your thing. After chatting with each other just now, the relationship between the two of them rose from strangers who had only met a few times to ordinary acquaintances. Although they weren't friends yet, it was no problem for them to talk to each other. There was no need for them to call each other Ninja-sama. Goodbye, Mitarashi Anko said with a smile and immediately teleported away from the meatball shop. Boss, please settle the bill. After Mitarashi Anko left, Seito didn't stay for long. After settling the bill with the boss, he slowly walked back to the shop. Nothing happened for the rest of the night. Seito stayed in the shop peacefully and slept until dawn. The next day, Seito hung a sign at the door saying that he was going out to buy meatballs, and then swaggered out of Konoha village. In the process of walking, he also confirmed from the whispers of the villagers that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated and that Uchiha Itachi had defected. Chapter 430. P.S. Thanks to the lost deity and the boring saint for casting Moondrift. Thanks to Sorcerous Wind, Nikfini, and Kei's Woollyang for the moonwalk. Sigh. Hearing this, Seito once again sighed at the ninjutsu scrolls that were originally stored in the Uchiha clan's library, and now they must have been taken away by Konoha's library. Then he strode through the gate of Konoha village and quickly walked away from the village. After leaving the security area of Konoha village and confirming that there were no Umbu teams patrolling around, Seito jumped into the forest on both sides of the road, chose a tall and dense tree to hide in, and flashed into the magic cube world, appearing in the open space of the forest where the Uchiha clan lived. Who is it? Just as Seito appeared, one of the men who stayed outside the house and watched the children playing and training the ninja foundation threw a stone at him and shouted, "It seems that you have adapted well." Seito pointed at the stone with one hand, and instantly the stone broke into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. At the same time, Seito looked at the several people in front of him who were in a defensive posture and said, "Who are you?" Among the several men of the Uchiha clan who were in a defensive posture, a man with a dignified face looked at Ito Seiji and asked in a deep voice, "Allow me to introduce myself." Ito Sei's gaze swept through the Uchiha clan members who came out of the room one after another and said softly, "My name is Ito Sei, and I am Ito Sei. I am your master now and in the future." Ridiculous. As soon as Seito's voice fell, one of the men in front of him sneered sarcastically. Whether it is ridiculous or not, you will know later. Seito glanced at the man indifferently and said, and then continued to speak to the crowd. "Now I will tell you one thing. Congratulations, you have escaped the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination, and you are now the only remaining members of the Uchiha clan," Seito said with a smile. Wow! The men and women in front of Seito, as well as the 13 boys and girls, were all in an uproar and shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible. I don't need to lie to you. This kind of thing can be known as long as you ask a little outside." Seito spread his hands and said with an indifferent look on his face, "Outside." When he said the word outside, the Uchiha clan suddenly fell silent. In the past month since they were caught in the Rubik's Cube world, they had organized a lot of people to explore the forest, but they had not found any traces of the so-called outside in human activities. If it weren't for the animal resources in the forest, they might have starved to death here without supplies. Who did it? The middle-aged man with a solemn face stared at Seito and asked in a deep voice. If Seito said it was him, he would risk his life. Well, I don't know the specifics, but as far as I know, there seems to be Danzo's root and Hokage's Umbu. Right? There is also Uchiha Itachi. He is the main force behind the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Seito stated with a smile. Impossible. How could the young clan leader kill his own clan? Another Uchiha clan's ninja said in disbelief. It's true. This can also be confirmed outside. Well, at present, Uchiha Itachi has defected and is an S-class wanted criminal of Konoha. I believe that there should be a bounty for him in the underground trading house. Ito said. Konoha, the elders, the middle-aged man with a solemn face murmured in a low voice. After a while, he looked up at Ito and said, if what you said is true, then no matter what reason you have for capturing us, as long as you promise to help us get revenge, I will be loyal to you. Kinto, the hatred of the Uchiha clan doesn't need the help of others, and the dignity of the Uchiha clan doesn't allow us to be loyal to others. Another ninja looked at the middle-aged man angrily and shouted, yes, Kinto, let's not talk about whether what he said is true, even if it is true. I also agree with Kinto. The hatred of the Uchiha clan doesn't need the help of others. Our dignity doesn't allow us to be loyal to others. Another Uchiha clan's ninja said anxiously. Yes, a female ninja echoed. As for the teenagers and children, they were not qualified to participate in the discussion. Sorry to interrupt. Ito looked at the Uchiha clan members who were arguing and said loudly, first of all, I want to remind you that you are my captives. What I said at the beginning was a notice, not a request. Secondly, as captives, you are not qualified to ask for anything from me. Finally, I want to say that even if I used extreme means to capture you, there is one thing you can't deny, and that is that I saved your lives and provided you with a place to live. In an instant, the people who were still arguing were silent, but they all looked at Ito with an ugly expression. So, you'd better be obedient, or I don't mind using some means to achieve my goal, such as, Ito looked at the Uchiha clan members on the opposite side, and suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A 15 or 16-year-old girl who was in the middle of the Uchiha clan members suddenly disappeared from their midst and instantly appeared beside Ito. Ito put his hand on her shoulder and said, just like this, I could take away your most precious things and your life at any time. Yoshiko, among the Uchiha clan members, a beautiful woman's face changed greatly and exclaimed, bastard, the dignity of the Uchiha clan is not to be challenged. We will fight with him. A male Uchiha ninja shouted loudly, that's right, let's do it. Several male voices immediately echoed loudly. Shut up. The stern-faced, middle-aged man named Jin Rin immediately reprimanded loudly. Kinto, you disappoint me. The male Uchiha ninja shook his head in disappointment, and then shouted to the others, for the glory of the Uchiha clan, we will fight. With that said, ignoring the others, he rushed towards Ito as fast as he could. Fight! After another 4 ninjas shouted, they followed the previous ninja and rushed towards Ito-sei. Idiots who can't see the situation clearly. Ito sneered, and with a snap of his fingers, a flame instantly flew out of his hand and bombarded the nearest male ninja. The intense heat instantly turned him into a human-shaped torch. Then, as he struggled and screamed, he was burned into a charred corpse. Seeing this, the faces of the 4 male ninjas changed, and without any discussion, they jumped away. They continued to rush towards Ito from 4 directions. Seeing this, Ito's hand that was holding the shoulder of the 15 or 16 years old girl named Yoshiko shook, and a strange force instantly rushed into her body, imprisoning all her movements. Then Ito completely freed his hands, and with a wave of his hand, several kunai suddenly appeared in his hand, and with his movement, he threw them towards the other 4 ninjas. At the same time, Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind one of the male ninjas, and with a wave of his hand, he knocked him out. Then with the same method, he knocked out the other 3 ninjas one after another. They all fainted on the ground. Now, who else wants to resist? Ito returned to Yoshiko's side at the same time as the 4 ninjas of the Uchiha clan who were knocked out by him. Looking at the remaining members of the opposite side, he said coldly, seeing that one of the 5 ninjas who dared to resist was killed and 4 fainted. The Uchiha clan's ninjas who were originally a little restless or were stopped by their wives and sisters fell silent at the same time and looked at Sei Ito with grief and indignation. Since you're not going to resist, then I will take it that you have agreed to my words and become my subordinates. After a while, seeing that there was still no one coming out, Sei Ito said lightly, and then looked at the middle-aged man with a solemn face, Kinto, and said, Uchiha Kinto, I now appoint you as the new patriarch of your group. Help me manage them well. Yes, Sama. Kinto looked at the Uchiha clan members on the left and right, and then looked at the char bodies on the ground and the 5 ninjas around Sei Ito who were still alive. He took a deep breath, walked to the front of the crowd, knelt on one knee, and bowed his head respectfully. Very good. Sei Ito nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't afraid of what would happen to these guys. As long as they are in the Magic Cube world, these Uchiha clan members won't be able to make big waves, not to mention that they are constantly influenced by the will energy as long as there is enough time. Even the stubborn old ones can become loyal subordinates. By the way, I remember that there were a total of 33 adults and children that I caught. How come there are only 30 people here? Where are the other 3? Sei Ito glanced at the number of people and asked. Reporting to Sama, Kanta, Shu, and Yusuk went out to look for food. I believe that it won't be long before they return. Kinto, who was promoted to the new patriarch, stood up from the ground, bowed his head slightly, and said respectfully, Oh, I was negligent. Sei Ito nodded, and then with a thought, a pile of rice, flour, various vegetables, meat, traditional Nipponese clothing, simple household appliances, daily necessities, and 2 small nuclear power batteries recently produced by the big laboratory, and more than a dozen men wearing electricians' clothing appeared on the ground in front of the Uchiha clan. Sama. The electricians, after adapting to the environment, called out to Sei Ito. Looking at the large amount of materials that suddenly appeared in front of them, as well as the strangely dressed men, everyone in the Uchiha clan was shocked. Originally, when Miko was caught, they only thought that it was Sei Ito who used some kind of secret technique, so they didn't think much of it and thought that they had never seen such a thing before. But now it's different. These are real things and living people. This is beyond the scope of secret technique. If they have to use their knowledge to explain it, probably only the legendary magical space ninjutsu can explain it. Uchiha Kinto, tell them to move the food and household appliances back. Regarding the shock of the Uchiha clan, Sei Ito didn't explain and just ordered Uchiha Kinto. Yes, Sama. Kinto's voice was even more respectful. Seeing Kinto's performance, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and thought, recognition of strength. You guys come with me, wiring the rooms here. Sei Ito said to the electricians. Yes. The electricians responded. By the way, the 4 guys over there and the little girl named Miko don't move. Sei Ito, who just took 2 steps, suddenly turned his head and ordered Kinto. Yes. Kinto looked at the 4 people who fainted inside his heart and bowed his head and said, yes. As for Uchiha Miko, Kuroda wasn't worried about her, as he believed that Ito, Sei, wouldn't hurt her. Kuroda also thought that Ito, Sei might be interested in Uchiha Miko and want her to accompany him in bed. Afterward, Sei Ito took the electricians to the back of the building complex, on a small slope less than 3 meters high, and mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube world. He opened a big hole in the slope under his feet, and put the 2 small nuclear power batteries into the big hole, and asked the electricians to connect the wires according to the holes left by the batteries. After that, the big hole was filled and restored, and he started wiring the whole building. With the help of Sei Ito, a lot of things became simple, so it only took a few hours for the wiring of the whole building to be completed, and the rooms that were already occupied were electrified. Okay, I'll send you back now, Sei Ito said to the electricians who gathered behind him, and with a thought, he sent them back to their original place. Sama. Seeing Ito, Sei coming back, Kinto and the woman with a delicate face who somewhat resembled Uchiha Yoshiko greeted him respectfully. Yes. Sei Ito nodded and waved his hand, and all the shurikens, kunai, explosive tags, and ninjutsu scrolls that he stole from the Uchiha clan appeared on the ground. These are for you. Use them to train the children. Say Ito pointed to the things on the ground and said, "Yes, thank you very much, Sama." Kento said gratefully, "Well, that's enough. You can take the things back. I should also leave." Ito-sei said, "Yes." Kento nodded and winked at the woman beside him, leaned over and picked up the things on the ground, and prepared to return to the house with the woman. "Sama." The woman hesitated for a moment and called out, "What's wrong?" Sei-Ito looked at the woman and asked, "Mikosh." The woman looked at Sei-Ito cautiously and asked, "That little girl? Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. I will take her out of here and let her personally confirm the news of your clan's destruction." Sei-Ito said, "Is that so? That's good." The woman was slightly relieved and then bowed to Sei-Ito and said, "Miko, please take care of her." Chapter 431. Yes. Ito-sei nodded and ignored Uchiha Kento and the woman. He walked towards Uchiha Yoshiko, who was still conscious, and disappeared with her and the 4 unconscious Uchiha shinobi. "You stay here." Inside the big house in the central area, Ito-sei suddenly appeared and ordered Uchiha Yoshiko beside him. "I understand." Uchiha Yoshiko replied with a blank expression. Looking at Uchiha Yoshiko's expressionless face, Ito-chung didn't say anything and directly disappeared with the 4 unconscious Uchiha ninjas. At this time, Yoshiko, who was standing in the central area, couldn't help but recall what Kento said to her. "Yoshiko!" Kento called out to Yoshiko, who was still standing in the same place. "Uncle Kento." Yoshiko leaned forward and saluted. "Yoshiko, as you can see, I can't send you back, so I'm sorry," Kento said apologetically. "Uncle Kento is too serious." Yoshiko's words were still concise and simple. "Ugh." Kento sighed and looked at Uchiha Yoshiko with a hesitant expression on his face. "Uncle Kento, if you have something to say, please say it." Seeing Kento's hesitant expression, Yoshiko said, "Well, then I'll say it." Kento said with a straight face, "Although I don't know why this say, Ito, Sama wants to keep you here, I don't think he wants to hurt you. It's just that I can only think of one possibility." Uchiha Kento glanced at Uchiha Miko, then turned to look at his clansmen who were carrying supplies behind him and said, "He may have taken a fancy to you and wants to take you back to serve him." Hearing this, Yoshiko's expression changed slightly, but then she calmed down. "If he wants, I'm willing to sacrifice my body for the family." Yoshiko lowered her head slightly and said in a flat voice, "It's best if you can accept it." Kento turned back and looked at Yoshiko and said, "But if it's really as I speculate, I hope you could try your best to gain his favor, and then fight for some benefits for the Uchiha clan." Then he turned back to look at his clansmen who were busy behind him and said, "If what he said is true, then we are the last descendants of the Uchiha clan. We are responsible for the revival and revenge of the Uchiha clan. So, please, Yoshiko." At the end of his words, Kento turned around and directly made a 90-degree bow to Uchiha Yoshiko. His tone was full of pleading. "I understand," Uchiha Yoshiko said in a low voice. "Thank you." Kento thanked Yoshiko, straightened up, and looked at Yoshiko. Uchiha Yoshiko's face was expressionless. "I will take care of your sister, Kyoko." "Thank you, Uncle Kento." Uchiha Yoshiko's eyes flickered as she bowed respectfully. "Of course," Kento said with a sigh. On the other side, Ito, who had left the central area, once again appeared in the biological laboratory he snatched from the plant. "Sir." A female researcher who was drinking water saw Ito suddenly appear and quickly put aside the glass in her hand and came to Ito's side. "Yes." Ito-sei nodded in response, then kicked the 4 unconscious Uchiha clan ninjas at his feet and said, "This is a new experimental material, the nature of which is the same as the first experimental body. You can figure out the specifics as you see fit." "I understand, sir." The female researcher looked at the 4 corpses that were casually thrown away like garbage. She nodded. "By the way, I forgot to mention it last time. The eyes of experimental body number 1, experimental body number 2, and these 4 experimental bodies are a bit special. When you do the experiment, it's best to extract a gene sample of their eyes separately, especially the comparison sample of their normal and changed eyes. Ito-sei, who was about to leave, suddenly said. The female researcher asked, "Is the special condition that the eyes turn red, and there are black spots around the pupil?" Yes. So, you have already seen the special changes of the first experimental body? Seito asked. Yes. The female researcher nodded in confirmation, then looked at Seito and asked, "What is so special about those eyes?" "Since you asked, I will explain the situation of those eyes." Seito said, "Those eyes are called Sharingan, and when they are opened, they can increase the user's dynamic vision. The degree of increase varies from stage to stage. At the same time, those eyes can also copy other people's movements and increase the user's spiritual power. As for the state of the eyes, it is distinguished by the black spots in the pupil. There is 1 in the first level, 2 in the second level, and 3 in the third level. As for the situation after the third level, because it is produced according to each person's consciousness, the appearance is different. If you find that their eyes change during the experiment, remember to inform me." "Okay," the female researcher replied with a look of surprise. Thinking back to the time when she was in the plant, she had never seen such strange eyes. Also, because their eyes can cast Jinjutsu after the third level, when their eyes are upgraded to the third level, if you want to get close to them to extract blood or hair, it is best to cover their eyes and not look at them through the monitor. Seito reminded. "Okay, I will inform the mentors of the situation in a while," the female researcher said, then asked Seito again, "Sir, what is so special about the eyes of experimental subject number 2? The eyes of experimental subject number 2 are called Byakugan, and they have the ability to detect everything within a 359-degree range around their body. As for the specific range of vision, it depends on the condition of experimental subject number 2, but under normal circumstances, it is not less than 200 meters. In addition, the characteristic of experimental subject No. 2's eyes is that when it is activated, the corners of the eyes and the temples will be covered with vein-like blue veins." Seito said. "I see," the female researcher said with a look of realization, then asked Seito again, "Then what is the strange symbol on their forehead? Tattoos?" "That is a seal put by their family to prevent the eyes from leaking out, but it doesn't affect experimental subject number 2. You can rest assured, don't worry about it," Seito said. The female researcher nodded, indicating that she understood. "Any other questions?" Seito asked. "No," the female researcher said with a smile. "Well, you can ask someone to restrain the 4 of them. Otherwise, when they wake up, you won't be their opponents." Seito smiled at the female researcher in front of him. "Understood, sir." The female researcher also replied with a smile. "Well, thank you for your hard work. See you later," Seito said with a smile, then disappeared from the laboratory and appeared outside the Naruto world. With a wave of his hand, the girl Uchiha Yoshiko, who was still in the central area of the Rubik's Cube world, was summoned to his side. "Sir," Uchiha Yoshiko greeted Seito after a short time of adapting to the changes in the surrounding environment. "Let's go. We are still in the range of Konoha. If we stay here for too long, we will be discovered by the patrol team," Seito said. "Yes, sir," Uchiha Yoshiko replied. Subsequently, Seito and Uchiha Yoshiko, who was wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt, black cropped pants, and black sandals, with her long black hair casually tied into a ponytail, jumped into the distance and walked away from Konoha at high speed. This girl named Yoshiko is not slow, and her strength should be around the Chunin level. She is worth training. Seito slightly turned his head to look at Uchiha Yoshiko, who was walking behind him, and thought to himself. In this way, the two walked all the way, and it took them most of the day to finally reach the nearest town, to Konoha. "Let's go down and eat something, and then I will buy you some clothes," Seito said to Uchiha Yoshiko as he jumped down from the tree branch. Yoshiko didn't speak and directly fell beside Seito, following behind him, and walked into the town. She has a strong sense of hierarchy, Seito thought to himself as he observed Yoshiko's behavior. After a while, the two walked into the town. Then, in order to let Yoshiko confirm the news of the Uchiha's destruction, Seito took her to the hotel where the rich and the merchants gathered. Order whatever you like, Seito said as he handed the menu to Yoshiko. Everything is up to you, Sama, Uchiha Miko said flatly. Oh, okay. Seito sighed helplessly as he took back the menu and looked at it casually. After a while, he said to the waitress beside him, "Give me 10 skewers of meatballs, 5 kebabs, a large portion of meat, a large fruit platter, and 2 glasses of juice." Okay, please wait a moment. The waitress took the menu, bowed slightly, and walked out of the room. After the waitress left, Seito suddenly reached out and slid his hand on the table. After a while, he used his finger to draw a circle on the table. The circle was circular on the outside, and the inside was composed of a 5-pointed star. Then, he turned his hand, and 4 pieces of paper appeared, and threw them on the 4 walls of the room. Then, Seito quickly made 3 hand seals in front of him, and shouted, "Activate!" Chapter 432. In an instant, the talisman paper on the walls and the circle pattern on the table lit up at the same time, and a ripple of air appeared above the circle and spread to the surroundings. Then, a noisy voice sounded in the room where Seito and Uchiha Yoshiko were. "Recently, Konoha stockings are very popular. I don't know where they come from. If possible, I want to get a foot in it." A man said, "Have you heard? The second princess of the Land of Fire was dissatisfied with the marriage arranged by the daimyo and ran away with her bodyguard. Now, the daimyo is secretly looking for her." A man with a wretched voice said, "Hey, business is not good these days, those lunatics in the Land of Water." A man complained, "Darling, I want a pair of stockings." A certain woman said coquettishly in a greasy voice, "It's so sad. Only a child was left in the whole family." A man sighed. Hearing this, Seito's eyes lit up, and his hands moved again, and then all the voices disappeared except for this one. "I don't know who did it, but they can actually wipe out the Uchiha clan in Konoha. This kind of power is scary." Another man said. Hearing this sentence, Uchiha Yoshiko, who has always been confused about Ito-Sei's behavior, suddenly had a slight change in her expression. She looked up at Ito-Sei and listened carefully. It said that it was done by the genius Uchiha Itachi. TSK, TSK, TSK. One person killed hundreds of people in the Uchiha clan. Except for the boy named Uchiha Sasuke. He didn't even spare his own parents. So cruel. The previous man said with emotion. Is that true? One person wiped out an entire clan? That's too exaggerated. Are the ninjas of Konoha and the rest of the Uchiha clan idiots? Another man said with disbelief. How would I know? That's the rumor. The previous man said with a tone of believe it or not. Hey, won't the overall strength of Konoha decline a lot? Another man said, I don't know, but I think they should be weakened a lot. After all, they're the first family in Konoha. More than half of the entire clan are ninjas. According to this calculation, Konoha has lost at least more than 100 ninjas this time. The person who spoke first said, Top 100. 2 male voices exclaimed. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Seeing this, Ito-Sei quickly reached out and touched the table, and then the yin-yang magic array pattern on the table disappeared immediately. At the same time, the 4 talisman papers on the 4 walls of the box turned into a pile of black dust and fell to the ground in an instant. Come in, Wang Yao said. Seito said. Creak, the door to the private room was opened, and a waitress in a pink kimono walked into the room with a large tray. She placed everything on the tray one by one on the table between Seito and Uchiha Miko. Guests, please enjoy. After everything was placed, the waitress bowed slightly, and then consciously left the room and closed the door. Seeing the door closed again, Seito turned to look at Uchiha Miko and said, Did you hear that? Yes. Uchiha Miko nodded slightly, and her expression was a little gloomy. Eat. After eating, let's go buy some clothes, and then I'll send you back, Ito said as he reached out and took a string of meatballs. Okay. Uchiha Miko hesitated for a moment but nodded and agreed. After that, the two, who had nothing to talk about for the time being, silently finished the meal. They didn't know whether it was lunch or dinner. After paying the bill, they left the hotel where the rich and merchants gathered and went to the clothing store in the town. Choose what kind of clothes you like, and let me know when you're done, Ito said to Uchiha Miko standing next to him. Uchiha Miko nodded, and under the flattering introduction of the shop owner, she began to choose the clothes she liked. Have you chosen? After a while, Uchiha Miko returned to his side with 4 bags in her hand. Ito asked. Yes, Uchiha Miko replied. Well, boss, the bill please. Ito nodded and turned to the shop owner. Thank you. 93,000 Dan. The shop owner looked at Ito with a charming smile and said while rubbing his hands in front of him. As for the price of the clothes, Ito didn't care at all and directly took out 100,000 Dan and threw it on the counter, and then left the shop with Uchiha Miko. Thank you for your patronage, and you are welcome to come again. Seeing that Ito didn't bargain at all, and even gave him an extra 7,000 Dan, the shop owner sent the two out of the shop and then greeted loudly. Well, I'll send you back here. In a remote corner of the town, Ito said to Uchiha Miko in front of him. After she nodded, he sent her into the magic cube world and sent her back to the residence arranged for the Uchiha clan. Where should I go? Ito, who was alone again, bowed his head and pondered, and after a while decided, let's go to the Kusanagi country. I remember that the Kusanagi country is a small country famous for studying other countries' ninjutsu, and their strength isn't strong, and it seems that they don't even have a high-grade jonin, so I can use it to collect some ninjutsu. After thinking about it, Ito walked out of the corner and set foot on the road to the Kusanagi country. The Kusanagi country is located in the northwest of the Land of Fire, between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. With Ryunin Village and Amigakure on the left and right, it's a country surrounded by 4 countries. Therefore, in order to survive, Kusanagi Village has always pursued a diplomatic policy, and no matter which country needs it, they will send people to help, just like mercenaries. Therefore, although Kusanagi Village is rich and famous, their strength is low, and they don't even have a decent jonin. After a few days of trekking, Ito finally arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Kusanagi country, and then directly jumped into the Kusanagi country without stopping and went straight to the Kusanagi village. After half a day, when the sky was completely dark, Ito finally arrived outside the Kusanagi village. Compared to Konoha, this Kusanagi village is really dilapidated. Except for the Kusanagi leader's residence, all the buildings are bungalows, and there isn't even an outer wall. Standing on a big tree, Ito looked at the Kusanagi village not far away and thought, but forget it, it's more convenient for me to act. Thinking of this, Ito immediately jumped off the branch and rushed toward the Kusanagi village. However, just when Ito stepped into the 30-meter range around the Kusanagi village, the normal green grass suddenly became crazy, as if eating hormones, and wrapped around Ito's body. Is this the Kusanagi village's defensive barrier? It really fits the name of their ninja village. Ito turned his hand and took out the heavenly sword, and held it in his hand. He poured Inai chi into the sword and waved it toward the green grass around him. A transparent wave instantly flew out from the heavenly sword, like a lawnmower cutting the green grass on both sides and in front of Ito's body, clearing a path for Ito to move forward. Then Ito gently stepped on the green grass that began to grow upward again and rushed toward the Kusanagi village. On the way, although the green grass grew again, it still couldn't withstand Ito's cleaning. So Ito quickly broke through the green grass's obstruction and came to the Kusanagi village. Since there is no expert in the Kusanagi village, I'll just directly break through the Kusanagi leader's residence. Ito, who came to the Kusanagi village, looked around and decided. Immediately, Sei Ito turned into a shadow and quickly ran toward the only double-story building in the center of the Kusanagi village. After a while, he arrived outside the building. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 hidden sentries. Judging from their energy fluctuations, they're all above the Chunin level, but they're not Jonin level, so they're the so-called special Jonin. Sei Ito, who came outside the building, sensed the situation inside the building with his heart and thought. Then Sei Ito stretched out his hand and put his palm on the surface of the building, using his spiritual force to mobilize the natural earth chi emitted by the earth vein under his feet, and arranged the Ryumyaku alchemy formation behind the 4 hidden sentries, and then suddenly launched the alchemy formation without them noticing. For ice crystal spikes instantly pierced from the wall behind the 4 hidden sentries, stabbing toward the 4 hidden sentries who were shocked by the cold air. Under the sudden attack of the ice crystal spikes, a weaker special Jonin was immediately pierced in the chest, and his face twisted in pain as he lay on the ground, screaming and struggling. The other 3 special Jonin who were slightly stronger, although they didn't suffer fatal injuries, they were more or less stabbed in the arms or legs by the ice crystal spikes, and their combat power was affected by the cold air. Enemy attack. At the moment when the ice crystal spikes attack ended, a loud shout immediately spread out in the night sky of Kusanagi village, and then a sharp whistling sound sounded in the night sky, awakening a large number of Kusanagi village residents from their sleep. Humph! Outside the building, Sei Ito, who heard the whistling sound, snorted coldly, and immediately pressed his hands in front of him, and then a large amount of lightning rushed out from his palms, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire building, and then a violent vibration suddenly appeared, and several stone walls 20 centimeters thick, 80 centimeters wide, and 5 meters high quickly rose from the ground, and stood around the building like a prison, wrapping the entire building. Inside, boom! As the stone walls closed at the top of the building, the prison formed by the stone walls completely became a dark space. Chapter 433. P.S. Thanks to Savigzy and Cold Iceman for their monthly votes. Thanks to Xiao Mofeng and Nickfany for their tips. Thanks to 1 and 2 for their recommendation votes. Using his power of the will, Sei Ito discovered that the remaining 3 sentries in the building were slightly hesitant because of the sudden disappearance of the light. A sneer appeared on his face as he reached out his hand and used alchemy to create a door on the wall in front of him. He quietly broke into the building and approached the 3 sentries who were carefully watching the surroundings. After a moment, Sei Ito, who was using the assassin's footwork, silently arrived next to the 3 sentries who were standing back-to-back in a triangular defensive formation. He lightly tapped his feet and quickly floated to the front of one of the sentries. When the sentries instinctively dodged due to the cold air emitted by the heavenly sword, Sei Ito's sword pierced through his neck. Then, with a slash of the sword, a head fell from the body and fell to the ground. A gush of blood instantly gushed out from the neck of the headless corpse. The blood that gushed out made a faint, sizzling sound. Although the other 2 sentries didn't know what happened, their ninja instincts drove them to immediately jump away from the sound of their companions, or the sound that was close to their ears. At the same time, each of them threw 2 shurikens in the direction of the sound. Puff, 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 puff. For shurikens fell on the headless corpse, making a muffled sound. Shibata Hakashiki. One of the sentries whispered the names of his companions. "I'm here." The other sentries who survived carefully looked around with their eyes that had already adapted to the darkness. At the same time, they opened their mouth to respond. Hakashiki, hearing the answer, the sentries who asked first whispered softly. At this time, Sei Ito, who had quickly retreated from the sentries after committing suicide, suddenly turned his ankle. A white smoke floated out from the soles of his feet. Then, Sei Ito suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed toward the sentries who were whispering to themselves. Although he could only see an illusory image, The sentry, who was very confident in his vision, immediately tensed up. Without thinking, he threw out the House of Hardship in his hand and at the same time used Blink to dodge to the side. With the heavenly sword in hand, Ito flicked his wrist and immediately knocked away the kunai that was flying in front of him. The collision between the two produced a soft ding sound. Then, with a flip of his hand, a transparent sword energy flew out from the heavenly sword toward the hidden sentry. Although the sentry didn't know the purpose of Ito's actions, he instinctively sensed the danger and immediately formed a seal with his hands. Then, he raised his chin and spat it out in front of him. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind suddenly blew inside the building, spinning and colliding with Ito's sword key. Then, the gust of wind dissipated into even more chaotic air currents, blowing in all directions. Borrowing the turbulence caused by the wind pressure, the secret sentry's hand seals changed again. Then, as if he was slapping something, he continuously attacked in front of him. Transparent wind blades immediately flew out from the secret sentry's hands, cutting through the turbulence in the surrounding air, continuously flying towards Ito's location. This was Wind Release, Beast Wave Gale Palm. Seeing this, Ito's body flashed with lightning. His body instantly rushed toward the other secret sentry who was forming hand seals with both hands. Not only did he avoid the attack of Beast Wave Gale Palm, but he also prevented the secret sentry from using a powerful ninjutsu. Bang, 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 bang. In the next second after Ito dodged, the wind blades that had lost their target immediately hit the walls of the building, while at the same time, cracks appeared on the walls. Muffled noises could be heard. On the other side, facing the rushing Ito, the secret sentry also prepared his ninjutsu. Suddenly, a dazzling lightning flashed, and a woman wearing a grass ninja costume and two figures made of lightning appeared in front of Ito. Then, one real and two fake figures flashed at the same time, separately dodging Ito's attack. Then, the two clones that dodged Ito's attack stopped at the same time, as if standing at the apex of an equilateral triangle. Facing each other, they began to form hand seals quickly. Seeing this, the other secret sentry ninja, who was very familiar with his companion, didn't even think about it, and immediately teleported to Ito's side, using his taijutsu to block Ito, who was preparing to leave. It's just that his taijutsu was too bad compared to Ito's, and after a few moves, he fell into a disadvantage. Mizuno. Just when the secret sentry was about to be defeated, the female ninja, named Hakashiki, suddenly shouted. Hearing her voice, Mizuno didn't know that Hakashiki was ready, and immediately took a sword strike from Ito and lost an arm, and used substitution jutsu to escape from Ito's entanglement. Lightning Release, Lightning Bind. The moment Mizuno, who lost an arm, got out of the battle, the female ninja named Hakashiki shouted loudly. In an instant, 3 barriers completely composed of lightning suddenly appeared in the building with her and the 2 clones as the foundation, forming a triangular pillar of lightning with the top closed, imprisoning Ito inside. Ito, who was bound by the lightning barrier, walked to the front of the lightning barrier and touched the surface of the lightning barrier with his finger. Instantly, lightning as thick as a baby's arm rushed out of the barrier and flew towards Ito. Ito quickly retracted his hand and moved sideways to avoid the lightning attack's path, allowing it to disappear into the other side of the lightning barrier. Mizuno, are you okay? At this time, Hakashiki, who completed the ninjutsu, asked Mizuno with a concerned tone. Ahem, I'm fine. Mizuno, who was holding his arm with one hand, sat on the ground and coughed violently twice and said weakly, Who are you? Why did you come to Kusagakure? And what is your purpose? After getting the answer, Hakashiki stared at Ito inside the lightning barrier and asked sharply. Hearing the question, Ito had an expression of I don't know. He shrugged with a smile and didn't say a word. Humph. Seeing Sei Ito's performance, Hakashiki snorted coldly and said to Mizuno, "Mizuno, I can't hold on for long with my chakra, so please go outside and call others to help." "I know." Hearing this, Mizuno nodded slightly. Using his bloody palm to support himself, he staggered up from the ground and once again covered the wound on his broken arm that was still bleeding. He staggered out of the building. "I can't let you go like this." Looking at Mizuno, who gradually walked away, Sei Ito whispered, then squatted down and pressed one hand on the ground. Immediately, with Sei Ito's palm as the center, an electric current instantly spread out, and then the surface of the wooden floor, sharp wooden pillars like a lotus flower, quickly extended in all directions with the floor under Sei Ito's feet as the center. Then, he forcefully endured the lightning strikes on the surface of the lightning barrier and broke out. "This is Mokutan." Hakashiki, who was guarding outside, shouted in shock. Unfortunately, no one else here could answer his question, and the only one who could answer her question, Sei Ito, didn't have the slightest interest in this. He focused on launching alchemy, catalyzing more sharp wooden pillars, and continuously hitting the lightning barrier in a dense form. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Soon, a burst of cracking sound came from the surface of the lightning barrier, and a large number of cracks spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then with a sound like glass breaking, the barrier shattered into countless fragments and fell to the ground. Finally, it turned into lightning and disappeared. Boom! The recoil produced when a lightning binding ninjutsu was broken instantly destroyed the two lightning clones. At the same time, a force came from the broken lightning enchantment and hit Haki's main body as the other base. The huge force caused Haki to uncontrollably open his mouth and spit out a big mouthful of blood when he was in midair. But before she landed, Sei Ito, who had stopped using alchemy, launched an attack, stepping on the sharp wooden pillars in front of him, and quickly ran. When he reached the top of the wooden pillar, he suddenly stepped on it, and like a flying immortal, he cut Hakashiki's body in midair with his sword, and the sharp edge of the sword instantly cut Hakashiki's body into two halves. A large amount of blood and internal organs gushed out and fell to the ground. Then Sei Ito's divine power spread out and immediately locked on Mizuno, who had just left the building and was preparing to attack the outer stone wall. Then, just like before, he used alchemy to create a door on the surface of the building and jumped to the ground from the door. Then Sei Ito, who fell to the ground, quickly rushed to the side of the half-dead Mizuno, and under the latter's slow defense, he cut off his head with his sword. Plop! Blood gushed out from the headless corpse as it fell weakly to the ground, letting out a muffled thud. In order to increase my search time, it seems that I have to strengthen the stone wall. Listening to the faint bombardment sound coming from the stone wall, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and put it on the surface of the stone wall and thought. Then he used his spiritual power to communicate with the earth energy and used dragon vein alchemy to strengthen the stone wall. Under the flickering of electric light, the stone wall was like a pig filled with water, slowly puffed up and pushed to the outside. Sure enough, it's easier to use the power of nature. If I use alchemy, I will completely rely on the energy in my body to activate it, and I don't know how much energy it will consume, which will be very disadvantageous for the next battle. After a while, Sei Ito, who had strengthened the stone wall to more than 1 meter thick, took his hand away from the surface of the stone wall and walked into the building while thinking. Then, Sei Ito, who had no worries for the time being, began to search the two-story building. It should be said that it's worthy of the office of the leader of the ninja village. Although it's small, it has all the rooms that Sei Ito has seen in the Hokage office building. Although several of the doors are locked, the floor is gray, and they haven't been used for a long time. However, Sei Ito didn't care about these irrelevant things. His purpose is very clear, that is, to find the ninjutsu materials hidden in this building. So after 2 or 3 minutes of searching, Sei Ito finally found the ninjutsu storage room in the building. In the end, Kusanagi village often studies and deciphers other countries' ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is very complicated, and they don't even have a system. Ito, who took a few ninjutsu scrolls from the bookshelf, thought, but forget it. No matter what ninjutsu scrolls it is, it's better than nothing. Thinking of this, Ito didn't waste time and directly opened a Rubik's Cube world and put all the ninjutsu scrolls collected by Kusanagi village into the Rubik's Cube world. I definitely can't go out of the main door. Let's be a plumber again. Standing in a now empty ninjutsu collection room, Ito Saigaku thought to himself, and then he released the disintegration technique, making a big hole on the ground, and let his body gradually fall to the ground as the big hole deepened. After a while, Ito, who sank about 2 meters below the ground, stopped his downward movement and began to decompose horizontally. At the same time, in order to prevent Kusanagi ninjas from finding him, Ito used alchemy to fill the big hole he fell into. After moving like this for about 10 minutes, Ito, who felt that he was about 100 meters away from the 2-story building, stopped moving and began to dig up the slope. After a while, Ito returned to the ground. At this time, he was still standing in Kusanagi village, but he was now 100 meters away from the central building, surrounded by a large group of ninjas, and he was still in a private house, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Then, Ito filled the hole in front of him, and then walked to the bedroom of the house with a relaxed face, intending to see what kind of person the owner of this house is to judge how to treat them. After all, he didn't plan to leave Kusanagi village yet. At least, not until he finds the person he is interested in. Squeak! Ito reached out and opened the door in front of him. The old wooden door made a harsh sound because there was no oil. Who are you? In the room, a middle-aged man who looked to be about 30 years old, with a dark yellow face full of stubble, wearing only a big underwear, opened his arms and blocked a woman who looked to be in her 20s with long black hair and a big belly behind him. He shouted nervously and fearfully at Ito, who walked into the room. Civilian family. That's a lot more convenient. Ito ignored the man's question, but after looking at the two for a moment, he muttered to himself. Then his eyes lit up, and his powerful spiritual force instantly pierced the eyes of the man and woman in front of him through his eyes, applying hypnotism on them. After a while, the light in Ito's eyes disappeared, and the hypnotism on the two ended. Remy, sleep, it's a mouse. The middle-aged man, who regained his senses, shook his head, put down his arms, and turned to the woman behind him and said softly, Chapter 434. Oh, let's sleep, Dalong. The woman rubbed her eyes sleepily, turned over, and lay down on the bed, murmuring while closing her eyes to rest. Yeah. The middle-aged man, named Dalong, also climbed into the bed, stretched out his hand, and covered the woman, named Remy, with the quilt, and then lay down on the bed and began to sleep. What a loving couple. Looking at the behavior of the two, Ito's face unconsciously showed a smile, and then he didn't disturb the two's rest and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the independent house in the central area. Let me see what ninjutsu is in Kusagaku. Itu Seishin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, said to himself. Then he waved his hand, and a large number of ninjutsu scrolls appeared around him. With 7 scrolls as the base, the number of scrolls decreased gradually until there was only 1 scroll left at the top. It looked like 3 or 4 small golden towers were piled up around him. Ito reached out and took a scroll from the closest and most convenient scroll pile and opened it. After a minute, he changed to another scroll and continued to check. One by one, it was not until more than 20 minutes later that Ito understood all the ninjutsu scrolls he plundered from Kusagaku. Among them, the number of ninjutsu scrolls belonging to water release was the largest, including water release, water prison jutsu, water release, water substitute, water release, water clone, water release, water dragon bullet technique, water release, water flow technique, water release, water curtain, and a total of more than a dozen commonly used water release ninjutsu of level C and level B. Next was the Earth Release Ninjutsu Scroll, which included Earth Release, Earth Flow Dodge, Earth Release, Rock Collapse, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Splitting Palm, Earth Release, Earth Substitute, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, and more than 10 other Earth Release ninjutsu. It's just because, say, Ito has alchemy. Many of the Earth Release ninjutsu had repeated effects, so, in the end, there were only a few that were really practical, but it was a win or a loss. And below there are the Fire Release ninjutsu scrolls. They are Fire Release, Tuku, Fire Release, Flame Bullet, Fire Release, Grand Flame Flower, and Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique, and Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, that say Ito already has. Then there was the Wind Release with 6 ninjutsu scrolls. Wind Release, True Space Jade, Wind Release, Wind Slice Technique, Wind Release, Beast Wave Gale Palm, Wind Release, Beast Wave Palm, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and Wind Release, Pressure Damage. There was also the Lightning Release with 4 ninjutsu scrolls. Right On Ground Walk, Right On False Darkness, Right On Lightning Clone, and Right On Lightning Bind, and the last 3 ninjutsu scrolls. Jinjutsu, Cloud Follower Technique, and Jinjutsu, Fox Mind Technique. As for the Fuinjutsu that Sei Ito has been looking for, he didn't find any. Well, overall, the harvest is good. Sei Ito muttered as he opened the last scroll in his hand and was ready to start practicing these ninjutsu seriously. In this way, Sei Ito started practicing seriously. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Sei Ito finished practicing all the ninjutsu, and after a simple wash, he took all the ninjutsu scrolls he got from the Kusagakure village to the Uchiha clan's residence. Sei Ito-sama. At this time, a male ninja of the Uchiha clan who was leading the children and teenagers in training saw Sei Ito suddenly appear and quickly walked to his side and greeted him respectfully. Yes, Sei Ito nodded slightly, and then ordered, "Go and call Uchiha Kento." "Yes, sir." The ninja nodded and quickly ran to the residence. "Sir." In the middle of the group of teenagers, there was a girl wearing a short black t-shirt. Uchiha Miko, dressed in black crop pants and sandals, walked towards Ito-sei. She called with a blank expression. "Oh, it's Yoshiko." Seeing the girl walking to his side, Seito smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" "No." Yoshiko shook her head slightly and looked at Seito and said, "Thank you." "Huh?" Seito looked at Yoshiko with some confusion, not knowing why she thanked him. Just as Yoshiko was about to speak, the ninja who ran back to the house followed Kento to Seito's side. Kento, who had just stood still, respectfully called out, "Seito-sama." "Yes." Seito responded, and then pointed to the ninjutsu scrolls on the ground and said, "These are the ninjutsu scrolls I collected. You put them away, and then according to each person's situation, approve them to practice ninjutsu scrolls, and you decide what to do." "Yes, sir." Uchiha Kento looked excitedly at the 40 ninjutsu scrolls at his feet, and his voice trembled as he answered. The other members of the Uchiha clan who heard Sei Ito's words also looked at the ninjutsu scrolls on the ground with excitement, and couldn't wait to get them and practice ninjutsu scrolls. "Well, I'm leaving." Looking at this group of excited Uchiha clan members, Sei Ito didn't intend to stay here and be an eyesore. After saying this to Kento, he instantly disappeared from the eyes of the Uchiha clan members and appeared outside the Naruto world's civilian home. Ohiro. Sei Ito, who appeared in the civilian's home, suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers twice, and then looked away because of the sound. The man of the couple with a dull and confused expression called out, "Yes, sir." Ohiro responded with a dull voice. "What's the situation in Kusagakure today?" Seito asked. "Today, the village leader ordered that no one is allowed to leave the village, and they are to cooperate with the village ninja's search. If there is any resistance, they will be dealt with as spies," Ohiro replied. "Is that so?" Sei Ito nodded slightly, and then asked Ohiro, "Do you know that there is a red-haired girl named Karen in Kusagakure?" "I don't know." Ohiro shook his head and said, "Well, it seems that we have to find another way to find her." After getting the answer, Sei Ito said with some disappointment, and then he clapped his hands lightly, waking the two from the hypnosis, and then like an invisible person, he walked to the side of the bed and sat down to rest. Rimi and Ohiro, who recovered from the hypnosis, ignored Sei Ito's existence and continued to do what they were doing before, making clothes and carpentry. In this way, the day passed silently, and as the sun set in the west, the bright moonlight began to shine on the earth, and countless stars appeared in the sky. "It's time to go out and see." Seeing the silver-white glow outside the window, Sei Ito, who was sitting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes, walked out of the bed, left the room, jumped on the roof, and scanned the environment in Kusagakure. Then his figure changed, and like a ghost, he floated away from the roof and approached a team of patrolling Kusagakure ninjas. 3 Chunin. After a while, Sei Ito, who was leaning over a roof, looked at a patrolling team not far away and thought. Then, Sei Ito climbed up from the roof where he was hiding, carefully approached the 3 Chunin, and cast Jinjutsu, Fox Mind Jutsu, on them. The purpose of this jutsu is to make the victim feel like they are walking in a maze, unconsciously wandering in the same place without being aware of it. It's a kind of Jinjutsu that consumes physical strength in vain. So after the Jinjutsu, the 3 Kusagakure ninjas immediately stopped moving forward and stood in the same place, moving their feet as if they were moving forward. After seeing that the 3 were in the Jinjutsu, Sei Ito's spiritual strength fluctuations changed again, and he once again released Jinjutsu, Cloud Follower Jutsu, making the 3 ninjas who were wandering in the same place think that they encountered an enemy while patrolling and began to run quickly. But no matter how fast they were, they still stayed in the same place, swinging their legs and couldn't move forward. At this time, Sei Ito immediately jumped out of the hiding place and quickly came behind the 3 Kusagakure ninjas. Before they could send out the alarm signal, he waved his hand and knocked them out one by one and sent them into the Rubik's Cube world. Then his figure flashed, and he jumped into a house and entered the Rubik's Cube world, appearing beside the 3 Kusagakure ninjas. Whoosh! Standing beside the Kusagakure ninja, who fainted on the ground, Sei Ito raised his hand and summoned a ball of water, splashing it on the face of one of the Kusagakure ninjas. The cold water instantly woke up the unconscious Kusagakure ninja. The Kusagakure ninja, who just woke up, was still a little confused, but after a second, his expression changed. He instinctively took out a kunai and jumped from the ground, skillfully put on a defensive posture, and looked around. Then he found his other 2 companions lying on the ground, and Sei Ito standing not far from him. "Who are you?" the Kusagakure ninja asked. Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't say anything, but with a thought, a suction force immediately came from the ground where the Kusagakure ninja stood, and then a layer of soil emerged from the ground and climbed up the Kusagakure ninja's legs. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stop it. After a while, the Kusagakure ninja's body was wrapped in soil except for his head, and he was imprisoned on the ground. "Now, I'll ask you a question, and if you answer well, you can live, but if you don't answer well, you will directly turn into grass to nourish the earth." Sei Ito looked at the Kusagakure ninja, who could only move his mouth and eyes, and said indifferently, "Are you sure you won't kill me as long as I answer your question?" The Kusagakure ninja said in a panic, "The premise is that you answer the truth." Sei Ito said, "Okay, ask." The Kusagakure ninja gritted his teeth and said, "Is there a little girl named Karen in your village?" Looking at the Kusagakure ninja, who easily agreed to his request, Sei Ito was speechless, so he paused for a moment before asking, "Karen, are you talking about a red-haired genin?" The Kusagakure ninja frowned for a moment, then looked at Sei Ito and asked, Chapter 435. P.S. Thank you, Rose Emperor Wu, for the tip. Tell me what you know about Karen. Ito didn't answer the Kuzunagi's question immediately. The Karen I know is a red-haired genin. She's about 12 years old. Her strength is quite low, but I heard that she's a perceptive ninja. She's also very valued by the village's higher-ups. She's currently studying in Nakajima Jonin's team. The Kusanagi replied. Is she in Kusanagi village now? Ito asked again after confirming from the Kusanagi's description that she was the Karen in his memory. Yes, the Kusanagi confirmed. Tell me your home address. Ito said in a commanding tone. I don't know much about this. After all, I'm not familiar with the Karen you're looking for. But if you're looking for Nakajima Jonin's house, I can tell you. The Kusanagi said. That's fine too. Ito nodded. Nakajima Jonin's house is near the center of Kusanagakure, north of the leader's residence. It's about 30 meters away from the residence. It's a courtyard. I remember there's a strange stone statue in the courtyard. You can find it there. Kusanagakure said. Tell me more about Nakajima Jonin. Ito asked. I don't know the specifics, but I heard that Nakajima Jonin is good at fire release ninjutsu, and his taijutsu is not bad. He's very strong. The Kusanagi said. Oh, Ito nodded and said, You're very cooperative. But to make sure what you said is true, I'll interrogate your two companions. If the three of you answer the same, then you can live. If not, then you'll die. After saying that, he ignored the Kusanagi's face and took out a small stone and threw it at the Kusanagi's forehead, and then he heard a soft sound. The Kusanagi didn't even make a sound and fainted again. At this time, Ito's mind moved again, and the two Kusanagi who were originally unrestrained also had the same soil as the previous Kusanagi. The soil wrapped the two of them, leaving only their heads exposed. Ito then waved his hand and summoned a ball of water. He woke one of them up and started asking questions. He just didn't expect this Kusanagi to be such a tough guy. He was so loyal to the Kusanagi, no matter what Ito said. He just wouldn't cooperate. So Ito gave up on asking this person and summoned another water ball to wake up the last Kusanagi. However, Ito didn't ask immediately. Instead, under the gaze of the Kusanagi, he let the soil wrap around the rich and stubborn Kusanagi and pull him into the ground and disappear. When the Kusanagi saw his companion's fate, his face immediately changed. He looked at Ito with a pale face in fear and waited for the verdict. Only then did Ito ask the Kusanagi again. With the death of the other Kusanagi, the Kusanagi who was tempted by Ito immediately gave up resistance and confessed everything he knew. Among them, he unexpectedly got Karen's address. After the testimony of the two Kusanagi was verified, Ito woke up the Kusanagi who was interrogated first and looked at them with a smile and said, Very good, you were very honest, so I decided to give you a chance to live. Hearing this, the two Kusanagi's face immediately showed an expression of relief, but they didn't wait for the two to be happy. Ito said again, But I won't let you go. Now I give you two choices. 1. Be loyal to me and work for me. 2. Become a prisoner and be detained by me. As for when I will let you go, it depends on my mood. I choose to be loyal to you. The first Kusanagi, who didn't resist at all, immediately said after Ito's questioning, I also choose to be loyal to you. With his companion taking the lead, the other Kusanagi, who was still hesitating, also said, Very good. Ito nodded and said. Then, without waiting for the two to react, he knocked them out again. Then, Ito did the same thing to Takakura Yusuke and Matsushita Taro. He placed a seal and dark thunder in the minds of the two Kusanagi ninjas. Since they were still in Kusanagi village, it wasn't appropriate to release them, so he didn't wake them up and let them sleep in place. After doing all this, Ito left Rubik's Cube world again and appeared in the house. Then, according to the address provided by Kusanagi, he moved toward the residential area in the middle of the south of Kusanagi village. After a while, Ito, who avoided the two ninja patrol squads, finally arrived outside Karen's residence. He jumped on a wall and fell into the small courtyard of Karen's house. Then, he walked to the door, used alchemy to open the door lock, and quickly flashed into the room. No one, Seito, who didn't see Karen in the main hall of the room, continued to walk to the inner room. At this time, a clear sound of water stirring suddenly came, and then a room with dim yellow light and hot steam appeared in front of Seito's eyes. A vague humanoid figure was looming behind the steamy glass door. Is she taking a bath? This really makes it difficult for me to do it. Seeing this, Seito shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. Then, he turned around and walked toward Karen's bedroom. Soon, Seito came to a bright room and sat on the bed covered with white sheets and quilts. A pair of small white underwear and a lavender corset were scattered on it. A pair of black bucket socks, a dark yellow sailor shorts, and a lavender single-button top were lying on the bed. She crossed her legs, one elbow on her leg, and the back of her hand against her chin, waiting. Women have always been very slow to take a bath, even if this woman is still a little girl at this time. So, after waiting for more than half an hour, Karen finished her bath and returned to the house wrapped in a large white towel. Huh? Karen, who had just returned to the house, immediately found Seito sitting on the bed and looking at her with a smile. She didn't know if she was stunned or what, but she just let out a surprised sound, stood up at the door, and stared at Seito without saying a word. It wasn't until a few seconds later that she asked in a daze, "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" "You're really insensitive." Hearing Karen's question, Seito said rather amusedly. Hearing Seito's words, Karen, who seemed to be sure that this was not an illusion, immediately jumped back, then quickly grabbed a big ladle beside her and held it in her hand. She stared at Seito with a vigilant look and said, "Who are you?" Although Karen was very calm at this time, she was very nervous because she could clearly see Seito sitting on her bed with the naked eye. But no matter how she secretly used her heavenly perception ability, she couldn't sense even the slightest chakra fluctuation from Seito. This is the first person she has encountered since she discovered her ability. You know, even if the other party is an ordinary person, as long as Karen seriously feels it, she can faintly perceive a faint illusory chakra fluctuation. But can the guy who quietly sneaked into Kusagakure and invaded her room be an ordinary person? Since he's not an ordinary person, how can there be no chakra fluctuation? Unless the other party is not a living person. Thinking of this, Karen subconsciously shuddered, and a layer of goosebumps immediately appeared on her skin that was not yet dry after taking a bath. "Hello, I'm Seito. Nice to meet you, Karen." Hearing Karen's question, Seito stood up from the bed and walked towards Karen while smiling. "You know my name?" Karen asked strangely. "Of course, otherwise why do you think I'm here?" Seito smiled. "You came here for me?" Karen said with a pale face and a trembling voice. "Yes." Seito nodded and admitted. At this time, the distance between him and Karen was less than a meter. "Don't go forward. If you go forward, I'll scream." Karen, whose back was completely pressed against the wall, pointed the ladle at Seito and said in a panic, "It doesn't matter. Such a short distance is enough for me to knock you out before you scream." Seito shrugged and smiled. "What do you want from me?" Karen's body trembled slightly, and she asked with a trembling voice, "Me? I hope you can become my subordinate." Seito, who had completely walked in front of Karen, lowered his head and looked at Karen, whose height was only up to his chest, and said with a smile, Subordinate?" Hearing Seito's words, Karen looked at Seito in surprise. "Yes, subordinate." Seito stepped back a little, not letting himself appear so oppressive, looked at Karen and said, "I appreciate your talent, so I decided to recruit you as my subordinate. For this reason, I deliberately broke into Kusagakure and personally came to invite you." Hearing Seito's narration, a sense of importance that she had never felt before emerged from the bottom of Karen's heart. She looked at Seito with a frustrated expression, not knowing how to answer. "I'm very serious." Seito stretched out his right hand, and his index finger gently fell from Karen's forehead to the tip of her nose and said with a smile, "Although you said so, this sudden invitation really made me not know how to choose. So let me think about it." Karen said hesitantly, although Seito's words made Karen feel that she was valued and grateful. Her reason told her that this was not a reason to betray the village easily. So Karen decided to delay for a while and think about her decision according to the situation. "Yes, but my patience is limited, so you'd better give me an answer within 3 days." Seito's index finger fell from the tip of Karen's nose and lightly touched Karen's lips and said softly, Chapter 436. P.S. Thanks to Solquan for his monthly votes, and thanks to Xiao Mo Feng and Nickfany for their tips. Karen carefully observed Ito's expression and softly asked, I want to know what will happen if I reject you after 3 days. It's very simple. I will directly take you away and force you to become my subordinate. Ito's index finger continued to descend from Karen's lower lip to the depression between her collarbones as he spoke with a light smile. "I knew it." Karen pouted and muttered softly. Then, she raised her head and looked at Ito as if she had given up on herself and said, "All right then. There's no need for 3 days. I'll agree to it right now." "Very good." Ito lowered his finger from Karen's collarbones and looked at her with a smile. "Humph." Karen angrily snorted. She walked around Ito and returned to her bedroom. Then, she swung her hand and slammed the door shut. The force of her heavy push caused the door to close with a loud bang. Ito turned around to look at Karen's bedroom and unconsciously smiled as he thought to himself, "Hee hee, what a cute little girl." A moment later, the tightly shut door was abruptly opened from the inside. Soon after, Karen walked out of the room wearing a pair of black sandals with black bucket socks wrapped around her thighs. She wore a dark red short skirt and a light purple long-sleeve top. However, the top only had a zipper from the collar to the top of her abdomen. Below the zipper, the top naturally split open to reveal her navel. Karen walked out of the room wearing a pair of black, oval-framed spectacles. "Let's go." Karen walked to Seito's side and said, "Aren't you going to rest for a night before leaving?" Seito looked at Karen with interest and asked, "No, it's better to take advantage of the night to escape. Even if we are discovered, we can escape at night. At least, our safety is guaranteed." Karen shook her head and said, "Great mind, worthy of being my subordinate." Seito stretched out his finger and flicked Karen's forehead as he praised her. "It hurts." Karen raised her hand to cover the spot where Sei had flicked her. She looked at Sei from the corner of her eyes, looking displeased. "Is there anything else you want to take?" Ito said to Karen. "No." Karen shook her head slightly and whispered, "Okay, let's go." Ito nodded and decided. Then, he left Karen's residence and jumped to the roof. Began to run out of the village. There's a team of ninjas patrolling about 30 meters ahead. Karen, who was following behind Sei, suddenly said as soon as the two of them started walking, "Can you perceive their strength level?" Ito, who stopped, turned to look at Karen and asked, "Wait." Hearing the question, Karen made a hand seal with her hands and closed her mouth to perceive. After a while, she opened her eyes and said to Ito, "The chakra fluctuation is strong, but there is still some gap between them and Jonin. They're probably Chunin." "I see," Ito responded, and then moved forward at high speed again with Karen. Soon, the two arrived near the Chunin patrol team that Karen perceived. "You wait here," said to Karen, who was beside him, as they were moving forward. Then, he accelerated and rushed out from Karen's side. He turned his hand and summoned the heavenly sword in his hand and fell in front of the 3 Chunin. Before they could react, he cut one of them in half from top to bottom. A large amount of blood and internal organs immediately gushed out from the separated corpse and scattered on the ground. Then, Ito's Seiken moved, just like First Madame Gongsun's sword dance. The heavenly sword in his hand turned into a circle, and the transparent sword chi produced immediately cut the head of a Chunin, who couldn't dodge in time, into two. Then, when the Chunin's blood spurted out, Ito Saiken stepped on the ground. Like a maggot in a tarsal bone, he chased after another Chunin who was trying to escape, and with a shake of his hand, the sword pierced through his neck. Plop, plop. Until then, the two dead bodies fell to the ground weakly, making a muffled sound. Let's continue. Seito pulled the heavenly sword out of the corpse's throat, shook off the non-existent blood on it, and said to Karen, who was not far away. She witnessed Seito's killing scene. Karen, who saw the tip of the iceberg of Seito's strength, didn't talk nonsense. She obediently jumped out of the hiding corner and continued to follow Seito to the outside of Kusagakure. The next road was free of obstacles, and Seito and Karen smoothly left the range of Kusagakure. They went into the land of fire. At this time, Karen, who was already standing in the land of fire, asked Seito, who was walking beside her, "Hey, where are we going next?" "No purpose, just wandering around," Seito replied. "What do you mean by no purpose? Did you recruit me as your subordinate so that I can be your companion when you wander around?" Karen yelled in a frenzied manner. "You're right if you understand it that way." Seito shrugged indifferently. "I regret leaving with you now." Seeing Seito's fearless look, Karen lowered her head and said weakly, "You don't have to risk your life for the mission. You can do whatever you want. Isn't this kind of life good?" Seito turned to look at Karen and asked, "Although this kind of life is good, I'm now a rebellious ninja. I'm still a genin. There will be a lot of Kusanagi coming to kill me." Karen scratched her hair and said irritably, "It doesn't matter. I will protect you. I promise I won't let Kusagakure ninjas hurt you." Seito reached out and rubbed Karen's head and smiled. "Well, since I've already boarded the pirate ship, I can only continue to make mistakes." Hearing Seito's words and the warmth from her head, Karen calmed down surprisingly. After a while, she said as if she had accepted her fate. Seito chuckled and took his hand off Karen's head. He looked at the outline of the town that gradually appeared in the distance and said, "We're about to reach the town. I'll treat you to a big meal later." The two were silent for the rest of the journey. He silently walked into the town and stopped in front of a shop that looked quite good. "I remember that your favorite dish is omiyaki. In order to celebrate you becoming my subordinate, I'll treat you today. You can eat as much as you want." Seito sat in the shop and smiled at Karen, who was sitting opposite him. "How do you know what I like?" Karen frowned and looked at Seito and asked, "Do you have any strange thoughts about me?" Speaking of this, Karen deliberately put her hands in front of her body, pretending to be afraid, and looked at Ito Seiji carefully from the side. At the same time, the waitress who was waiting for them to order also looked at Ito strangely and subconsciously hid behind Karen. "I'll say, you're thinking too much. Look at how young you are. You're only 12 years old, and your body obviously hasn't matured yet. At the very least, you have to develop to the same level as this young lady beside you before you're worthy of me having any thoughts about you." Seito looked at Karen speechlessly and sighed. After hearing Ito say's words, Karen didn't continue to turn sideways. She sat back in her seat and looked up at the waitress beside her. After hearing Ito's words, the waitress blushed and subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. She lowered her head as if she was afraid of being noticed. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you." Seito turned to the blushing waitress and said, "Also, I want 2 servings of omiyaki, 10 skewers of meatballs, 2 glasses of juice, and 2 bowls of rice. That's all." "Okay, please wait a moment." The waitress quickly noted down Seito's order and hurriedly ran away from Seito's table. She went to the back to inform the chef to start cooking. "Hey, what else do you know about me?" After the waitress left, Karen looked at Seito curiously and asked, "A lot. I probably know all of them." Ito-sei looked at Karen up and down and smiled. "For example?" Karen said with a frown. "For example, I know that you hate eating dumplings, your hobby is collecting perfume, your birthday is June 20th, you weren't born in the grass country, etc." Ito listed out the information about Karen one by one. "You really do have thoughts about me." The more Karen heard, the more shocked she became. At the same time, a strange feeling appeared in her heart, and she looked at Ito with a strange expression. If you have to think of it that way. Ito spread his hands helplessly and said. However, what Karen said wasn't wrong. If he didn't have any thoughts about her, Ito wouldn't look for her if he had nothing to do. After a while, the waitress returned with a tray to Ito, and Karen sighed. After putting down the tray, she bowed slightly and turned to leave. Eat, Ito said as he handed a pair of chopsticks to Karen, who was staring intently at the good taste soup. Then, Ito and Karen enjoyed the table full of food. After a while, the two who had eaten their fill paid the bill and left the shop with a satisfied expression. Then, they stopped at a hotel in the town. Just as Karen was about to return to the room assigned to her to rest, Ito suddenly called out to her, "Come with me first." "Oh." Karen responded calmly and followed Ito to his room. However, Karen's heart wasn't as calm as she looked on the surface. "Bastard, and you're still saying you don't have any thoughts about me? We just arrived at the hotel, and you're already calling me into your room. If this isn't an attempt, then what is? Am I going to lose my chastity here? I don't want it. Creak, bang, after Karen entered the room. Ito turned around and closed the door. When the door closed, the muffled sound made Karen, who was standing in the room, tremble subconsciously. What business do you have with me?" Karen looked at Ito, who had walked up to her, and instinctively took a step back. She stared at Ito and asked, "Oh, I need some blood from you." Ito replied. "That's it?" Karen asked uncertainly. "Of course," Ito confirmed with a nod. Karen carefully observed Ito for a moment. When she saw that he was telling the truth, she secretly sighed in relief and relaxed her body. "You can't be thinking that I called you in to do something to you, right?" Seeing this, how could Ito not understand what was going on with Karen? The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he spoke. Karen's body stiffened and she laughed dryly. "Oh, you." Ito sighed helplessly. He flipped his hand and a syringe appeared in his hand. He pressed down on the plunger and expelled the air from the syringe. He then held it in front of Karen and said, "Roll up your sleeve." "Oh," Karen answered honestly. She reached out and rolled up her right sleeve, revealing her white and tender arm. Ito didn't waste any time. He reached out and held Karen's arm in front of his eyes. He found the blood vessels under her skin and pierced the needle. Then, he slowly pulled out the plunger of the syringe. A small stream of blood appeared in the syringe. As the plunger was slowly pulled up, the blood slowly filled the entire syringe. "Done." Ito pulled out the needle and looked at Karen. "Go back and rest." "Oh." Karen looked at the syringe in Ito's hand that was filled with her blood. She nodded and turned around to leave Ito's room. After Karen left the room, Ito also entered the Rubik's Cube world with the syringe and appeared in the biological laboratory. Professor Asmo. Ito looked at the people who were busy in the laboratory and called out to the old scientist. "Who is it?" Professor Asmo, who was disturbed by the experiment, asked in an impatient tone. He left the experimental equipment and turned to look in the direction of the voice. When he saw that it was Ito, he quickly walked to his side and said, "Sorry, sir, I didn't expect it to be you. It's okay, I disturbed you." Ito always maintained a friendly and respectful attitude towards these researchers who worked for him, so he didn't take this trivial matter to heart. He waved his hand and smiled at Professor Asmo. "I don't know why sir is here this time." Seeing this, Asmo didn't dwell on this matter and asked, "Then this is the blood of a special sample I just collected. I will trouble you to check it. Well, it will also be a detailed examination from the cells to the genes." Ito handed the syringe in his hand to Professor Asmo and said, "Okay, I will analyze this blood as soon as possible." Asmo took the syringe and said, "Then I will trouble you." Ito said politely and then said goodbye. "I won't delay your experiment anymore. Also, if you feel that you're short of manpower, you can inform the management office and ask them to transfer some of the natural biochemical personnel to you. I know, I will if necessary. Professor Asmo promised. Well, I'll go now. After saying that, Sei Ito disappeared from the laboratory. When he reappeared, he was already in the room in the central area. With a thought, he summoned Uchiha Yoshiko to his side. Chapter 437. Senpai. After a short period of adaptation, Uchiha Yoshiko greeted Ito Seiji respectfully. Yes. Sei Ito nodded slightly in response, and then said to Uchiha Yoshiko, well, in the next few days, I plan to take you outside to practice, during which you will experience some battles, so you should prepare yourself. Okay. Uchiha Yoshiko's eyes flashed slightly, and she nodded. That's good. Sei Ito nodded, and once again sent Uchiha Yoshiko back to the residence of the Uchiha clan, and then with a thought, he summoned the captured Konoha Jonin to the room. At this time, Konoha's Jonin didn't look like a human at all. His hair was unkempt, his beard was unkempt, his whole body was in a mess. Exuding a strange smell, his face was yellow, his eyes were dull, and he looked like a refugee. What's your name? Sei Ito frowned slightly and used his aura to cover the smell in his nose and looked down at the Jonin who was lying on the ground without any reaction. It's just that he didn't know whether the Jonin didn't hear him or didn't want to answer, but he didn't respond at all to Sei Ito's question. Humph! Sei Ito coldly snorted and with a thought appeared outside the room with the Jonin on the ground, and then stretched out his hand to the big pond next to him, and a stream of water instantly flew out of the pond, crossing a curved arc and fell on the Jonin's body, and the cold water instantly woke him up from his daze. The Jonin's eyes moved, and he turned his head to look at the shadow on the side. After discovering that it was Sei Ito, his expression changed, and he said with a hoarse voice, It's you. It's me. Sei Ito nodded slightly and said, Are you going to interrogate me this time? But you can give up. I won't tell you anything. Konoha's Jonin turned his head slightly and looked up at the strange void of the Rubik's Cube world and said with a weak and hoarse voice, but his tone was very firm. Do you remember how long it has been since you were captured by me? Sei Ito smiled at the words of Konoha's Jonin and asked with a non-committal look, and then without waiting for the Jonin to answer, he directly said, 2.5 months. 2.5 months have passed since you and your team were captured. Hearing Sei Ito's words, the Jonin's expression changed slightly, but he still refused to speak as if he was waiting for death. In the past 2.5 months, you haven't sent any news back to Konoha, and Konoha hasn't found any trace of you. Do you know what this means? Sei Ito didn't expect the man to do anything to him with just one sentence. He continued, It means that you are dead or have defected. When he heard the words death and betrayal, Konoha's Jonin's face flashed with a sad look. Apparently, he thought of something. Although a lot of people heard the sounds we made during the battle, it was only a matter of time before the battle ended. But since no body was found, it can't prove that you are dead. In this way, Konoha will definitely send people to investigate, and the result of the investigation will definitely make someone in Konoha's elder group nervous. Sei Ito looked at Konoha's Jonin on the ground and said. The latter's face changed slightly when he heard this, and his eyes fluctuated. I remember that the Hokage has always dealt with the people who defected. Even if you have the protection of the Hokage, your family must be suffering in Konoha. Sei Ito looked at the trees in the distance that were rustling in the wind and said in an ethereal voice. Sure enough, as soon as the word family came out, the Jonin's expression fluctuated even more. And not only that, there's also a member of the Hyuga clan in your team. Even if he is just a child of the branch family, he is still a Byakugan holder. In this regard, I don't know what the Hyuga clan will do. Sei Ito reminded him again. Now I ask you, are you willing to maintain the identity of a Konoha ninja and then let your family live a difficult life in Konoha? Or are you willing to be loyal to me? After waiting for a moment, Sei Ito suddenly looked down at Konoha's Jonin on the ground and asked. Hearing this, Konoha's Jonin's expression immediately struggled. He closed his eyes with a painful expression and thought. Seeing this, Sei Ito's face quietly floated a smile, and then his mind instantly connected to the core consciousness of the will energy group. He selected the Jonin's will energy group and integrated it into the will energy group, mobilizing the power of the entire will energy group to exert an influence on him. In an instant, Konoha's Jonin's face became even more distressed, and a fine layer of sweat began to appear on his forehead. It's better to live than to die. You are still young. It would be a pity to die. You haven't married yet, so leave it for later. Is it easy for you to cultivate until now? Do you want to die like this? What's so good about working for Konoha? It's better to be a traitor. At the same time, these words of persuasion came out of Ito, Sei's mouth one by one, drifting into the ears of Konoha's Jonin, who was struggling. Together with the influence of the will energy, Konoha's Jonin was shaken. I will not betray Konoha. Suddenly, the Jonin opened his eyes. His bloodshot eyes stared at Ito Sei like a ferocious beast, and he roared in a hoarse voice. Dad, Mom, Mickey, I'm sorry. After shouting, the Jonin seemed to have used up all his strength. His eyes gradually became dull, and he murmured. After a while, he breathed his last. You made your own decision. Sei Ito looked at the dead Jonin on the ground and murmured with a complicated tone. At this moment, a soul fragment with a strange light suddenly emerged from the Jonin's body and slowly rose into the sky. Sei Ito frowned when he saw this, and waved his hand to take the soul fragment into his hand and carefully examined it. This soul fragment was different from ordinary and secondary soul fragments, although it was gray in color and exuded a strange attractive force. And at the same time, when psychic energy came in contact with it, it gave off a cold feeling, but at the center of it, there was a speck of sand like a star, exuding a bright light. Rubik's Cube. What level of soul fragment is this? Sei Ito asked Rubik's Cube. Level 1 soul fragment. Rubik's Cube immediately replied. Level 1. Sei Ito nodded thoughtfully and let go of the level 1 soul fragment in his hand and let it rise into the void and integrate into the will energy group. The moment the level 1 soul fragment melted into the willpower energy cluster, a strange energy was generated in the willpower energy cluster. It quickly spread out from the point where the level 1 soul fragment melted, affecting a small part of the scattered willpower energy in the surroundings to disperse and reorganize. However, there was only one level 1 soul fragment, and this effect only lasted for less than 2 seconds before completely disappearing. However, Sei Ito could feel that the will energy transformed by the level 1 soul fragment was purer than the rest of the will energy that wasn't transformed. Sigh. Finally, Sei Ito sighed and mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube world to instantly disperse the corpse of Konoha's Jonin and let it melt into the ground. Afterward, Sei Ito flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to his room in Naruto's world, took off his clothes, and lay down on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. He slept until the sun set in the west, and dusk filled the sky. Sei Ito, who had put on his clothes again, got up from the ground, opened the door, walked to Karen's room, and knocked on the door. Have you rested well? Sei Ito looked at Karen, who was neatly dressed, and asked. I've rested well, Karen said. Since you've rested well, let's go eat something, and then we'll set off, Sei Ito said. Okay, Karen agreed. Then the two left the hotel, walked to a nearby restaurant, and had a good meal in the restaurant. You wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. After leaving the restaurant, Sei Ito took Karen to a public toilet and stood still, and then said to Karen. After seeing the latter nod in agreement, Sei Ito stepped toward the public toilet. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he walked out of the public toilet and returned to Karen's side. Let's go, Sei Ito said directly. Karen didn't ask much and followed Sei Ito out of the town. When they passed by a grocery store, Sei Ito bought a kitten mask and a tiger mask. Take this. On the way out of the town, Sei Ito handed the kitten mask to Karen beside him and said, What are we going to do? Karen took the mask and asked seriously. do a bounty mission, hunt down a rebellious ninja, and also give you some training, Sei Ito explained. Oh, Karen nodded, put the kitten mask on her waist, and silently followed Sei Ito out of the town, walked into the dense forest not far from the town, and finally stopped in an open space. Then with a thought from Sei Ito, Uchiha Yoshiko and the two Kusanagi ninjas who were still unconscious suddenly appeared in the open space. Looking at the two men and one woman who suddenly appeared on the ground, Karen looked at Sei Ito with a shocked expression. Her right hand subconsciously raised the corner of her eye, and her eyes moved back and forth between the two men and one woman, as well as Sei Ito. Sei Ito, Sama, Uchiha Yoshiko, who recovered from the shock, greeted respectfully. Come, let me introduce you. Sei Ito nodded with a smile, pointed to Uchiha Yoshiko, and said to Karen, This is Uchiha Yoshiko, my subordinate, just like you. Uchiha. Karen repeated the name in surprise. On the other hand, Uchiha Yoshiko nodded at Karen as a greeting, but the trace of her nod was so small that if the two of them didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have been able to tell that she had nodded. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.